can count when you're happy. 1, 2, 3, 4, you can count when you're sad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or count when you're frightened. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, count when you're mad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ah! Counting is wonderful. Counting is marvelous.
Hello, everyone. Welcome
Counting
back
is
to the
terrific
madness.
and
It's Counting Kryptofreaks, the revenge. John, I pulled up apparently a different recording this time of Counting is Wonderful, and the count scream there just absolutely cracked me up. That's definitely the best count scream. Blah! John, how you doing, man?
Not too bad. How you doing?
Good. For a second, I thought we didn't have you.
No, I was just still muted and I had to unmute myself.
He's like, where's my mute button?
Pretty much, yeah.
Welcome, everybody. It's time for Season 4, finally. It's been a couple of months, but we are back, and we're going to watch another whopping 22 episodes in a row for you. Strap in. It's another 24-hour or thereabouts stream, and here is our preposterous layout. As always, we're going to be doing a super chat menu like we usually do. So anytime throughout the show, if you feel so inclined to support us by leaving a super chat, you can get a sound on the Superman soundboard or have us spin the Wheel of Weird, which we'll probably do once an episode anyway if we remember to do it. And for a $10 super chat, you can have us take a Smallville quiz. We will be selecting an honorary Kryptofreak every 6 hours. And if we get some super chats, we'll take the top super chatter. And if not, it will be the person who helps us out the most with the count. The count is getting crazier and crazier and less accurate, I am sure, John.
Oh, of course. I don't even want to know how inaccurate we are at this point.
Yeah, it's almost not even worth doing anymore, except it gives us something to do when we don't have a lot of insights on an episode, and it's still fun, and it's kind of just, you know, as ballpark as humanly possible. So we do rely on you guys, if you're watching live with us, to help us with anything that you notice that should count on the count. So we've got, right now, I'll just read this down real quick. Let us know if there are any other categories that you think we should start adding from here on out, because as we get deeper into the show, there's going to be kind of new sets of things that pop up a lot more often than before, or brand new things entirely. We're going to see fewer and fewer Kryptofreaks as we go along, and we're going to start seeing a lot more blatant DC references, which will kind of transition eventually into, and actually this season we'll start having this into just full-on characters from DC Comics that get added into the show. We've already had a couple of those with characters like what's her name, the police captain in Metropolis. We've got a couple people like that, but this season we'll have Bart Allen and we'll have Mixelplick. Yeah, I look forward to that. John is actually more prepared for this one than me. He watched through season 4 recently, and it's been about a year and a half since I've seen it.
I'm about halfway through season 6 right now, and then I have this especially lately. I'll start a show, and then I'll get sidetracked with another show. So, like, I'm halfway through season 6, and then I was like, oh, I need to catch up on Doctor Who, because the new stuff is coming out this November. So now I'm, like, halfway through Doctor Who season 3, and I need to get back to Smallville.
I didn't even know you were a Doctor Who guy.
So I'm mostly the early stuff, or by early, I guess I should say early of the new stuff.
Yeah.
It kind of falls off for me after Tennant leaves.
Yep, that's exactly how I am. Some people live and die by Matt Smith, but I'm not one of those guys.
I don't like Matt Smith. However, I did watch some of Capaldi, and I really like Capaldi.
I like what I saw of Capaldi. I only saw a few episodes, but I thought he was spectacular.
If you're a Tennant fan, I don't know if you've heard this, and this is why I'm catching up. Tennant is coming back.
Yeah. That is desperate, is it not?
Okay, so I have two different ways of thinking.
We'll get into Smallville here in just a second. Go ahead, John. John and I never talk. Go ahead, John.
So this is either desperate because nobody cares about Doctor Who anymore, because they're bringing back Tennant and the showrunner from that era.
Yeah.
However, there is a scene in the Day of the Doctor 50th anniversary special, I think it is, where Tennant comes back, where somebody tells the Doctor, "I never forget a face, and I have a feeling you'll be revisiting some familiar faces soon." So this could be like an attempt to pay that off, and they have like an idea. So I don't know which way I lean, but
I lean toward it's desperate, and they're lucky they have that so they can pretend like there's a better reason.
You're probably right.
I'm gonna go with that. Because they've
right.
just been lambasted in recent years. People absolutely abhorred the female Doctor, and I saw her pilot and thought it was really good, actually, but I didn't watch anything past that. And
I've heard the writing gets really bad.
That's what I've heard too. But
I'm gonna watch it, so I'll let you know when I get there.
Like,
but
I was open to it. I'm not like, oh, it must be bad because they went with a female Doctor. Like I watched the pilot and liked it, but
yeah.
I first episode, but I didn't see past that. Anyway, so John's gonna be a little bit fresher tonight on season 4, unless Doctor Who has like replaced the Smallville episodes in his brain now. I guess it's possible, and the other seasons of Smallville he's watched since then. See, the problem for me is, John, sometimes it starts to run together a little bit. So like I've been, or at least I was like a month or two ago. I'm about halfway through 5. And I'm a little bit concerned because it had been a long time since I've seen that. I want to make sure to watch each season after this before we do it because I'm rustier on the later stuff. We talk about this all the time. The later stuff John knows better than I do, and the early stuff I didn't need to watch again because I know it so well. But when I'm kind of worried watching through this season that I'm going to start conflating stuff from 5 with 4.
I had that when I was watching 5. I don't think I messaged you about it, but I was watching it and I got to the vampire episode and I was like, I thought this was like season 6.
Yeah. No, it has to be 5 because of Marsters.
Yeah. That episode was annoying, by the way.
Oh, it's terrible.
And the Buffy reference,
yeah,
awful.
No, it's gross and unfortunate. But anyway, we'll talk about that when we get there. Marsters is great in that season. There's a lot of things that Brainiac is doing early on that I don't understand. Like now that you've been through it again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. But like, there's stuff that just doesn't add up. Like, remember the artifact that he sends Clark in the mail retroactively? Why the hell does he do that? I have no idea why he does that.
There's a lot of stuff with him in the first half where it feels like, because I don't think they reveal right away that he's going to be Brainiac unless there's like an Easter egg that reveals it that I'm not familiar with. But I feel like in the first half,
we know right away that he comes from the ship. The first thing we see is his face after he comes out of the ship.
Okay. Apparently Doctor Who has replaced that in my brain. But it feels like in the first half they're kind of trying to subvert expectations and make you think maybe he's going to be a good guy. Yeah. And then they remember, oh, well, he's Brainiac. He has to be the villain. So he just shifts into a bad guy.
Yeah, it's like they forgot. Because you're supposed to be on his side for a minute because of his hatred of Lex Luthor, and that doesn't come from anywhere either?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, we need to talk about season 4. I just want to talk about 5 now.
Before we do that, though, we do have a super chat from Tom.
Well, why don't you go ahead and read it, John?
I like this season as sci-fi, but I hate it as Superman. Way too many people after Stones. Also, no Austin tonight.
Austin will be here a little bit later. I guess he's babysitting tonight.
Oh.
But he should join us for the second or third episode tonight. And then Robert will be with us a little bit later as well.
Yeah, and he's asking if we're going to do live streams covering Doctor Who after we finish Smallville.
It'd be interesting to see what kind of audience we would have for that. I certainly wouldn't be opposed to it. They'd be shorter.
Yeah, they would.
Because those aren't super long seasons. I've been kind of wanting to do this with 10, 12 episode season things.
Those would be cool.
A little more manageable, you know. You get to go to bed by 6 or 7 in the morning.
Yeah,
that's a novelty.
You know, we could always do that for like Daredevil or something.
Oh yeah, that's a good. We would definitely have an audience for that. But yeah, as far as like liking it as sci-fi but hating it as Superman, I mean, I dislike it as both. I mean, there's some fine stuff in 4. Don't get me wrong. I think overall as a season, it ends up being the weakest of the 4 we will have watched. We'll see if we both feel that way after doing this together. But boy, I binged the last 10 or 12 a year and a half ago over Christmas night because my twins were just a few months old, and I had one that would not go to sleep all through the night. It was the worst Christmas I've ever had, and my whole house was sick, and I had to just hold her all night. There was nothing I could do with her, and so I ended up watching the back half of 4, and it was absolutely miserable. Like, the fact that I had to hold a baby all night is not why it was the worst Christmas I've ever had. It was because I had to watch 10 episodes of this in a row. And now I got to do it again with John. But it'll be more fun because I'll have John.
I had a similar experience when I watched this as I do Buffy season 4, where I liked some of the one-off episodes, but then you get to the actual, like, season-light storyline, and I'm like, I like it as schlock.
Yeah, like, a lot of stuff doesn't add up, and it's trying to do something different and go off the rails intentionally and, you know, subvert expectations or whatever, and it just doesn't have enough of a plan. I mean, I don't guess the problem with Buffy season 4 was that it didn't have a plan so much as just it was a little lame.
From
like
what
the whole villain plot. But
what I have read,
this falls apart.
Yeah, and from what I've read, with the problem with Buffy season 4 is that Joss Whedon had plans, and then they fell apart. And it seems like Joss Whedon is not the kind of creator that can just wing it when something doesn't go the way he wants it to.
Yeah. Yeah, and the problem with this show is it's Superman, so they think they need big, broad scoping sci-fi stories, but they don't know how to do those.
Well, yeah,
they know how to do the smaller, intimate stuff.
Problem as I can't think of his name right now, but the person who showran 11's era in Doctor Who. They have grand scopes, but like when you get to the little details, it makes no sense.
Yeah, it's very Jeff Loeb, which is appropriate because he worked on this show. He's gone by now, I think, but he was there for the first 2 or 3 seasons.
Senior Sticks, Kryptonite has not given me Kryptofreak powers.
Still?
I'm still waiting.
We're counting the Kryptofreaks, but John is not one.
So, if there's not going to be any Kryptofreaks in the back half, does that mean we have to reboot and, like, retitle the show?
Well, no, because Smallville left Smallville and it didn't do that. So why should we? Why should we, John?
True.
If they're not going to bother to be called Metropolis if they go to Metropolis. Discussing topics.
Doesn't have the same ring to it anyway.
Counting what?
Superheroes.
That's exactly what it would be, too. It'd be counting Justice Leaguers. Discussing topics says this is Jeff Loeb's last season. Okay, I didn't know he went all the way through 4. So anyway, I meant to do this 5 minutes ago, but here are the categories as we have them right now. We've got 32 Kryptofreaks, 31 examples of Clark on Green K, 17 car crashes, 28 examples of bullet time, 10 rude super speed exits. I'm sure there's more with all of these. 18 in instances of convenient unconsciousness, 45 people walking away angry, 16 bad guy deaths, 24 love triangle faces, 32 times Clark and Lana are in the loft. We've gotten really adept at counting that one. That's probably pretty close. 15 parents or friends kidnapped or almost killed. 5 times Lex is knocked out or shot. That will go up astronomically this season, I think. 6 amnesias. 38 times we've seen the Wall of Weird. 54 blatant DC/Superman references, 43 people getting thrown, and 17 characters who aren't themselves. We'll have a lot more of those this season as well. Senior Sticks just put in a $2 super chat and says 24-hour streams are insane. Please give John a raise.
They're fun. You might as well just bump up the characters who aren't themselves by 1, because we're going to start with Clark not being himself.
Oh, okay. We'll just count it right now.
Yeah, I'll just count it now.
Okay.
So it's been a minute since I've looked at your old counting Kryptofreaks. Is this the furthest you've made it?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up before we get started. This is kind of a monumentous occasion. 2 of those this week on the channel. I finally talked about Dragon Ball Z, and I'm finally getting past season 3 Smallville. I was so excited
when I saw that. I just have to say, Dragon Ball Z was my gateway into anime. And that was a great video.
Oh, thanks, man. I actually really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'm glad.
I really didn't think I would. But I
guess I'll just say it here. If you ever need help with Dragon Ball Z stuff, I am happy to help.
Oh my God, John is just he's so versatile. There's so, like he's offered to come back for Power Rangers and Dragon Ball Z. Like he's so versatile.
Yeah, I like talking about this stuff.
Well, we got that $2 super chat, so I'm gonna play a sound.
We have to spin the wheel too.
Oh yeah, because we had a $5 one. So we'll spin the wheel for this first episode. I added just a couple things tonight. So for the first 5 minutes of our first episode tonight, we can only throw out compliments and facts, John. So no criticism right away.
Oh no.
So let's go ahead and get into this, folks. Like I said, if you think of anything we should add to the list of things to count, let us know. You can throw in super chats to try to become an honorary Kryptofreak if you aren't one already. We'll pick one of those every 6 hours, and we'll take a break every couple of episodes, generally speaking. Okay. Make sure to get the timestamp 0 if you want to watch the episodes with us. We would encourage you to do that. Because these are very casual and will have a little bit more dead air than your average commentary on the channel.
Especially as we get further in.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, John, actually, just before we start, because we always do this, can you give us a very brief recap? Where were our heroes when last we saw them?
So, Clark is sucked into a cave by someone pretending to be his cousin. Jonathan Kent is in a coma from a heart attack.
He got sucked into the cave by Adrian Palacky.
Yeah, from that one show.
From everything.
Yeah, she's in Supernatural too.
She's in the Orville.
Oh yeah, I saw like the pilot of that, or the first half of the first season, and it was alright.
It gets better. It gets better. That third season is brilliant. Anyway.
Well, I guess I'll add it to the list.
And she gets really good in it.
Oh, cool. I guess I should have said he got sucked in the cave by not Wonder Woman, but...
That's true, too. Again, she's been in everything.
I don't remember where we leave off with Lex.
Well, he's a plane crash.
Oh, that's this... Yeah, that is this season.
Or wait. No, it's not.
That was the...
No, it's not. We did that already.
Yeah, that was season 2 into 3.
Did we do that already? See, it's all blended together. Where is Lex? He saw Lana off on a bus, right?
Yeah, Lana goes to Paris.
Boy, that whole thing is a fever dream to me now. I'm glad I've seen that stuff as much as I have, because I'm not remembering it from when we watched it.
Oh, Lex is poisoned.
Oh, that's what it is.
Thank you, discussing topics of importance.
Yeah, because it looks as though his dad has poisoned him and killed Chloe simultaneously from poison. Because her house blows up, and then we're going to see right at the beginning of this, even though we can't complain about it yet, the completely implausible way she escapes.
Yeah.
Because it's not remotely believable.
Yeah, but...
God, yeah, we're already past all the Helena Bryce stuff. Like, I want to complain about that some more, but we did that.
Yeah, yeah,
right?
I think that's everyone, because that one guy that kept following them around is gone.
The guy that followed him around.
Yeah.
Followed who around? What are we talking about?
He kept following Clark around, but like he'd never been shown up before.
Oh my God, I don't even know who we're talking about right now.
I'm talking about Pete Ross.
Oh! Sorry, God. I thought you meant an actual character that came out of it, because that could happen in this show. I was so confused. Yeah, no, I was actually bummed about that. Thinking about that earlier today.
I'm so sad. The jokes are over.
Yeah, we're not gonna be able to keep that joke. We're gonna have to find another one, and you can't do it with Lois. You can't be like, Lois Lane, who?
Yeah. Although I did find when I watched this, she's in this season way less than I thought.
Yeah. Is she in the intro, or is she like in few enough episodes that she's just recurring?
I think she's still. I think she's still either a guest or reoccurring at this point.
Okay. And then she's even less in 5. Like, she doesn't become a regular until like 8, I don't think.
6 or 7.
Yeah, is she in a lot more of 7? We should get started.
As,
I was going to try to
long
not
as
have any
time
preamble this
decreases,
episode.
her time
We're 20 minutes in already because John wanted to talk about Doctor Who.
I know. I'm terrible.
What am I talking about? I want to talk about Doctor Who too. But we have to talk about season 4 Smallville. There are some gems in here. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
John, right now, at this very moment, for the first 3 seasons we've watched together, what do you think is the best episode on rewatch?
Oh, best single episode out of the first 3 seasons. This is a hard one. I don't know.
Oh man, I stumped him. I put him on the spot.
Yeah. Probably
sorry,
oh no, you're fine. Probably one of the Lex Asylum episode.
Oh sure.
I don't like parts about it, but I like the Lex stuff enough.
Yeah. I think the first part's better than the second part.
Yeah. Anything that gives Lex more screen time, because he's the best thing in the show, unintentionally.
On rewatch, I don't feel like I can give it to Perry anymore. I mean, I still really love that episode, but I used to call that my favorite episode of the series. I don't know if I have that right now. I think I'm tied somewhere between, everybody's favorite, Rosetta, and Vortex. I had such a good watch with Vortex. Or like really both of the episodes of the cliffhanger between 1 and 2. But like that last episode of 1 is so dynamite.
Yeah, I have a hard time picking specific episodes with this show. It's kind of, at least for me, from when I was a big fan, like I still like this show, but it's not one I go back to a lot outside of this. It's more just like the overall experience of watching this show. That kind of gets me. And we haven't gotten to my favorite episode, and I hope it holds up, but that isn't until like season 9.
Oh, interesting. I'm excited to see what that is. If we don't...
I'll just tell you, it's the zombie episode.
If we don't kill ourselves doing this before then.
Yeah, I mean, it's the zombie episode.
Okay. I don't remember anything about that anymore, but I think you've mentioned it on the show. Oh, and also, John, look what I got this weekend.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a Superman shirt by the next time we do this. I found one that I want to order.
Finally. We'll be at the halfway point. He'll finally have a Superman shirt.
Well, yeah, because we're out of the Smallville phase and getting into the Superman phase, so I got to get the Superman shirt.
That's a good point. Yeah, my wardrobe will change later on too. Okay, let's finally start watching this, guys. I'm just having fun talking to John right now. So, Crusade is the episode in question. It's season 4, episode 1. You'll see a timer there on your screen, so you can sync up with us if you need that. And everybody, please press play right now. 3 months later. So here's an observation, since that's all we can do right now. Didn't we do that last season?
Yes.
And again, I think there's a recap on TV, so the 3 months later thing watches better.
So I really like this introduction to Lois with the watching the video and the screen. Especially because if you're just watching this for the first time, you don't know that's Lois.
I love what the sky looked like there. That was great.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you. And if you weren't paying attention to the previews at the time, because the I'm Lois Lane line was all over the advertising. Like they sold this on her like. Voyager was sold on 7 of 9. Like, she was all over the place over that summer. Okay. But if you didn't know that, it is a cool revelation that's who you're looking at.
So I had that with this because I didn't get into this show until it had to have been into season 8, and I caught up on the first 7 seasons on DVD.
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, we're gonna have a car wreck?
Robert Wild, Cap, does the title Crusade count as a DC Comics reference?
I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, I mean it's.
I'm not sure what he's referring to there even.
Maybe isn't there a Batman story part of Nightfall, like the last with the word crusade in it?
Yeah, but I mean that doesn't have anything to do with
That's
this.
a stretch, yeah.
There's no way they're looking at that. He's probably thinking of something else, but I don't know what. Oh, that was an S. Did you see that?
Yeah, if I like tilt my head a little bit.
Well, yeah, that's what you'd have to do. But I'm gonna count it. That was an S reference.
We have another $5 super chat. I like I'm
Mixoplex.
guessing he means Mixoplex.
He means Mixoplex, yeah. That's a lot of X's in your Mixoplex there, Tom.
As a power, and now they fix hate. What they did to him also neat. Fact, Lionel Clark switch was my first episode. It turned me off.
Yeah,
I don't know what the first half means.
I can't imagine my first episode of the show being that episode.
Yeah.
So, certainly an unconventional way for Lois Lane and Clark Kent to meet.
I really like Tom Welling and Erica Durance's chemistry in this season. I think it kind of carries the interactions.
I feel like there's not quite enough instances of naked Clark to count it, but we've already had it like a couple times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
does that count as a DC reference?
I guess it does. I mean, to be fair, we have already name dropped her, but not as Lois Lane, just as Lois, I think. Like we knew Chloe had a cousin named Lois, I think. I know we had that cousin line, but I think we even knew that it was Lois.
It's really unfortunate Jensen Ackles got stuck in the role that he is in the show because he's a really good actor.
Look, we're not 5 minutes in yet, okay?
Oh. It's really cool that Jensen Ackles is in this because I like him as an actor.
Yeah, she's not in the intro yet.
Yeah, he is.
No, I mean Lois Lane.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said he isn't.
No, I said she's not in the intro yet. Interesting that you're seeing Clark fly in the intro and that hasn't happened yet. I don't know if we did that in previous seasons at all, where we start like adding scenes that you haven't even seen yet to the intro.
I like that this turned into The Exorcist for a minute.
See, I've never seen all of The Exorcist, so...
Oh, okay.
So I wouldn't have picked up on that, but it certainly feels like Indiana Jones right away.
Yeah, the opening scene of The Exorcist reminds me a lot of this.
And it also looks a lot like Stargate.
I've never seen that I've seen like some clips.
I've actually been watching some SG-1 just recently. I like that show a lot.
I think one of the actors in SG-1 is Kratos in those new God of War games.
Yeah, Christopher Judge.
Yeah.
Hey, he's got my tattoo.
Oh, nice.
Oh, he's got a Superman cape. Are we counting every time that happens? We're not, are we?
I don't think so. I think you limited to like we can't count the same reference multiple times.
Yeah. I mean, I'm counting all the S's because they're different, the different ones.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question for you. Do you think, because this is not Margot Kidder's first appearance, right? Haven't we had her once before? Or is this the first time
this is her first one.
Is it? Okay.
Because before it was just Reeve.
I always think we see her before that, but yeah, they cast her once Christopher Reeve passed away, right?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Or had he not quite died yet, and they were already setting this up, and they were hoping to do something with both of them? I don't think that happened. This guy's good extra.
No, because he comes back in this season.
No, he doesn't. We've already had that. He's only in the show twice, and we had it last season. He's in one episode season 2. He's in one episode season 3, and that's got Lionel Luthor in it.
No, you're right. So
we already thought. Yeah, you and I talked about it.
Yeah. So no, that must be what it is because I remember she has a line that kind of hints that her character and his character in this universe had something going, like almost were together.
Yes. No, I always mix it up with. Okay, do we buy? We can criticize things now. Do we buy that Lex Luthor is so famous worldwide that he's got a huge headshot in Forbes magazine in France?
Yes.
Okay, maybe. I guess because he's taken over Lionel or Luthor Corp and Lionel Luthor is in prison.
Yeah,
that probably makes him a bigger deal.
Yeah, I mean, I know he's not in this universe, but I could see that headshot being Bruce Wayne, Oliver Queen.
Yep. Yeah, no, that's totally fair. And I also like it thematically. I like this idea that he's kind of following her around. Because we're already laying the seeds for their very odd, tumultuous relationship down the road. And we're going to get
That was something I noticed during my rewatch. Because I remember when I was a kid, I was like, that came out of nowhere.
It really didn't.
Older, it's like they kind of seed it.
It kind of feels like it because it's so few and far between, but you got to read between the lines, and I think it's explicit enough, and I think it's there from 3. Like we talked about it last season, where we kept noticing stuff, and there's this really nice bookend where they have this, he's got that wonderful send off to her at the end of last season that's real kind of heartfelt, and then at the end of this season he's using her and it's all about just trying to get the stones, and it's a really nice parallel and bookend for that scene from last season.
Now the question is, do you believe that this is actually Paris?
No, I actually buy this as Kansas before I buy it as Paris. And they can't pull off Kansas.
I've been to Kansas, so I'll take your word on that. I deal with a lot of people from Kansas on the phones, but
no, it kind of looks like the same street, the same backlot that they're shooting. I don't know if it's a backlot, but the same area that they shoot, in Smallville with the Talon, just redressed for France.
Apparently, Jonathan Kent has the taste of a 7th grader when it comes to novels.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. I mean, I do buy that character liking that book, but
no, I do too. It cracks me up.
That's
like I haven't thought about that book since 7th grade.
Yeah, I can't think of it. What is that book?
The book that she's just reading?
Yeah,
it's Huckleberry Finn.
Oh, is it Huckleberry? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't looking at the screen because I was about to pull up the wheel, and so I was going from memory. And there's another scene where she's reading a different book to him. And it's and so it's God, I can't think of the name of that book. But anyway, I forgot that Huckleberry Finn was one of the books.
Real quick before you pull up the wheel.
Yeah.
T-Edge1 says, I think it's mentioned that she's his wife in a $2 super chat. And I think he's talking about Margot Kidder and Christopher Reeve's characters in the show. No, they are not wife. Married. They were almost like a thing.
Yes, that's exactly right. She was his assistant.
Yeah. Because... get it? They were Clark Kent and Lois Lane.
Right. So you have to do that. And clearly we've cast her... This is what I was going to say earlier. If this wasn't her first appearance, it's... And now as you say, it's not. It's clear that they put her here now because they're introducing Lois Lane, so they wanted to have that stunt casting. So you have the movie Lois at the same time as you have the new Lois.
And then I don't know if you remember this, but then we get Erica Durance to come back for Supergirl.
I don't remember who she plays in that. I remember her being
She's
in that.
Supergirl's mom.
Oh, wow! I didn't remember that.
I don't think they do that until 2 or 3, but
yeah, and I didn't watch past 2 because it got really bad. But
yeah, I'm sad about that because I really liked season 1.
I liked a lot of things about season 1, yeah. But no, we did a ton of stunt casting. Like, we had Laura Vandervoort as a Brainiac. That was fun.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? And we had the Supergirl, the movie Supergirl as the foster mom.
Oh, yeah. I've never seen that movie, so that didn't do anything for me. But speaking of Laura
and then Wonder
Vandervoort,
Woman was the president.
Yeah. But speaking of Laura Vandervoot, I've been showing the Saw movies to a buddy of mine, and she shows up in Saw 8.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I have met her in person twice, and she is wonderful.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I really like her in things I've seen her in. She was also in a remake of a, what is his name? The guy that made The Fly.
Oh, yeah. I can't think of it either.
But anyway, they remade one of his movies, and she's in it, and she was really good.
Cronenberg?
Yeah, that's it. Cronenberg.
I like Pink very much, Lois.
Okay, I've got to spin the wheel here.
Discussing topics of importance wants to make me watch Supergirl. The movie or the show? Because I've seen some of the show.
Oh, we're yelling Clark, sir.
Oh, and Austin isn't here.
Clark! It'll come up again. The wheel loves this category.
Yeah, it does.
We're seeing his back a lot.
So, like, if
Clark...
you're Lois Lane, you're not just going to drop this.
You're going to drop what?
You're not just going to drop the fact that you found Clark Kent with amnesia in the middle of a field.
Yeah. No, you're going to have a Lex Luthor-esque curiosity about that.
Yeah. But, spoiler, she's not going to mention it 3 episodes from now.
Because even though I'm not a... yeah, it's going to...
I love the white suit.
We have to Yes, I do too. And I think that's an intentional symbol that he's getting more and more evil, and he's starting to look like he's going to at his most evil as the president with the flash that we saw of that in season 1.
Yeah. And
he's just gonna get... Oh, that guy's in Harry Potter, isn't he?
I don't think so.
I think that guy might be one of the... not trolls. What are they? The goblins? I think that might be one of the goblins at the bank. He looks a lot like one of those guys, but there's a lot of CG on those, so I might be mistaken. Oh, don't get on an airplane, Lex. Lex should never get on an airplane.
Seriously, if I was Lex Luthor, I'd never get on an airplane.
No. Especially, sorry, I was almost about to say something really sexist. I was about to say, especially with beautiful women. Lex Luthor should not get on...
Is it really sexist when, like, the only time that we've seen him on an airplane, like, the major time, a woman tried to kill him?
But, I mean, this is his doctor and not his wife, you know.
I would like to point out that the woman in question was also a doctor.
Okay, so yeah, that's not sexist at all. Female doctors don't get on planes with them.
Hello, bag.
Now, let me ask you this. Do you think we have already dropped intentionally or forgotten that Lex might be immune to everything and immortal?
Yes, because he's poisoned.
Yeah.
No, because isn't there a line that mentions that if he hadn't had the, like, super white blood cells or whatever, that the poison would have instantly just killed him?
Oh, maybe so. Okay, why is... We haven't talked at all about the weird mythology that's happening, and Clark is now being Kal-El, and he's got amnesia, like John said, and he is... you know, embracing whatever Jor-El wants him to do.
Does this count as an amnesia for the...
Are we counting those? Oh, Clark.
You got it on the... Oh, Clark!
Yes, it absolutely does.
So, see, we get 2 for the price of 1. A character who isn't themselves and amnesia.
But I was just going to say...
I'd buy that for $1.
I don't think Kal-El would bother with any of this. Like, why is he standing there talking to her right now?
No, he should be like one of Zod's henchmen in Man of Steel or something, like tearing stuff up until he gets what he wants.
Yeah. And then there's
I mean, he smashed the picture frame. Does that count? That's the best they could do on this budget.
Yeah. Because the problem is, I don't think the writers yet even know what Jor-El's endgame is and what he is, you know, really after. Like, they're gonna, they're setting up the stones and everything. So maybe they sort of do. Here's my big question about all of this: are the stones separate at all?
I hate that sound.
I know you do. Are the stones separate at all from what Jor-El is doing here, or is it already all about the stones? Like, is that convenient, or are they separate subplots that happen to be converging?
They have to be separate subplots that are converging because he's specifically looking for the stones as Kal-El.
Okay.
And that has to be what Jor-El told him to do.
So that's what Jor-El is wanting him to do, is pull the stones together, because if he doesn't, for some reason, a second meteor shower comes out of nowhere in space and hits the planet.
Okay, so this is some mental gymnastics, so take it for what you will.
Real quick, though, we should talk about this effect, because I've always really liked it.
It's for TV, it's a great flying effect.
And also just the choice, like their version of flying, I think it's inspired in, and not everybody agrees with this, but this is one of the iconic shots of the show now, partly because it's in the intro forever, but like, I think it's as inspired as the way they do heat vision. And there's other things that keep going back to it, that he's creating like a ripple effect before he takes off and stuff. It's just nice that they put some thought into it and try to make it look kind of cinematic.
Yeah. So discussing topics of important entertainment brings this up, and this kind of goes into my theory of what's going on with the stones. Jor-El, he needs the stones to construct the fortress. Which is true. But I think that the reason you have to construct the fortress is because the meteor shower also brings in Brainiac. And kind of starts the Phantom Zone stuff in season 5. So I think maybe there's a portal in space that is opened up for the Phantom Zone to get to Earth, and you need something in the fortress to close that, because he doesn't close it. The portal opens and brings that stuff out of the Phantom Zone.
Okay. But that's so massively convoluted, right?
It is, and a lot of that is mental gymnastics trying to piece together what we get.
Because it's giant two-pronged stakes. Like, Jor-El, first of all, he's not even talking about the stakes are yet. He doesn't tell Clark why he needs to put the stones together. He just says put them together. And it's kind of brainwashing and mind control anyway. But he doesn't at any point say General Zod is coming until later. He says at the end of the season, you have to put the stones together or there's going to be a meteor shower. So he needs the stones to be put together to make the fortress to deal with Zod when that happens, but also there's going to be a meteor shower, which he's not able to stop from happening because he doesn't get the stones together in time.
Well, so that, and again, none of this is in the show. This is just me putting together separate threads. The biggest problem is Jor-El.
It's a video game plot.
Yeah. The biggest problem is that Jor-El doesn't tell Clark anything, because in season 5, you have that whole subplot with Brainiac manipulating Clark. And then when he finally does go to Jor-El, Jor-El is just like, no, you need to listen to me. I know what I'm doing. Instead of, no, look, this guy is working for someone else named Zod who destroyed the planet. So Clark naturally sides with the person who's being open and honest with him, or he thinks he's being honest with him. And then this nonsense.
Yeah, and like they're presenting it real confident and bold. Like when you watch this episode for the first time, it feels like it's setting up a really interesting, exciting, complex mystery plot. And it's ultimately, again, there's some good episodes this season, but the mystery plot itself is ultimately kind of on the level of Star Trek Discovery or Star Trek Picard. Like, it just never adds up. It never really amounts to anything.
Star Trek Picard is a masterpiece.
Says some people.
Says me who's never watched it in my life, but you know.
So yeah,
Captain Falcon?
So yeah, people were excited for me to finally weigh in on Lois because I've been talking about Kryptofreaks for over a decade and I've never got this far, so I was never able to really talk about her. And I'm going to disappoint some people because I don't have real strong feelings about this version of the character one way or another. Like, I like Durant's. I think she is really, really good casting. I like her performance, but like with a lot of characters in this show, I like the performance more than I like the writing, and or that I like the initial choice of characterization, I should say, because you're right that she and Clark have plenty of chemistry. They're fun to see on screen together. I've just never cared for the choice of, and the show does, and partly because the show does this too much, of everything's gotta be the opposite of what it's eventually gonna be. I don't like that she shows up and has no interest in anything remotely close to journalism, and she and Clark absolutely hate each other and have to be in that place for years before they finally kindle some kind of a romance. It's frustrating, and it's that teasing thing they do with Lana, but like much better done, admittedly, but going the other way, where it's like they have so much chemistry, you just can't wait for them to finally realize they're meant to be together. That's not fun for me in the way it is for a lot of other people, because I'm so sick of the Lana thing, and that's still going on, that I just want him to hook up with someone that he lines up better with, and they won't allow that to happen, so it reads contrived to me. It feels like they don't like each other, and people are going to argue with me, and that's fine. People are not going to agree with this, but it never felt natural to me that these two people dislike each other like siblings that are just forced to live together. It always felt like an arbitrary story choice, because everything has to be the opposite of what it will be eventually.
So I half agree. And that I do really like their relationship and kind of the build up to that point where they decide they like each other. However, the point where they decide they like each other is where I agree with you that it's a light switch. And then maybe should have taken another season or two to get to that point. Maybe like they get together in the finale and like that's how you set up that, oh, he's Superman now. But no, like I agree with what you said. Is it's all the performance with her.
Yeah.
And since I'm not like a hardcore Reeves era fan, I would say she's probably my favorite Lois. Like I think Lois is kind of whatever in those Reeves movies. Like she's fine, but I don't really care either way. But no, it is definitely a light switching up in season 8 just because Lana's
that's one
not
of the
there.
great Lex shots in the show. We've got another kind of irony thing going on here, of course, where the first time you see Clark flying, even though we're supposed to have the no flights, no tights rule, he is attacking a plane instead of saving it. That is shot in such a way where it's supposed to be kind of a twisted version of the classic Superman saving a plane thing. And like I said, I get sick of some of the ironies, but some of them are cleverer and cooler to watch than others. So I have to take it all case by case. I like that one.
Yeah. And I mean,
I don't like this situation. I don't like the whole Kal-El versus Clark thing, but they do fun things visually with it at least. So like I can enjoy it on that level.
I do kind of like that they got her for this because you get two people from the Reeves era interacting. Obviously playing different characters.
Oh, good call. Yeah, no, that is nice. Yeah, Tom, I'll count that. He says maybe
Who is Dana Delaney?
I mean, not really for the whole bird plane thing so much, Tom, is just what I was saying earlier, that's kind of a reference to the classic Superman save.
Tom does say they came out and said it, though.
Danny, oh, well, they do that. They've done that before, too. Dana Delaney is Lois Lane in the Bruce Timm show. And she's a lot of people's favorite Lois. But as far as, and I think that's kind of objectively the right answer, maybe, but as far as live action Lois's, my favorite remains Lois and Clark.
Yeah, when typically when I'm listing like my favorites, if I'm saying like a live action person, I don't count animation just because it's not fair.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I get so tired of people being like, "Oh, Kevin Conroy's the best Batman." It's like, yeah, he is, but not for live action. You can't compare the two. They're different mediums. Whoop.
I had to play a sound.
It's game over. Game over, man. Game over.
Thomas Lowe says Durance is in the same level as Terry Hatcher. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just a taste thing with choices they made in the show. I think that's actually true on a performance and casting level. I also think that the best Lois Lane casting is probably Amy Adams, but it's an even worse problem of we didn't do anything with her.
Yeah, and I mean, as between the two of us, the Snyder fan, like, I like her, but she's underutilized.
Yep. We were talking over it. Is that the bit where Lex walks in and says, "Dad, you're in great shape"? That always makes me laugh.
This is also a weird shift in dynamic where suddenly Lionel is like, yeah, my son is the devil.
That's right. And then they're going to take that all the way to the 9s. Because he's going to have his soul cleansed by Clark's soul.
Yeah. Well, he becomes the prophet, I guess, for Jor-El.
Yeah.
I always kind of laugh when he's on screen because, like, this is a completely me thing just because it's stuff that I grew up watching. But every time I see Jonathan Glover on screen, I just see the RoboCop 2 bit that he's in.
Yeah. Oh, for whatever reason, that reminded me of something I wanted to say at the beginning, which is when Chloe is on the computer screen and Lois is watching that, it kind of feels like Lois is just watching an episode of the Chloe Chronicles.
Well, she is, yeah. That's the final episode. They canceled it shortly after.
Because she's ostensibly dead.
Yeah. We regret to inform you the Chloe Chronicles has been canceled. Why? Because she's dead.
How can he be the one if he's dead? Discussing topics says Lionel is weird this season. Agreed. And Robert Wilde says Prison Lionel should have had a spinoff.
I would have watched that.
Oh, yeah. No, John Glover looks amazing here. Like, people were talking about how ripped he is. And he looks cool with short hair.
Great look for Lionel.
I mean, I love long hair Lionel. I used to take my long hair out every time Lionel showed up on screen, but I'm not going to do that this season because he's got a mostly shaved head.
I can represent short-haired Lionel because my hair is short.
It's not that short.
True. It was when I first cut it, but...
Oh, okay. But I also didn't want to go that far because I like my long hair now.
My hair grows really fast, and if I let it get too long, it starts giving me a headache.
Oh,
so
really? Crazy.
Because it gets really, like, thick, and instead of, like normal people's hair.
No, I'll rescind what I said earlier. I forgot that they get into he's affected by the poison, but it should have killed him because he might be a Kryptofreak.
Yeah.
But at some point, we are going to kind of forget about all that.
After this season.
Maybe,
really, it's just to explain why he survives this.
I'm gonna say maybe it's even a little bit later on, and it's like the opposite of the soul cleansing thing, where like Zod takes that ability away from him by being in his body.
Well, that might not be far off the truth because they do a whole thing where he's like prepared to be the host of Zod.
Oh, I was just making fun of things.
Well, because I
was joking.
And I love to complain about this, but they put him through this whole thing to make him a Kryptonian.
Yo, yeah.
And he gets the powers before he's Zod. And it's dumb.
Can we agree?
You can't just make somebody a Kryptonian.
There's obviously some, TV level effects and stuff that doesn't hold up the best, but this episode looks great.
Yeah.
For this show.
And there's the thumbnail.
Oh, yeah. When I pulled that thumbnail, I actually was wondering where in this episode it was, because I knew it was from this episode. We got a lot of naked people in this episode.
surprising for TV of this. I don't want to say quality, but like of cable television, I guess, or not like cable, but
broadcast.
Network.
But then
That's the word I'm looking for.
But then this show does do a fair bit of TNA, of course.
What?
You know what I mean? Like it's
no,
it likes to get, you know, real sexy.
Oh yeah.
They're just
looks like she's been through a horror movie.
They're just doing a lot more of it. Of specifically that this episode.
Not many people know this, but that shot of Kristen Curick when she was looking through the door was actually her audition tape for The Grudge.
Yeah, she looks like she's in a horror film right now.
Yeah.
That's a shot that always stuck with me.
But the real horror is having to watch her be possessed by the witch.
Yeah. Are you gonna look away? Like you can't even handle it?
Yeah. It freaks me out, man.
Well, it's nice to give Martha something to do with the big Mythology A story, because that never happens.
Yeah. So I may have asked this before in previous seasons, and I'm sure I will ask it again after this season.
Yeah.
Is all the different kinds of kryptonite, because I know like there's a few colors in the comics, but is like black kryptonite a show invention, or is that a comic thing?
I think we already had black, but they do different things than they do in the comics by and large. They'll kind of make up new things. We haven't had black
yet. This is its introduction, but we will have another episode with black, and it's the one that splits Lex in half.
Do we want to call this a Superman 3 reference, or does it just happen to be sort of doing that again?
I can't imagine, if they were going to reference a Superman movie, I can't imagine they'd go to 3 of all things.
Yeah, and this is a total stretch. I don't think they did this on purpose, but it is kind of interesting that we're seeing... Sorry, what?
They fix Clark and instantly Jonathan wakes up.
Yeah. It's sort of like when the evil magician gets defeated, just magically everything he did gets undone. I mean, it's that thing, that trope. But I was just going to say, it is interesting, I don't think it's on purpose, that you kind of have Clark fighting himself, like in Superman 3, and that actress is standing there.
True,
because that's the movie she's in.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible. I do love that shot of him, like, choking himself.
It's neat, yeah. I mean, it's hard to fully appreciate what is even happening there. It's like, Black Kryptonite, we'll find out later. This is based on something that happens later, because when you're watching that, you don't really get what Black Kryptonite is doing. But it will split Lex into 2 different versions of himself.
Yeah.
But are we to believe that there were 2 versions of Clark, and then the Black Kryptonite split them for a second? Like, you know what I mean? Like with Lex, it was the standard good and bad version or self that every person has. But here, it's like Jor-El took his memory away and brainwashed him and replaced him with this like almost machine-like automaton. That's not this other part of Clark that he has to have to survive. It's not the same thing.
Yeah. So, I mean, they don't go into any of this, but my kind of, I guess, personal rating, and I like it like that, is Superman is all about duality. Clark Kent, Superman, Kal-El, Clark Kent, whatever.
Yeah.
So, like, when you use Black Kryptonite, which I guess splits people's personalities, you would have the Kryptonian and the human. So, like, the Kal-El that we've been watching for this episode is what he would be like if he was just a pure Kryptonian that was raised on Krypton. And then you have the human side, which is Clark Kent.
Yeah, it's just kind of, like, literalizing that idea too far, in my mind.
Yeah.
And you're right, I think thematically that's what it's supposed to be, but yeah, he didn't have any Kryptonian upbringing or any of that before then, so it becomes this, like, you know, really weird kind of nature-nurture thing.
Yeah.
Where, like, I don't know. What are we saying that his natural Kryptonian side even is? I guess is kind of my question. If it's like the Spock thing.
Ask me in 4 seasons when we finally do something with that. Well, and I can make this reference now because you've seen it. It's like Goku versus Kakarot. They're 2 different people, like, living in the same body.
Oh, okay. And of course, Goku is looking at Superman super hard in the first place.
Yeah. Well, and Toriyama does that a lot. There's a lot of, like, Western imagery and references. I always tell people, because I like some Superman stuff, but, like, Goku was my introduction to that idea of Superman.
Yeah. Well, and I really like, on paper and thematically, paralleling Clark and Lex in that way, where, like, they both have, of course, their dark sides because everybody does, but there's always
side.
Say that again.
And dark side, because we're in the DC universe. Dark side.
And they both have their Thanos, and there's a like nature question of like whether in a altruism can win out at all. Sorry, I'm distracted. Dagon Spear says, in my opinion, only in this season because Black K is used on Doomsdavis. Oh, does that happen? Is that because Clark is Kryptonian, it doesn't affect him like it does Lex? This is more Clark fighting programming by Jor-El. That read makes a lot more sense to me.
But if it's just programming, there would be 2 of him.
Well, yeah, that's...
I don't think.
Yeah, because... And that's where I say it just literalizes it too far. It's like giving us a visual representation of it. But then... So, like, in the episode, it's easier to look at it as it's just a visual representation of what is happening in his mind, but then it becomes a problem retroactively because Black Kryptonite physically splits Lex into 2 different people.
Yeah.
So even if it affects different people differently, I have to assume, based on what happens in Onyx, that Clark was actually literally that was happening to him, and Martha Kent saw that happening to him. Robert, we're not counting books. You are counting books. We've talked about this. Only he was counting books.
That is what happens with Doomsday and Davis, because you get that really funny bad scene.
I forgot about that.
When he split from Doomsday, he tries to kill Jimmy, and that's how he dies. Or he does kill Jimmy, and then he's killed. One of the 2. It's been a minute.
Okay, I remember the Jimmy thing, but yeah, I didn't remember Black Kryptonite having anything to do with it. Interesting. Are they consistent with how it works?
Yeah. It just separates Doomsday from Davis.
Okay, so they sort of are and they sort of aren't. Like...
Because the idea is if you they believe that if they separate Doomsday from Davis, they'll just be like a regular guy and like he can be saved, and then he instantly goes crazy and tries to and kills Jimmy.
Okay, they clearly don't want me to think about this as hard as I can't help but think about this, but like you have 2 sides of Lex's personality. The Doomsday and Davis thing was alternate personalities. They're like separate entities.
Well, and to be fair,
why would Black Kryptonite do that?
Showrunner, so like it's hard to say if it's them being inconsistent or just them having a different take.
Oh yeah, good call, because they change entirely what Jor-El and Zod are.
Yeah.
Robert says that I missed somebody getting thrown. Yeah, I'm getting really, really stuck on this character analysis here. I gotta get through my thought process before I can move on, because it kind of drives me crazy.
We've still got the Clark wearing blue jacket with a red shirt.
Yep. Is this intentional? Where the first time Clark as himself talks to Lois, they're in a graveyard like with Lana in the pilot?
Possibly. Because I'm not even convinced that these guys, the showrunners in this of this era of Smallville, were gonna go to Lois and Clark, because that's also new showrunners. So I mean, it's possible that they were like setting up, like, maybe this is kind of like a parallel.
Yeah.
I can't wait till they get here with Rosenbaum's podcast and be like, yeah, we totally planned that out. No, I will say, so I still haven't caught up to wherever they are now. Like, I don't think I've seen any of their season 3 stuff. But
yeah, I haven't yet either.
When they get the 2 showrunners of the original run on, and they're like, yeah, I mean, we were doing the best we could at the time and what we had.
Well, they're so rushed.
Yeah.
And they made that show in kind of a weird way because the writers aren't even in the same country.
Oh.
Like they're not there. Like they're writing in California and the show is being made in Vancouver. And like
True, yeah.
And like most of the time they're not even there on set.
That's crazy. I didn't know about that. I mean, I knew this was made in Vancouver, but
and I didn't know about that until Rosenbaum's podcast. They do talk about that there. Darren Root says cap at CW. Well, yes, that's true. But what's always, and I've talked about this a lot, but what's always really frustrating about me about the show, and the reason that I have such a love-hate relationship with it, that's a cool cliffhanger, except like you knew that was gonna happen, right?
My problem with it is, how do you know? Like, I know how he knows, but he just blurts it out to Lois.
He does that all the time, and then she's got this look on her face like, oh my god. Like, what she should say is, how do you know?
Yeah.
That's exactly right. And then I don't remember if they address it. They probably do, where she's like, well, how'd you figure that out? And then he'll come up with some kind of lame excuse, and then they'll just never talk about it again. But, like, those things add up, and I don't understand how she gets past the amnesia thing so fast. It's like, everything about the way they meet is just bizarre, and she is the last person in the world that should be surprised when she finds out that he's an alien. But I was just going to say, the reason I have such a love-hate relationship with this show is because of the places where, from the beginning, really, it does get a lot smarter than a typical CW show. Like, there's just these sparks of brilliance in it, and it makes me want to raise it to a higher standard all the time, because I know what it's capable of.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's why I can't help but take it as seriously as I do, even though sometimes I feel like I can't take it seriously at all.
What we're saying is we need the Doctor to come in and save Smallville.
That's right. Yeah, is that what this show needed? What if Moffat had run Smallville? What would that have been like?
That would have been like this season of Smallville, but for 10 years.
This season specifically?
Yeah, so something that I noticed when I was watching through the Moffat era, which, if for anybody who doesn't know, is mostly Matt Smith and Peter Capaldi. Moffat has these grand ideas, and when he tries to put them together, it's complete nonsense. I still don't know what's happening through half of the Smith era.
Yeah.
And I've heard his Dracula show is awful.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Tom, $5 super chat. Okay, but why does he know that it was an explosion? Like, would you even find a body if it was an explosion? And Robert says, to be fair, most explosions wouldn't completely incinerate a body. And also, regardless of all of that, if there's a casket and it's buried, then everybody's going to assume there's a body in it. Like, yeah. if it was completely incinerated and there was no body, it would be a cremation at best. She wouldn't have been buried. Or if she was, it wouldn't be in a casket.
Yeah,
unless somebody was trying to hide, which I guess is ultimately what happened. But like, you know what I mean? Like if somebody was trying to hide the fact that her body was incinerated.
To be fair, I guess I'll give them that because they're obviously like in denial that something happened to their friend or feeling guilty over it.
Yeah.
So like any lead that they could possibly have, they will take.
No, I actually don't have any problem with it at all.
Yeah. I mean, my only problem is just him blurting it out with no way to prove, like, how do I know this?
Look, he's out of practice, okay? He's been brainwashed Kal-El for 3 months.
He built it with a box of scraps in a cave.
He was already the worst liar imaginable, and he hasn't had practice at it for 3 months.
True.
Okay, let's spin the wheel. I'm waiting to hear from Austin to see if he wants to come on this episode.
No, Matt Smith's not in Dracula.
Okay, we will probably pull him into this one. So everybody go ahead and get the next one set up. It is... This episode is gone.
But it's right here.
How do you...
Weird that this show is still on Hulu.
Before we flip the sign, how do you... What, just because it has been for so long?
Yeah, well, like, Warner Brothers has their own streaming service now.
Yeah. The CW rights are still weird, and I just wonder how long the Hulu contract went. Like, most of the CW shows that didn't get a contract with HBO Max when it started are not on HBO Max.
Oh,
like Supergirl's not there. Like a lot of those shows aren't there. It's Batwoman and it's Superman and Lois, and like it's some things that got contracts very early. Or late, depending on how you look at it. Like very early for Max. You see what I'm saying? So yeah. It probably has, because like I don't think Max has Arrow or any of that stuff. Maybe they have.
Yeah, that stuff is still on Netflix, I think.
Yeah, so it's just contracts they've had with other companies for a long time. It'll probably all eventually go there, or it won't because they don't think anybody will watch them. Certain of them, Legends might be on Max. I don't remember. Anyway,
well, I mean, it's Legends. Who cares?
Yeah. Batwoman too. But anyway,
hey, Batwoman has a very dedicated fan base made up specifically of Austin.
That's right. It sure does. He's been begging me to do a show exclusively for that for a long time, and he's not joking either. How do you flip for Crusade?
So I don't know where my sign is. I'll find it when we go to break. That's the one thing I forgot. But I'm gonna flip green. Yes,
I will flip green as well. As irritated as I am still about the way that season ends, and just the whole conception of like Kal-El Clark, which I just don't care for, and the really convoluted Jor-El plan and all of that. The execution of that episode is really good. And it kind of helps that they don't bring back fake Supergirl or any of that.
Yeah. Didn't she die?
Oh, did she?
I think she dies.
Okay. I don't remember. But yeah, there's a lot of, like I said, confidence and focus in that episode. Like, it's a really, for what it is anyway. I mean, it'll get super convoluted. But just for that 42 minutes, it's a real tightly woven script, I think. Doesn't waste any time, I guess, is what I'm saying.
And you know what's kind of the shame with fake Supergirl is the actress that they casted would have been a good Supergirl.
Yeah. That felt like a tease, too. Okay, let's go ahead and spin the wheel. And we'll see if Austin gets in here with us. Okay, we have to do only color commentary now for the first 5 minutes of this episode, which means all we can do is describe what we're seeing.
Oh.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and do this one, I guess, and then Austin will come on after that.
Okay.
I was trying to let him know that he could just jump in right now, but I guess he is gonna wait. So anyway,
how Canadian of him.
Okay, folks, get to timestamp 0 of the second episode of the season. Oh, I didn't actually get that written in. Hold on. What is it? Gone?
Yeah.
Gotta love these one-word episode titles. The one thing that's really nice about them is that they don't take long for me to put in here.
And he's gone.
For once, I wasn't the one that did that. That's amazing. Oh, also, folks, I wasn't keeping up too hard with the count because I had so many things that I was distracted by, and I was really hung up on character analysis. So let me know if I missed.
You went like 15 minutes on that one thing. It was amazing.
I know. Let me know if I missed any counts. I'm really surprised we didn't have a car crash at the beginning of that episode, though.
I mean, no, I guess she doesn't crash, right? She just sees the disturbance and goes to see it. See what's going on.
Well, she runs off the road, but then she just stops her car.
Yeah.
It was shocking.
Sticks, what gong?
Oh, my gong.
Oh.
You don't know about the gong?
No, I do. I just didn't realize that's what he was talking about.
I assume that's what he's talking about. I don't know why you would want the gong right now.
I don't either.
But I got it.
I don't really want the gong, but I mean, thanks for offering, Sticks, for asking.
Are you anti-gong?
It's whatever.
I've heard of people like you.
Oh.
I'm just joking. People love the gong. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. Everybody, please press play. Oh, now we get a recap. Isn't that weird? Everybody, please press play right now.
Jareth Gearhart says Max should get the CW shows 5 years after the series ends. I mean, but in 5 years, is anybody going to care about the Arrowverse?
Well, you could say that about this. Like, why are people still watching this?
Yeah, I don't. Apparently, admittedly, some of that is my bias, but I would rather watch this than 90% of the Arrowverse.
Well, sure. And it jumps the shark and falls off, arguably earlier collectively as a whole universe. If that makes any sense. Because, I couldn't take Arrow seriously past 2, and that's very early in a shared universe with 6 shows.
Yeah, and I'm the same way. I like season 2 more than you do. A little bit more.
Yeah.
But immediately season 3, I'm like, oh, no.
Oh, in the middle of that is embarrassing.
I was already falling off just with the first episode. By the time we got to the middle, I was like, I don't know what's happening.
It's a nicely framed shot here with the field in the background. Oh, we're supposed to be doing color commentary. Well, they're walking toward a do not cross tape.
They're walking towards Clark's house.
No, they're walking toward Chloe's. Okay, because yeah, that is probably where they actually are. But this is supposed to be the safe house that she was in. That doesn't look so safe. And there's rubble, John.
There's appliances that look like they've been spray painted brown.
And Lois is wearing an orange coat. And Clark is looking like he's about to start x-raying again. Maybe he'll once again say, I found something. Yeah, she doesn't. That's so convenient that they're able to just go past that scene from the last episode without her ever going, hey, Clark, how'd you know that?
Well, and
that's a helicopter. Is coming.
We're about to get Sam Lane.
That's right. And Clark's looking up at the helicopter like Lex at the end of at the beginning of the last episode of season 1. This
is awful. This is oddly like I don't want to say exciting, but like higher budget than I would expect for the second episode of a season.
You're right. It's a little more cinematic. It's like they intentionally tried to spread their budget a little bit farther this time, because usually a second episode would be a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Lois is jumping because she's like Captain Kirk. The rolling helps.
So earlier she said, "You may not believe that Chloe's alive, but I still believe." He was literally the one that said, "I don't think she's dead."
Did he say that?
Well, or whatever he says at the cliffhanger at the end of the last episode.
Didn't he just say her body's gone?
Oh, I thought he said that, like, she's not dead.
So somebody tell us in the comments, because we were talking over it. I don't know if he said she's still alive or if he said she's not in there. But I thought he said she's not in there. This all looks really good.
So he just heat visioned that helicopter? How did he know that the pilot would be able to land?
Because he read the script. He saw what the special effects guys were going to do in post.
Oh, he's, do you read Sutter Kane?
Tom,
I don't know if you've ever seen that movie, but it's great.
No, I'm not. This makes me kind of want her as Hulk's love interest. I kind of had that thought too. I was flashing back to Hulk a little bit.
So I don't know, because I know you're not as big into like different types of video games, but that is Sam Fisher from the Splinter Cell games.
Oh.
And every time I hear his voice, that's all I can think of.
Interesting. No, I would not have known that.
Yeah, they're kind of like spy stealth espionage games.
That man had a big ass stogie.
He did.
That was a very large cigar. Oh, I gotta play a sound. How about guns? Because we got like
Lois Lane, Betty Ross, they're very similar characters and archetypes, I guess I should say.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
that's what I love about comics. They have like 3 or 4 different like archetype traits they take for love interests. Is she a reporter? Is she the daughter of a general?
Is she both?
Yeah.
See, this is just a taste thing. All of this like romantic irony stuff does not do much for me.
That's fair.
It's like, oh look, Lois Lane before they actually start dating is like sees him naked and then sees him naked again in the shower, and isn't this hilarious? No, it's not. But it's at least more fun to watch than constant Lana whining about him keeping secrets. That's refreshing, but it'd be more refreshing if they were dating right away. And I'm not even saying I necessarily need them to date right away. I just wish we weren't still playing around with the Lana thing.
Yeah.
At the same time, because that's what makes me impatient about it. Where I'm like, well, why can't he just date her? She's more fun.
Well, and I think that Erica Durance brings out a little bit of, I don't want to say acting skills, but like I feel like Tom Welling plays better off of Erica. So like I'm not a big fan of this kind of archetype where they're not really dating, but there's this tension.
Yeah.
But I don't mind it because they bounce off of each other well in terms of acting.
Yeah, that's fair.
Robo Brando says military General Sam Lane is actually a post-crisis invention, so they ripped that off of Betty. I mean, those two, Marvel and DC rip each other off all the time.
All the time. We were just talking about Darkseid and Thanos.
Yeah. It's just funny that, like, it keeps happening. There's, like, 3 or 4 different love interest archetypes, and they all,
Lana, calm down. Your tattoo looks fine. I love how super dramatic we're being with all of that. Like, the audience is just... I don't know. When I first saw this, I could not help but think, we are still trying to find something for her to do.
Well, it's even funnier because you have this super serious moment, and she's like looking at the tattoo and scared, and then you cut to this.
Yep. Yeah, I guess and I'm going to say this a lot, on paper, the idea that Lana is all wrapped up in the Kryptonian A story and Clark doesn't even know that any of that is going on, really, is kind of an okay idea. Like, you know, if it didn't become super convoluted later. Like, I'm not being fair to it, because at the same time as we're just trying to find something for her to do again, I do appreciate that at least she is doing something. You know what I mean? So like, yeah. I want to praise them for the same thing I want to complain about. And that's not fair. That's how I feel about it. Because I had to watch 3 seasons of them having no idea what to do with that character and just spinning their wheels constantly. And they know that. It'd be really funny if she was just in France the whole season dealing with the Kryptonian stuff.
They should have just left her in France.
But that might have made us like her more. Like if she had this whole kind of like espionage plot or like artifact seeking plot where she's being like a more, you know, tragic sort of Indiana Jones for the whole season, never has any interaction with Clark until like the last 3 episodes.
Well, and so, like...
I don't usually like that, but I don't like them together. Especially at this point, so I'd rather that. Like...
Or just, like, say she's in Paris for this season, and then she comes back in 5, and you can just reinvent her.
Dagan Spear, I think it would be weak writing to just have Clark jump to Lois, give it time. Plus, I think the writers were hesitant to jump to Lois. Yeah, I didn't want Lois this early, is part of it. And like, I wanted, you know, I tried to be open to it, but the problem is that it always felt really unsure to me about how much its own way it wanted to go. So if you could bring Lois in this early and make me wonder what will actually happen with those characters, I'm more okay with it. But I never had that the way I wanted to. It always still felt like, well, inevitably, like Clark and Lois still have to get together, and Clark and Lana can't get together, and I know where all this is going. And sometimes knowing where it's going is fine and makes it almost more interesting. Like, knowing that Lex has to go evil, but watching him trying really hard to resist it is more interesting to me than Lois and Clark not liking each other, but knowing inevitably they're going to get together.
I'm going to be kind of in the middle. I don't mind that they introduced Lois this early. I think the problem is that she has almost nothing to do once Chloe is found. Like, they should have found some way to maybe make her and Clark have to keep teaming up and, like, get over that mutual irritation faster.
Or write Chloe out of the show.
Yeah, or, like, because we talked about this, like, you have the Lois Lane character already. It's Chloe Sullivan. She's just not named Lois Lane.
No, Robert, I'm not getting Lana's tattoo. I would think after some of the madness that happened with that apartment, you'd want to sell the building. That's just me.
I don't even hate the Lois not liking journalism thing, just because it at least on this last rewatch when I watched through 4, 5, and 6, it kind of played more like she just didn't think she was going to be good at it, and then she tried it and found that she loved it.
Yeah,
it's just we
better.
take too long to do anything.
It's better when we get there.
Yeah,
I just didn't really care for it from the start, I guess. Something I need to admit here is this is about the place where this show, while I was watching it, started losing me and I wasn't as invested. And one of the reasons that it took so long to get this far on the channel with the show is we've really talked about the stuff I wanted to talk about. And I didn't realize that until I was in the middle of dealing with season 2, where I was like, oh, we're actually kind of almost to the place where I even care to talk about the show. So at the risk of, losing the whole audience when I say I don't really even want to talk that much about the last 6 seasons of the show. The last 7 shows, like the stuff I found really interesting was in the first 3. I haven't watched any of this in a long time, so it'll be interesting on a fresh watch to see if I appreciate some of it more than I did. And I'm not saying that I didn't like anything in the rest of it, although 9 and 10 I didn't even watch all of. I mean, I was really done with it at that point. But some of it was also just the place I was in my life at that point. Like this show really resonates with me through high school, and I kind of don't need it anymore once I'm out of high school and in college. And so like I wasn't invested in it anymore.
You heard it here, folks. Counting Kryptofreaks is canceled after this season.
No, we're gonna do it. We're gonna go for the long haul.
Senior Sticks sent in a $2 super chat. Without Chloe, we won't get her healing tears later.
Her healing tears.
Yeah, because remember, there's that whole subplot where she thinks she might be a Kryptofreak, and then you find out she has like healing abilities.
Oh, I forgot about that. And did that have something to do with her mom?
Maybe, because her mom, I think the big secret is her mom's like in a mental institution.
Oh, I guess this is a Kryptofreak.
Oh yeah, true.
And we're not counting grave digging, but I wonder how much of that is in the show. Yeah, our first Kryptofreak to count for the season.
Senior Sticks, Cap, did you need Jor-El? I think we all need Jor-El.
Well, I mean, if you believe in an all-knowing, all-wise deity, we all, if that exists, we probably need the creator. And I think Jor-El is God, so yeah.
Look at me, I'm Zoidberg.
Go back to Paris!
Please.
Just stay in Paris. In a weird way, after the whole Paris thing, it's harder even imagining Lana back in high school than Clark. Like, I'm really forgetting, sort of like later Power Ranger seasons, like, I'm really forgetting that these guys are supposed to be in high school. Because we haven't gone back to the high school yet. And when we go back there, it's going to be really weird. Especially because Buffy only did high school for 3 years. And this is making us do the whole freshman through senior set of years.
Yeah. And I always forget that with Power Rangers too, because a lot of the modern Power Rangers that I've watched has been stuff like RPM, where they're not teenagers, they're more like young adults.
Yeah, sorry, when I said later, I mean like later Zordon era, where we're in like Zeo and Turbo, and those guys all look like they're 26 years old and they're still in high school, but we don't go to the high school all that often. So when we do, it's like, oh, that's right, I totally forgot that we were in high school.
I haven't seen Zeo or Turbo. The only thing I've seen of Turbo is the movie. I had the movie as a kid.
It's one of the worst things ever.
Yeah. Which sucks because the Turbo suits are actually kind of one of my favorite suits in this whole franchise.
Oh, really?
I love the Turbo suits.
They do a lot of cool action in the Sentai. I do like how sometimes Lois is sort of used as the audience, where she's like, why don't people just lighten up in this town? And like, oh, here comes the angst now. And I'm also impressed with how she never fully gets sucked into the angst. She's always a little too good, in a way for this show. Yeah. If that makes any sense. And I like that angle on it.
Everyone's favorite actress, Lord Eric Drance, best known for her role in House of the Dead.
Oh my God, she is in House of the Dead.
Yeah, she is.
I had to play a sound.
I don't think she's only in that movie for like 5 minutes, but
isn't she like right at the beginning?
I know, yeah, because I know she gets killed.
So I'm a huge House of the Dead fan, and I tried to watch that movie finally, and I got halfway through it and I couldn't do it. I tried.
That I have been waiting forever to be able to show that movie to Austin and Noah, but it's never streaming.
Yeah, I don't even remember how I got my hands on it. But yeah, it wasn't through standard means. I'll just say that. Tom, $5 super chat. Her mom has Purple Man powers, and oh, that's right. And left because she found Chloe washing her hands bloody and raw, so she left so she could protect Chloe from her. Yeah, I remember that. But what I was trying to remember is if her powers were supposed to have anything to do with the fact that her mom has powers. There's quite a dramatic entrance here.
How do they know that Lois is here?
He's got a tracking device on his own daughter.
Oh.
No, that's probably not what's going on. Let's spin the wheel.
Are we counting actors from previous DC projects as DC references? I don't remember.
I think we've been doing that, yeah.
Well, because that's also Darkseid in the DCAU.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
We have to think of a question to ask Darrell when we get to heaven, besides all the questions we've been asking. But yeah, I'll go ahead and count that.
I completely forgot about it until just now. Because just a couple months before we started all this, I finally went through all of Justice League. Justice League Unlimited is so good.
Yep. I've still never finished it. That might be
my favorite DC show, which has surprised me because I thought it would be Batman.
Yeah. I mean, I still just, have too much nostalgia and appreciation for that show of, obviously. Mm-hmm. But as far as narrative and stuff goes, yeah. What I've seen of that is great.
And as a kid on TV, all I got caught were just original Justice League reruns. So I hadn't seen too much of Unlimited.
Well, I love the contrast between those shows because they have such a relatively small cast that they in the original that they can really flesh those characters out.
Yeah.
But then it's shocking just how much dimension everybody has in JLU with the sheer number of characters they have. And obviously they focus a lot harder on Superman and Batman and stuff later.
Well, and I even remember as a kid when they announced Unlimited, I was like, but I don't care about all these other characters. Like, I just want the Justice League.
Lex has got to be like, okay, so at the end of
that was a funny cut. He's like, you expect me to believe that someone did this outside of the plane, and then it cuts to Clark standing in the doorway.
Yeah, it's pretty good. That was intentional. But I was just gonna say, Lex has got to be thinking. So at the end of every season, I'm gonna be almost killed in the plane.
Yeah.
How is he not bringing that up right now? Like, about this time last year, I almost died in a plane.
Because the fire rises.
Well, I guess it was 3 months earlier. Because the first time around, he was just on an island for all that time. Somebody in the comments said that Clark did indeed say Chloe's alive. And then the very next episode, he's like, she's dead. I don't believe it. It seems that you're right.
I love this scene because Lex is like, I want to prove myself to Clark, but then also 2 seconds later he's lying to Clark because it's going to be revealed that he knows Chloe is alive.
Yep. But
he's trying to persuade Clark that she's dead.
Yeah, they're still doing a really good job with the kind of 3-dimensional chess that he's playing, where he still clearly like deeply cares about Clark, but he can't help but use people.
Somebody earlier said that the shower scenes were getting crazy. This is like the third full nude, third or fourth like full nude scene we've had in 2 episodes.
In 2 episodes. We're doing a lot of that. I have a theory about that. I don't think anybody told John Glover to get into this kind of shape. I think he just did it, and they were shocked that he did that.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, I don't think they told John Glover they were filming.
I think they just decided
like
to take
this,
advantage of it.
but
Where they're like,
weird,
we can't
like,
believe the shape he's in. We better make sure to take advantage of that and shoot him shirtless a lot.
I like this scene, but the weird like frame pacing that they're doing, I don't like.
Yeah, that weirdly dates it. Dagon Spear, Lois seems certain that she's dead, while Clark thinks she's alive in the opener of the episode.
No, because Lois says, "Look, Clark, I know you think she's dead." It's like one of the first lines she says in this episode.
Yeah, I missed that, so I was taking your word for it.
That's why I was confused, because the last episode ended with him saying her body's gone or she's alive. And in this episode, Lois is like, "Look, Clark, I know you think she's dead."
They don't seem to be keeping that very straight. Robert, while low frame rate slow-mo was popular in the mid-2000s. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it kind of dates it. And particularly on TV, we did that a lot.
Yeah.
I think the reason it makes it feel cheap sometimes, even though it's a stylistic choice, is because that's a trick that's sometimes used when we don't have, the best special effects with things.
Yeah, I just think it looks bad.
I do too.
Like, I like the new Spider-Verse movie. I thought it was great. But 9 out of 10 times when you do something weird with the frame rate like that, I hate it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it works in something like the Lego movie because there's a real reason for it.
Yeah. Well, and it's got... I think it works with those two because they're Legos. But, like, in live action, when you start messing with the frame rate, it doesn't look real. It looks fake.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's hard to come up with a good excuse to do that in live action.
And, like, with the Lego
for any
movie,
sort
you
of
get away with
thematic
that 'cause
reason.
That's all, like, CG, right? Or is it stop motion? No, it's not stop motion.
No, Robert, we're not going to count American flags. Senior Sticks, why do you suppose
Who
he
stops
stops
using bullet time?
using bullet time? Does he?
We do bullet time throughout this whole show.
Yeah, all the way to the end, I think.
And that's not a problem. That's not frame rate. That's just slow-mo.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it's goofy.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's fine. Rude super speed exit. I got one.
The fact that this show nailed super speed while the show with the Flash in it utterly failed at it.
Now, to be fair, it took them a while. They didn't nail it in the first season.
Yeah, but when you already have, like, the template,
yeah,
whatever comes next should already have this down.
Especially when you're on the same network.
And we can't even get it right in the movies. Like, I finally watched The Flash, and that was embarrassing.
It's embarrassing.
Like, I didn't hate or love the movie. It's just kind of whatever. But there were scenes where I'm like, this is embarrassing.
So all of this intrigue here is decent. And, of course, him seeing Lex there is just mortifying.
I also, like, okay, I get that the idea is that, like, it's supposed to drive a further wedge between them. But, like, what did Lex think was going to happen by withholding the truth?
Yeah, that's a good point. I am going to count that as a wall of weird. It's like a different wall of weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, good call, Robert. No, that's an excellent point. But I think some of it is with Lex supposed to be that it's just how he operates now. he's gotten so comfortable with it. And he's going to get worse and worse about manipulation, but he's going to get to a point where he's not going to, you know, try as hard to play things with kid gloves with Clark or really anybody else. He'll just get a lot more ruthless.
Yeah.
But you're right. It's kind of
don't
interesting.
care, but you do care.
That effect with the blade looks horrible, by the way.
Yeah.
And it did then. It's not that it doesn't hold up. Like it didn't
well,
look
the
good.
problem
It
is
didn't
that
look good then.
well, and the problem, especially with something like that, and I know that they're different mediums, but like we perfected that 10 years before this season even aired with T2.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course
Probably
that's
longer than 10 years.
Of course, that's what everybody's
how long.
everybody compared it to when it came out, and it also really feels like you've very much run out of powers.
Which is funny because I don't feel like they used any of the like cliche ones. Maybe I'm wrong, but like I feel like all of the powers, like that's what you went with.
Some of them certainly. I mean, you know, the diet shake episode, like that was a weird off the beaten path sort of power, but like you got Alicia teleports. That's pretty standard power.
Yeah.
You got a parasite guy. That, you know, that's pretty standard. And already a Superman thing. You got like third or fourth episode, you got somebody setting fires. That's just Stephen King's Firestarter. That's a very standard pack. Okay, so all of this is completely unbelievable. That she walks inside, like they're playing it like it didn't happen in the time frame that we saw it.
Yeah.
And so you retroactively have to just, like, you have to cheat, like with so many things with the show, and go, well, I guess the editing was different from what actually happened, where they show us the house explode immediately after she walks in. But that's what it was. But they apparently take her into a basement.
Yeah. Well, no, it was a underground railroad tunnel.
Well, yes. It was subterranean.
That's something we don't like do anything with anymore in fiction, right? Like the tunnels that would have been used for that.
Robert says rude super speed exit. Was it another? Who was he talking to?
Yeah, he ditches Lex to go find Chloe.
Oh! I missed that. Okay. Yeah, this whole thing with Lex and Clark at this point is kind of heartbreaking. I gotta say, on this watch of this show with these 24-hour streams with you, less and less am I feeling like Lex's real turn to darkness is as much of a light switch as I always felt like it was. I'm starting to give the show more credit on that point.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and that's why I always I always tell people, if you like something, but like there's things you're not sure about, always rewatch it because you're gonna have a different experience with it every time.
Yeah. Well, it's like I always say, you're never the same person day to day, year to year. That was a super cool shot, walking in front of that fan. Now I wish I'd made that the thumbnail. Oh my god!
Go back and update it for part
This
2.
looks hilarious.
Yeah. Clark feels more reckless here in this episode with his powers than he has in previous. Like, he's just using heat vision in front of her.
Yeah. He seems really reckless just in front of Lois. Like, she is more aware. That was
literally the ending of T2. He fell in like a red liquid and disintegrated.
Yeah. No, they're really ripping that off. Well, and then with the fan and everything, like, they're really ripping off T2 here. Not just with that power.
Now I just want to watch T2.
Yeah.
What if we just watch Terminator 2 in the middle of counting Kryptofreaks?
I thought you were going to say we should do a 24-hour stream of just T2 over and over again.
No, if we're going to do that, we'll just watch all 6 Terminator movies.
I refuse. I patently refuse. At the very least, I will stop before we get to Dark Fate.
Oh no, that's the one we're gonna have to watch on repeat.
I'll watch everything up to Dark Fate, but I will not watch Dark Fate.
Yeah, I didn't like Dark Fate. I haven't seen Genesis.
Genesis is hilarious. Like, it's not good, but it's entertaining. Like, I'll watch that.
It looks funny.
And Salvation is boring, but it's not terrible or anything.
And I think I'm one of like 3 people that likes T3 and 4.
I love the ending of T3.
It's so good.
I think it's really neat. I don't know that the rest of the movie is worth it, but it's not terrible. It has a really unlikable sidekick character.
Yeah.
That I just want to punch in the face over and over again. But other than that.
Oh, Robert Wild points out guy getting thrown and Chloe was in.
Thanks. I am not paying attention to the count right now.
I'm just gonna let Robert replace me because he's still counting.
No, we'll do the commentary. Robert can do the counting. It's fine. Thrown and yeah, you know what? I almost did remember to do the kidnapping thing, but I forgot. Discussing topics, we can end with Sarah Connor Chronicles if it makes you feel better. Oh yeah, we could round that out to an actual 24-hour stream if we put in Sarah Connor Chronicles.
True, and I've never seen that show.
It's really good.
I have. So, funny story is actually I picked up both seasons after you and Austin did a video.
Yeah. Because
I found it real cheap at Half Price Books, and then I never watched it.
Oh,
I own it somewhere.
You should. It's great.
Yeah, great cast.
I mean, it's sad that it ends on a big, exciting cliffhanger.
That's kind of what's stopping me. Is that drives me crazy.
No, I hate that too. And it's the reason I never watched it until Austin finally coaxed me into doing it.
Have you seen any of the stuff from the new season of Lois and Clark or Superman and Lois, whatever it's called?
I'm sorry, say again.
Have you seen anything from the newest season of Superman and Lois?
No, I haven't seen anything from 2.
Okay. I won't spoil it for anyone who hasn't seen it, but I saw the clip, the end, and it's bad.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I was worried it was gonna take a turn like all those shows
now,
do eventually.
I don't know what happens the whole season if like it's all bad.
Yeah.
But I did not like what I saw.
What's the context? See, he doesn't like Lois. It's funny because someday he'll marry her.
This is the most emotion he showed about someone other than Lana 3 and 4 seasons. I'll take it.
Yeah, and then it's more irritating because Lana is almost predicting that they'll get together. Like she can see the Superman canon future.
Yes, that's all he's been on about for 3 seasons.
Yeah, he's actually obsessed with the idea of destiny. And Lex is obsessed with going against it. He doesn't want to believe in destiny.
I'm Batman.
Well, at least she's being kind of reasonable about that. But yeah, the idea that Clark is always worried that he can't get out of the plans that his father has set up for him because he's, just so darn powerful and all of that, that's viable. That makes him sympathetic. I can appreciate that difficulty. The idea that he, until much, much later, never really, if he ever does at all, never really gets over the idea that, maybe his destiny is completely fated and he's just trying to figure out what it is. I've never liked that take.
So I glanced over at chat and Daggenspear says, so Cap hates John Connor from T3, but like my brain didn't register everything after Connor, so I was like, Cap hates John? What?
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
I'm like Lex, I'm really just using you. And at some point you'll find out that I actually don't like you.
Man, and I am obsessed with Destiny, and
it's a long con.
I hate Lois Lane. She's irritating.
It gets everywhere.
She's like sand.
Discussing topics. Actually, they don't get married in the show, Cap. I mean, they clearly will be married at some point.
And yes, they do. They get married in season 10.
I was gonna say, aren't they at least in the flash forward at the end?
No, there's a big wedding episode.
Well, I thought they like tried to get married and then they didn't, and it was a whole thing. Or did they finally actually get married?
No, they actually get married. I think it's towards the very end of the season, but.
Hayden Spring, you and Jason should cosplay Lionel and Lex. That's hilarious because I've cosplayed Lex before.
You should do that.
I've shaved my head for that.
Backwards, and Jason is Lionel and you're Lex.
I'm not gonna shave my head again.
Just get like a bald cap or something.
No, I really won't do that. Because I really liked shaving my head and for Lex because I thought it looked pretty decent, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that again and cheat. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it.
Oh, apparently I'm wrong, and Darkseid stops the wedding. That's the only season I've only seen once, so.
I thought so. I thought it didn't actually happen, but that either they were married in the flash forward, or like I don't know. They tried to get married and it just didn't work. It's like Lois and Clark. It's like there's no reason for you guys not to just go get married after that. Clearly they're going to get married. It's not like they stopped after that and went, maybe this is a bad idea. Like they were still gonna get married.
Yeah. I don't remember if you've ever seen any of Supernatural, but those first 5 seasons, Jensen Ackles is really good in.
I've heard that, but I've never watched that show. Vince was a fan of that early on.
That show has the same kind of problem that a lot of shows that are based in horror where the protagonists are monster hunters have, where you hit a certain threshold and then you can't go any higher. So the rest of the show just becomes about that threshold.
Yeah. Well,
it lasted 15 years.
That premise, kind of like Smallville, just doesn't make sense to go too long, especially 15 years.
Well, that's why. So Eric Kripke, who created the show and then also created The Boys, had a 5-season plan. But CW was like, no, this show is making us too much money.
Yep. And the same thing happened with Smallville.
Yeah. Ackles is great in The Boys.
Oh, is he in that?
Yeah, he's like The Boys' take on Captain America.
I watched the first 3 or 4 episodes, but I don't think he's there yet.
No, that's not until season 3.
Okay. Does that show stay okay?
Oh, I love that show.
Okay. I didn't know if it had fallen off in quality at all. I lost interest in it. Like, it's good. It was too relentless for my taste. Like, I wasn't in the mood for it, when I was watching it.
Yeah, if you thought the first 3 or 4 episodes that you watched were relentless, it goes.
I'm sure, yeah, and more power to it. I'm not saying it shouldn't do that, but it's not what I wanted when I was looking at it.
And I'm really excited because they announced that Jeffrey Dean Morgan's going to be in the next season.
Oh, crazy.
Isn't
he still supposed to get his Negan show?
Yeah, him and they did that the Negan and Maggie spinoff. That's airing now, I think.
Oh, is it already started?
Yeah, I don't like that whole what they did with that.
Yeah,
Comics are brilliant, but
I watched most of that show because I found it hit and miss and kind of like highs and lows more than I thought. It fell off at a certain place, like a lot of people do. Because I kept watching and I was like, some seasons are even later on, some seasons are better than others. And so I don't know. I watched up through like middle of 9 maybe, but I haven't gone back to it and finished it.
I got to where they introduced Negan because that's perfect casting for Negan. And I was like, I don't care to keep up.
Yeah.
And then I read about some of the stuff they do in later seasons, and I was like, what?
Yeah. No, it gets baffling. Yeah. Some of it is you're just looking at it for the train wreck.
I would highly recommend the first 2 or 3 seasons of Fear the Walking Dead. It's a great prequel.
Wait, really? You're the only person I've ever heard say that.
So that show goes completely off the rails, too, because they bring in the showrunner from The Walking Dead.
But I hear people say it's boring from the beginning.
It is a slow burn, but I really appreciated it up until a certain point.
No, I've been curious about it, but I haven't found one person that liked it, so I haven't bothered with it. I'm shocked to hear you say that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the general perception of that show is, but I think those first couple seasons are great.
And I can't remember who, but I feel like there's people I like in that show.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'd have to go look. Anyway, folks, we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break here, and then we'll come back and bring in Austin if he wants to come on, and we'll watch the third episode. And the third episode of season 2 is called Facade. How do you flip on this one?
Green. There's some questionable stuff, but it's watchable.
Yeah, no, I think it's fine overall. I'm really biased about the Lois stuff because I just didn't, appreciate some of those choices in the first place. But like coming back and looking at it again, I completely get why people love that.
No, that's fair, and
it just hit me at the wrong time. I think like I'm appreciating it a little bit more. I still don't like the irony thing with it, but like you're right. Even when she's not on screen, she's bringing out something in Tom Welling.
Yeah.
That he's not demonstrated very often.
Yeah,
I think it's called acting.
He's kind of flat when it comes to like Lana.
Yeah.
He's decent with Rosenbaum, and then something about him just comes to life when he's working with Erica.
Or even talking about her character.
Yeah.
It's weird. Like we saw that with that last scene. Like you said, he's never been that emotional about anybody.
Yeah, he's just...
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love him and Rosenbaum on screen together most of the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's definitely bringing out something in him. It's interesting. Okay, we're going to go ahead and go to a break here. Come back and join us for the third episode. And we'll see you in about 4 minutes. Hey everybody, I'm just waiting for John to get back, and we're going to watch the third episode of the season, which is, again, Facade. And let me go ahead and... Oh, there's John. Hello, John.
Hello.
Well, John, we're 2 down.
We are.
It's just flying by.
Yeah, this season's watchable.
Well, till it isn't.
Yeah.
I think that back half is a slog, man. Or at least that was the experience I had with it almost 2 years ago. God, has it been that long?
It's crazy that once we finish this season, we'll be halfway there.
Well, once we finish season 5, we'll be halfway there.
Oh, okay. It always throws me off. It's like, do you count having halfway there, starting 5 or ending 5?
Yeah, no, you'd have to say ending 5.
Okay.
Right, because then you have 5 more seasons. You've watched 5, then you have 5.
Yeah, that always throws me off.
Oh, that's all right. And episode counts are almost the same every season, with the exception of 8, because it was during the writer's strike, but somehow Smallville managed to still make 20 that season.
That's crazy.
Which is, it's shocking. Okay, bringing Austin in. And Austin hates this show. I don't know why he joins us for this, but it's really nice of him to be here.
We were joking about it. It's just really funny that he'll have seen, like, just random episodes from each season.
Yeah, because he has no idea what's happening. He doesn't have any context for it. There he is.
Jedi Survivor's pretty solid, and Goodnight Senior Sticks.
What are we talking about?
Oh, I'm just reading chat.
No. You broke off for a second.
Dagonsphere said he got a PS5 with Jedi Survivor, and I said it's a good game.
Oh, I heard you say Survivor, and I was like, what are we talking about?
We're talking about Survivor Season 48, of course.
Oh.
That's the next 24-hour marathon, Survivor.
See, for a second, I thought you said Designated Survivor, and that's a pretty good show.
I don't even know. Oh, is that Kiefer Sutherland show?
Yeah.
I remember seeing trailers for that.
It's good. What I've seen of it, anyway.
Very cool.
It gets kind of hokey, but it's fun.
Robert Wild, I'm surprised Cap is letting Austin back on after Austin hated the Perry episode.
Well, he's entitled to his incorrect opinion.
He has a lot of those.
Because I'm about to get, like, the biggest drop down in quality. I was babysitting, and then my mom came back, and she was watching Sopranos, and I was just kind of hanging out with her. And now
no, that's gonna be
dropping down to
Smallville. Hey, look, nobody's twisting your arm, man. Nobody forced you to be here.
I don't know. It's pretty twisted.
Austin, you went from the Bay Turtles movies to Sopranos and now Smallville.
Oh yeah, John and I stayed up till 7 in the morning watching both Bay Turtles movies.
He told me that.
I don't even know why.
Yeah.
Because I'd never seen them.
Yeah, but I was like, haha, we should totally watch them, right? And then we did.
I almost said, like, hey, how come I wasn't invited? And then, like, I couldn't even get that out. I don't want to watch that. I would have declined. So
not even politely.
Let's get rolling on this.
Yeah, what episode are you guys on?
It's the third episode of season 4. It's called Facade.
Oh.
It'll turn out that none of the show happened. The whole thing was just a mirage. I don't right off know which episode
sabotage.
This is. Like, do you remember, John? I don't right off know what happens in this episode.
No, but Hulu does have handy little episode summaries.
Oh, well, I'm using discs, so I don't have that right now.
This is that plastic surgery episode.
Oh, this is like Austin's coming into our first probably dud episode for the season because.
Oh, beautiful! Because those are the ones I like the most.
This is gonna be one of those episodes that's gonna kind of look like a holdover from season 2, except that it has like overarching story stuff for the season, so it can't be, but it will feel like that with the Kryptofreak stuff.
Yeah.
I guess it's not even. Is it actually a Kryptofreak this time? Is it Kryptonite plastic surgery? I can't remember.
Yeah, they use like Kryptonite therapy or something.
Okay, but it's not like an actual Kryptofreak. It's like everybody that gets it is sort of a Kryptofreak, I guess. In a way.
Yes.
Everybody's
Just like
trying to
people
get
who
me
actually get plastic surgery.
Everybody's trying to get me to do 24-hour streams for different shows. So like people want Walking Dead and Bates Motel and
I've never seen
Survivor,
Bates
Big
Motel.
Brother.
Survivor. Yeah. I mean, I love Bates Motel. I don't know how articulate I would be doing a stream about it. I have done quick plug though for a video I made a long time ago. I have reviewed that show, and that was the first thing DJ and I ever did together.
Mm-hmm.
Believe it.
I remember that video.
Yeah. Anyway, let's go ahead and get started on this, shall we, folks? Tom just put in a $2 super chat, rehash of the Fat Vampire episode. Sort of. I guess I can kind of see.
There's a Fat Vampire episode, and I wasn't there for it.
Yeah, and it's Amy Adams.
Weird. Is she in a fat suit?
I am going to count them.
Yes, she is, and then she loses all of her fat.
Loses her weight, but because of the kryptonite in the soil, it turns her into like a fat vampire. She has to like suck people dry of their fat to keep her body going.
Dagan Spears says, according to Wikipedia, Gotham Miller said they completed 15 scripts before the strike, and it ended in February. That's why they got that many episodes done. I thought they had left before 8. I didn't know they wrote scripts for that season.
Season 7 is their last season.
Yeah. I don't even understand that if that's true. But we've got to get started here, guys. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. Austin, my apologies.
Thank you.
This is going to be a rough one.
I'm not sorry. This is going to be funny.
So this is the first and only time we bring Whitney Fordman back.
Well, that's not the first time.
Yeah, it is.
Because they have I mean, are you counting him playing himself or him playing other people?
No, I'm saying it's the first time the actual character is on screen again. I mean, it's a flashback.
Oh, it's that guy, Jensen Ackles.
Yeah.
Is he like a part of the show or just this episode?
Well, no, that's not Jensen Ackles. You'll see Jensen Ackles later.
Wait, are you watching the right episode?
No, apparently I'm not.
Okay, you'll have
I
to use
clicked episode 3.
It is
Of
episode
season
3.
4?
Yeah, but I was on episode 4.
Oh.
But I clicked 3.
Oh, well, I don't know. Click around then. Try 2 or 5.
Now I'm on 3.
Oh, good.
Yeah, they're
yes,
they
Jensen
just
Ackles is in
unmasked
this
the
season.
Scooby-Doo villain who has acne. I also jumped forward like a minute because
I was going to say, how do you know that yet?
Am I ahead of you guys then, or am
Yes.
I behind? Oh, I am. Okay, I'll pause
Yeah,
it.
look at the timestamp on the screen.
Austin, do you know how technology works?
No.
That's why we have the clock.
Okay, I'm watching.
It's all coming back to me
how
here.
absurd that is. Like,
Just how bad her acne is.
yeah, it's like cartoonishly bad.
Yeah, it's like she needs to. Her acne is so bad she looks like she needs to be in the hospital. It's unbelievable.
That's what a bully
I
would
totally
say.
believe she is upset.
It looks like she was stung by all the bees that the bee girl had in the first season episode.
She looks like Nanny McPhee.
That's over my head. Whoosh.
There's got to be better ways to deal with acne.
Than kryptonite plastic surgery.
Yeah, it's called squeezing it.
And why does every facility in the show look like Summerholt? John, is it because it's all shot in the same place, probably?
Yes.
Oh my god, it's the thing from X2.
Yeah, it's plastic surgery
Literally, because she's getting plastic lowered onto her.
But I was just saying, it's like Weapon
We're
X.
gonna coat your bones in plastic.
It's
like it.
It's Weapon X via plastic surgery.
Yeah, they're gonna coat her bones in plastic to make her strong.
Even the thing that coats your whole body like that looks like something out of Summer Hold. Taking Spear, nothing goes over your head, Cap. Your reflexes are too fast. You would catch it. Nope, not that. I have no idea what Austin was talking about. That's a good John Glover shot.
Yeah. I don't know why it was in front of the Daily Planet, but...
Because he... Well, I don't think he buys it yet. He buys that eventually.
I don't think he does. I think Lex does.
Maybe it is Lex that... Yeah, well... Luthor Corp has the Daily Planet at some point. But you're right. I don't know why he's in front. I guess because he lives in Metropolis? I don't know. So, John, how do you feel about revisiting the football thing and Jonathan finally caving on it?
I like it. I think my biggest issue is more so we just drop it in season 1.
With what now?
We just drop it in the first season.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It kind of feels like they're worried it's too much of a missed opportunity to not finally do it. It's like, well, we got one more year of high school, and it's another one of those things. I don't know if you agree with this, John, but I just feel like there's certain things that they think are somehow intrinsic, pardon me, to the origin of Superman, and maybe football is one of them. Where it's like, but he's got to actually play football at some point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd think that would be a plot in season 1.
Well, they bring it up in season 1, but it's only for like an episode.
No, I know. I mean, like, you would think that we'd be here in season 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, that he'd go back to it, and we would do this plot earlier, where Jonathan finally caves.
Is this Lois Lane?
Yeah.
Oh, weird.
Yep, and that's Sam Lane.
Yeah. I saw that in the credits. That's why I was like, wait, this is Lois?
Yeah. Yeah, we just met
Michael
her.
Ironside's a good casting choice.
We just met her in the first episode of the season. And
okay.
It's also the episode where they introduce Margot Kidder's character. Because of course, if they're going to do that stunt casting, it's got to be in the same episode.
He shows some kind of emotion we haven't seen before.
Yeah.
From this character.
Every scene so far. No, that's such a good call. You're going to be a semi-regular on the show. You have to go to high school.
I love that.
I wish Michael Ironside had to go to high school.
I love the way he just hangs his head in the background like, oh, God.
It's like he couldn't find comedy to play before.
Yeah.
Right? Now that she's there, he's finding that.
Well, and what's unfortunate about this is I don't mind the idea of her going to school as a way to get her integrated with the story and the cast, but she disappears for long stretches of time.
Dagan Spear says, I think it's suggested as being a part of the season. He's talking about football because Clark is trying to focus more on a more casual life, and I think the writers suggested they wanted the season to be lighter, which is interesting because in some ways it is. And then
until it's not,
and then they also try to go a lot darker with the artifact plot.
This is so early 2000s.
Well, I mean, you could say that about most of the show.
No, yeah, I know. It's just like jumped out to me in this moment, in the scene.
Oh, I think you're a couple seconds ahead of me. You're talking about because of the way we're shooting this girl, aren't you?
Oh no! Wow, that just like the way Chloe dresses, like that's been throughout the whole show, but it just like clicked up with me.
John, is that the girl from Date Movie?
The main girl?
No, not the main girl, because that's Allison Hannigan. But the.
What does it say?
I've seen this woman in something recently, and I'm like, was it that?
Maybe. I tried to forget that movie.
What do you mean it was funny?
I've never seen
No.
that, but now that you mention it, I remember Allison Hannigan being in the previews when that came
Never
out.
watched that movie.
No, I wouldn't. Tom, $5 super chat.
Jokingly, every few months we'll watch another one of those spoof movies. We're trying to make our way through all of them.
We're slowly getting there.
And with some of the things you guys have binged, it's amazing that that's what you can't get through. Let me read the super chat. Tom says, I think it's supposed to represent the fact that in season 1, he's supposed to be like 15. Now he's 19 and has grown in maturity. He said maternity, but I don't think that's what he meant.
It might be maternity. They are women.
Okay, but he doesn't handle it in any more or less of a mature way than he did in the first place, right? It's not like now he's more mature so you can play football. I mean, is that why Jonathan finally caves? It's been a little while since I've watched this stuff, this section.
I'm not seeing that on her filmography, but apparently she's an extra in Spider-Man 2.
But I thought it was more just there's not anything he can do about it, so he's just gonna finally let it go this time because they've decided that they want to have that be a plot point for the season. I can't help but feel like the main overarching theme of the season is trying to come up with new things for characters to do. Like, everybody needs a thing to do. And so they just kind of roll D20s to get there. Even the football thing reads that way to me a little bit, where it's like, what's the thing that we can have Clark do this season? Well, we never actually did football. I guess we'll do that.
Him relenting kind of makes more sense now just because Clark is... I mean, he'd have to be close to 18. Like, maybe it's just the fact that, like, Jonathan trusts that he's older and able to control himself better now.
We'll see how they play it, because I just don't remember what that conversation is like. But I know he's consistent with the way he is at the beginning of the show, where he's like, he doesn't want to budge on it.
Yeah.
But he ultimately lets it happen. But I don't know if Tom's right. I don't know if it's because he's more mature now.
Wait, I looked up this actress, and according to Wikipedia, she's Lois Lane in Batwoman.
What?
Lois Lane and Batwoman?
Yeah, but it's not the CW Lois Lane? Did they recast that character?
No, because she's in Superman and Lois.
Yeah, but that's on long enough for them to have split, I would imagine.
Yeah, that's weird, because that's supposed to be in the same universe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Now I'm curious to...
Robert says it's because she's in the Batwoman episode of the Crisis crossover.
But it's a different actress.
Yeah, and that's the same universe as Arrow, which I never understood. I always thought Batwoman should have been its own universe.
Well, I'm looking at it, and it says that she's Lois Lane of Earth 167.
Yeah, so
What?
they must have gone to some other universe in that episode. Anyway, let's move on, shall we?
Yeah, sorry. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong actress. Pain.
So Austin, I don't remember if we talked about this, but just with the different episodes that you've seen, how do you feel about these Kens?
I don't know. I'm indifferent to them. They're fine, I guess.
For sure. That's...
Austin's never given the show any kind of a chance.
That's not true.
He has no
I want to see
opinion
the Amy Adams episode. That sounds
because he's
wonderful.
hated it from frame one.
It's not my fault, Cap. I'm very slow.
So when people go back to the season and go, oh, hey, it's Jensen Ackles, that guy from Supernatural and other things, I was looking at him and other things and go, oh, hey, it's that guy from Smallville. Because I saw him here first before anybody knew who he was.
This is also where I saw him from first, but I think my favorite thing I've seen him in is the My Bloody Valentine remake.
I don't think I've ever actually seen him in live action. Like, I know that he's the guy from Supernatural.
He does a lot of voiceover, and
Yeah.
he's great in Under the Red Hood.
Well, I know he's like the big fan cast for Batman.
Yep, it has been.
He's good in The Long Halloween.
For years. But yeah, I have the same thing with the evil Lana boyfriend from the third season, because the guy from Vampire Diaries and Lost, where like that's a small actor to me first.
Yeah.
And this,
Same with
unfortunately,
Amy
is going to
Adams.
follow that same formula, where he's kind of cool and likable right now, and then he's going to turn bizarre at the end with his feud with his mother, Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman.
Robert, I quite like the My Bloody Valentine remake. I would say both versions are worth watching.
I don't-
That looks familiar.
I don't know anything about that movie or the remake, but I have a hard time not thinking it's crazy that enough history has happened in my lifetime now that there are two different versions of something called My Bloody Valentine.
I have that with that whole era of like horror remakes, where it's all that was coming out was slasher remakes.
Yeah, it was a dark time.
We got a couple of decent movies out of it.
It was a dark time.
Like, they're going to remake Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what kind of world do we live in where there's going to be two different versions of that movie?
Well, they'll skip it and they'll do just a remake of that and Killer Clowns from Outer Space, but remade into one movie.
I like the idea of it being a double feature that was remade together.
Yeah.
That you just released that way. You sort of like Grindhouse or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
That'd be cool. Because isn't that like that, where it's like two movies that are released together?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is.
I never saw that, but... Sorry, we're not really talking about this episode because it's a boring Kryptofreak plot that
nothing's really happened.
we've kind of seen 100 times.
Oh my god. No.
But see, this is exactly the Ice Boy episode and the Fat Vampire episode and the girl in season 2 that makes people age very quickly, where they've got to have a scene where they take a guy or a girl into a room and start making out with them, and then something horrible happens to them.
Are we, Robert Wild says, have we counted the Kryptofreak for this episode yet? No, I don't think we have.
No, because I'm fuzzy on whether anybody actually gets crypto powers in this.
She's gonna make him think that he's, like, old and ugly.
Oh, is that what it... Okay. I couldn't remember.
Isn't that what all women do? Make you feel old and ugly?
There are so many reasons I shouldn't let you on the show. So many. Robert, another shower scene. Yeah, we should be counting shower scenes just this season. I feel like there's been one every episode. Or maybe there were two last episode.
We should be counting nude scenes. There've been one in every episode.
There's been a nude scene in every episode. Or at least a person who didn't have their clothes on, not actual nude scenes.
Yeah, because they like made out and now he's hallucinating.
Yeah, I guess what's supposed to throw you off here, where you think they're really subverting the expectation, is nothing bad has actually happened to him, and then you switch to the mirror. Because usually it's like a physical horrible thing is happening to them. So like, I don't know. I guess we flipped it on its head there.
That line delivery was wonderful.
Do we call it a car wreck when somebody gets hit?
Yeah.
Have we been doing that?
Car.
Well, he was jacked enough, I would count it.
Okay. Sure. That probably shouldn't count, but I'm going to count it.
I will say I would rather watch this one over like the Ice episode, because at least if I remember correctly, for the whole episode, is she's more of a tragic Kryptofreak. Like, she doesn't want to do what she's doing.
Yeah, she's somewhere in between the sadistic Kryptofreaks and somebody like the Fat Vampire.
Yeah.
Who is, like, full-on sympathetic.
Yeah.
Well, at least mostly sympathetic. Tom, $2 super chat. I don't want to read this out loud.
Do you want me to read it for you?
Sure.
Okay, hold on. $2. This is the Teen Boy Wheat Dream session. Just saying.
I really appreciate that he didn't read what it's supposed to be. He just read how it's typed.
Now that's just racist.
Well, I mean, I think we can all agree that a jacked guy getting hit by a car is every boy's wheat dream.
Thanks for the super chat, Tom. Dagon
That's
Spirit.
another sound you have to play.
I just did.
Oh, I didn't hear
Oh,
it.
I didn't hear it either.
Oh, weird. I played John Cena saying that's just racist.
Oh, how did I miss that?
I don't know, but I played it.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything.
I
Robert
missed-
Wild, I don't know who you're talking about. Oh.
I'm going to change my sharing here and just make sure you guys have my sound. Who?
Why?
See, he's trying to give us reasons to keep that joke going.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Welcome back to the Talon, where it's Christmas every day. They have a lot of Christmas lights.
They do. Is this Lana?
Yeah.
She looks different for some reason.
That's because she went to Paris and she got a Kryptonite tattoo. Or not
Oh, wait, she got a tan.
Sorry, a Kryptonian tattoo. Yeah, she got tan in Paris. That's true. Or maybe it's just really heavy makeup for the show.
Well, you definitely get a tan when you go to France, that's for sure.
Yeah, I still say the big misstep, and I rarely feel this way about stuff, is having her come back as early as she does. Like, let her really explore Paris and more of the world trying to find the artifact and get, like, halfway through the season before Clark even realizes that there's this big Jor-El Kryptonian A story happening. It'd be just really cool if she was ahead of all of that. That's how you really give her something different to do.
Do you mean to still have your sharing be on YouTube Studio?
Oh, sorry about that.
No, you're good. I just wanted to make sure.
No, I will fix it. No, Naked Spear, I thought it was this episode. He said they were going to have this argument in a later episode, but I was pretty sure it was here. And this is a conversation we've had before.
Yeah.
Now, it's actually a better conversation here. Because they both have really good arguments here. I mean, I'm still more with Jonathan because, yeah, he's got superpowers. It's just too dangerous. He's like, look with the adrenaline, you can't know what you're going to do on the field, and it's not just about hurting someone. It would be really foolish to let the whole world find out about his powers because he wanted to play football in high school.
I think I'm with Clark on this one.
Really?
Because, like, I can see where Jonathan's coming from.
How does it feel being wrong all the time? No, I'm kidding.
I don't know. You have to ask Austin.
You know, I exercised a little restraint in not asking if her Kryptonian tattoo was a tramp stamp, and because it's the 2000s, it was. Of course it was.
But, like, I don't think Jonathan is in the wrong. I just don't think he's giving Clark the benefit of the doubt or enough like respect that he would be responsible enough to not use his powers.
And I think where I'm siding with Jonathan is I think he's right that no matter how responsible he is, it's still too dangerous.
Yeah, for sure.
Like you can't be sure you could control your powers enough in that sort of situation. It's kind of like the intimacy issue that he's going to worry about in season 7 when Lana finally knows. Like, can I be sure that I can be intimate with a girl and not accidentally set her on fire? Like, it's kind of the same thing.
True.
We're just in the rush of the moment.
Oh, I hope Austin's here for the Mixoplex episode.
Oh my god.
Is Mixoplex this season?
Yes.
Yeah.
What episode
and
is it?
Just wait for it to be the most disappointing thing you've ever seen.
No, I know. That's my excitement.
I don't know. I can check.
I got it here. It's 7.
Oh, so.
Okay, I guess that's my trial. This is the trial of Hercules tonight. I gotta make it for Mixoplex.
You can do it, Austin.
I mean, if I can stay up till 7 watching Bay Turtles.
And to be fair, and like I still agree with Jonathan even on this point. I guess it's not just about you might hurt someone, but it's also in order to win the game, you'll find yourself wanting to do anything, and you won't play it fair. And I guess I get where John's coming from, where he's saying like maybe Jonathan should expect his like better from his son than that. But I think he's right because he's speaking from experience, and when you've got a coach like, you know, screaming at you to do anything to win, like you're likely to lose yourself.
I think the problem with that is that Clark isn't Jonathan. So, like, yeah, you can say, hey, I had this experience, but you can't know for sure that somebody else is going to have that same thing. And I just don't think he's trusting Clark enough to do the right thing, despite the fact that Clark has proved that he will do the right thing.
Okay, but then let me ask you this, because now we're just kind of arguing the moral dilemma, which is fun. If Jonathan lets him play football because he is, not because he's giving up, but because he's giving him the benefit of the doubt, as you say, and something did happen, would you not then retroactively look at Jonathan as irresponsible for allowing them?
And that's where it gets tough, because I have two kind of different opinions of that. On one hand, I'm like, no, because Clark has to be allowed to make mistakes to grow. But at the same time, you're putting other people in harm's way. So it's like that's a tricky balance. And I don't know if there is a proper answer. But I also think that's if you go too far down that way, you get the Man of Steel kids who are so scared to let Clark do anything that they're willing to let kids drown in a bus.
Yeah, because I mean they draw that line in a ridiculously conservative place, and I would argue that Jonathan has drawn his line in kind of a reasonable place.
Yeah,
you know, he's letting his kid go save people. He even lets him do extracurriculars. It's just football is a bridge too far for him. And you gotta keep in mind, once again, it's not just about putting other people in harm's way. He might be putting his son in harm's way.
Yeah, I mean, so I side
because now you got
Clark,
the whole government coming after him if you find out what his powers are.
Yeah. So like I say I side with Clark, but I don't think either side is truly wrong.
That's why it's an interesting ethical debate, and that's why I think it's better handled here than it is in the pilot.
Okay, so I take back what I said about her being kind of an innocent Kryptofreak, because now she's just a Kryptofreak.
Yeah.
This is Lana in danger?
Are we counting that?
Or people in danger?
Oh, because we took it from family to friends and family.
Yeah.
Didn't we?
I think so.
Which means that this should probably say like 59.
God, that looks awful.
In the mirror, she looked like Kesha.
Whoosh! See, I kind of wanted to give them credit for the shot where she looks in the mirror and then looks back at us. because if it was makeup, that would be impressive, but it isn't. And it took me a minute to realize that it's not makeup. So yeah, it's pretty bad. Austin, it looks like a Skype effect.
Why did the mirror fall?
I don't know, but now she's got 7 years of bad luck. So.
And the real question is, why aren't we counting those?
So, Austin, you've heard of Skyfall, but have you heard of Mirror Fall?
Does that count as a DC reference, that it looked like she was in the mirror zone?
The mirror.
Oh.
The mirror,
or no,
the mirror
zone?
dimension.
The Phantom Zone?
The Phantom Zone, but it's a mirror in the Superman 1
Well,
too.
it's a mirror here too. They'll do that in the show.
I thought you were talking about Mirror Master.
That was like the shot. She was in the mirror and she was like, "Oh."
I don't.
Fell on her.
That's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah,
that's a bit of a stretch.
I was surprised there was no Easter eggs in the that like wardrobe department. I was scanning the background the whole scene.
Hey, John,
you missed Lois Lane from the Reeves movies too. I can't remember her name, but Margot Kidder. That's it. Sorry, what were you gonna say, Cap?
Oh, real quick before I read this comment, it's kind of interesting seeing Lex interact with Jason Teague here, given the whole like quarterback thing with Whitney going all the way back to season 1. Like she's dating a football player, and Lex is doing everything he can to like get Clark positioned where he wants to be to make Lana his girlfriend. And now she's dating the coach.
Wait, what?
What?
So Jensen Ackles is
the coach.
Jensen Ackles is the football coach, and he's dating Lana.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's the coach, but he's also a student?
No,
he's a college student.
Oh. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
I thought he was just like another student in their school.
No.
Yeah, no, she is underage to be dating him, and with, I mean, even then, obviously that wasn't okay. But like, people freak out about that in a way now they didn't when I was in school.
Well, I thought it was weirder just that he's like the coach and she's dating him. I was more on that because I didn't even realize he was older.
So you were watching with us earlier, but they don't meet at school. They meet in Paris. And they're dating like over the summer, and then they come back together, and then he becomes the coach. So like,
okay, so that's like their way around the creepiness that she's basically dating a teacher.
Yes.
Okay.
And all they had to do was just not make him that much older. And like, why does he have to be a coach, John?
Yeah, why can't he just be in the class? Like,
it didn't need to be this awkward. Like he could have also just been like on holiday before his senior year in Paris.
And that just exists, so they have to keep it a secret.
To create that kind of drama. Now, I will say, it would have been too convenient if he lived in Smallville, but if he could, maybe that would be too contrived, where it's like, I'm also a senior in high school, and I'm going to get special permission from my parents to go live where you live.
He really enjoyed those summer
change
nights.
it from him being in college to him being in high school. He's the rich kid that can do whatever he wants, so he decides to chase Lana to Smallville.
Robert says they could have just not have her date a teacher. Yeah, exactly. But I guess they're trying. You can sometimes see the seams in the like conceptualization, right? With shows like this, where it's like, well, we want a character that will have drama with Clark and Lana. So like, we have to come up with some way for him to get screen time with the main character. How are we gonna do that? I know. We'll make it the football coach when Clark also finally gets to play football.
Well, and we dropped the coach stuff pretty quickly, and then just light switch him into bad guy anyway.
Yes. And it feels the same way as the evil boyfriend in the season before, but even kind of worse. Where, like, his backstory kind of comes out of nowhere.
No, it's much worse because he spends half the season promising that he hates his mother and he's not working with her. And then we instantly light switch it to, oh, I'm actually working with her and I have been this whole time.
Yeah. where he's just completely devoted to her and like he acts like he has no choice or whatever.
And kind of a creepy way too.
Yeah, I agree.
But not like creepy good, creepy like ugh.
No, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Well, and it's weird to do that with a character that's in your opening credit sequence.
I also don't know why he's in the opening credits over Lois Lane.
It's all about how many episodes you get contracted for.
Mm-hmm.
True. But I just mean, like, I would think when you're signing contracts, you would put Lois Lane in more episodes than your one-off.
But I feel like
season.
what they think they're doing it well. It's only season 4. They don't know how many seasons they're gonna get, but the show is so popular at this point, they have to be assuming probably 7.
Yeah.
And so to have, like, they don't have a 5-year plan. They're not planning on finishing next season. So having Lois here this relatively early, even if it's only 7 seasons, they're probably thinking it would be overkill to make her a main character now. So we should introduce her, give her several episodes of an arc, make a big event out of it, and then tease you with it. We're going to write her out for a while, bring her back occasionally. I think that's why they did that, John.
Yeah, maybe. Tom says creepy like Scream 1. I don't know what you mean, but...
He means creepy with a K. Like Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat, yeah.
Krispy Kreme.
You Krispy Kreme.
John, I feel like we are too many seasons in now to keep doing episodes like this.
No, yeah, this is a season 1 episode.
What's bring Joker toxin out?
Hey, there's Clark on green Kryptonite.
Yeah.
Is she gonna go conveniently unconscious?
Who, Lois
he
or Meg
is.
Ryan?
And you know what? I'm gonna give this episode credit. This is the best he's worked with someone, not just like acting wise, but like they don't just go unconscious and he saves them. Like they work together to stop this.
Yeah, which makes it harder to contrive her not knowing he has powers. Like, it makes that sillier. I mean, 3 episodes in, she should just know he has powers. And here's where they're trying to have their cake and eat it, too, with the standard, like, Superman status quo really irritates me. Why don't you just let her know? How about you just have a Lois in this universe that finds out he has powers right away, and is his confidant in that, and you don't want them to date yet, so they don't date yet. But, like, why not? Like, you're already having him meet her that early. Why not? You could go any way you wanted to.
Yeah.
So Lois Lane like karate kicked Meg Ryan and then called her the B word. That was worth it for this whole episode. That was awesome.
I want to count that, but it doesn't come up enough.
If only it was an Arkham game, it would be every other line.
That's hilarious.
Why is she wearing like pyramid earrings?
Because she went to France.
Oh.
Oh no, she got like Illuminati earrings.
Oh, you know what, Dagon Spear? I think I heard that too now that you say that. God, it's been so many years. He says, I think I remember reading that Smallville didn't have authorization to use Lois for long or something like that. I might have heard Durant say that, but maybe I'm wrong. No, that rings a bell.
Warner Brothers is like the weirdest company I have ever seen.
Yeah.
I don't understand how you can license a show like Smallville, like a Superman show, and they'd be like, but you can't use all these characters from that property.
Yeah. You can have Bart Allen in season 4 make Flash references, but when we bring him back and he's actually going to have a costume, he can't be called Flash.
Was that the actual
Posthumous.
reason? Because Bart Allen is usually Impulse like he is in this, right?
Yeah, but they're making Flash references, and it's
Yeah.
pretty clear that they want him to be their Flash when they do Justice League.
Well, and then the comics immediately jump to Black Flash.
I am convinced that they thought that they would call him Flash later if they called him anything.
Yeah. But you're allowed to use Cyborg. And, like, he's just Cyborg. Yeah, see, that's what it is. He realizes that Clark is old enough to make his own decisions.
Yeah, he's being a lot more reasonable about it. No, Tom was right about that. He is playing it as more of a maturity thing, and that I can really appreciate. Where it's like, you know, he's still resisting. He thinks it's a bad idea, but like, there's a difference between Clark as a freshman wanting to do that and Clark as a senior wanting to do that. And that's touching. I appreciate that. Tom just wrote, that actor is dead. And I don't know which one, but
I think all of them. This show's been on long enough that probably everyone involved is dead.
It's not Babylon 5. Do you know about the Babylon 5 curse?
No, is that a thing?
Like, so many actors from that show have passed on.
That's got like a poltergeist thing?
And that was even true like 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
No, we haven't gotten to Impulse yet.
No, not yet. That is the season, though. And that is one of the better
I think
episodes
he deleted it.
of the season. I know people that's their favorite episode.
I like that episode quite a bit.
It is good.
I like that actor. He hasn't had the best career, but... Well, and, you know, it's kind of funny. We're going to get to the Impulse episode. And Red Letter Media just did a video on that guy, like, random movies that he's...
Oh, really?
Oh,
Yeah.
weird.
That is weird. You've got mail.
Is he also in that?
No, but he is in Scream.
No, Chloe
5.
just had this weird line where she was trying to sound like the You've Got Mail guy.
Oh. Because the main villain of this episode looked like Meg Ryan. So
Her line was, "You've got fan
might have been
mail,"
intentional.
and she decided to read it like, "You've got fan mail." That's how she
Yeah,
said
Ron
it.
Wild, that is a great Red Letter Media
You know,
video.
you know what they should have said about that line delivery, Cap? You've got fail.
Good one.
Thank you.
No, I really appreciate that.
I feel like we're just watching Wet Hot American Summer now.
Yeah. Smallville goes to these kind of places all the time. It's got different scenes for different audiences.
Oh, he's talking about the guy that played Cyborg. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. Shame.
Oh, but he didn't even come up in this conversation.
No, because we were talking about Flash, and I said, but you're allowed to use Cyborg.
Oh, I missed that you even said that. It's like, when did anybody bring that up? There's that slowed down frame rate thing for no reason.
That was like the most
love triangle face
2000s ending of all time.
Love triangle face.
I can't believe we're still doing that with Chloe.
We're still doing it. Well, because we don't have love triangles otherwise. You know, you got to have at least 2 at a time. Remember?
Which is weird because they're not really going to do anything with that.
No, not at all. That pays off in no way.
This is starting to get to the, like, Chloe is his confidant.
Yeah, thank God.
Yeah.
No,
That's my favorite version of Chloe.
That matters, or at least they're gonna play up, I should say, is with Jason Teague.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's so weird to leave an episode off with that when it does not matter at all.
No, it was the most 2000s ending of all time, both with the like Avril Lavigne song and then the slow-mo over the love triangle face.
Well, and
yeah, it's like, why are you looking like that? You don't have those feelings anymore. We closed that.
Yeah, or maybe you do, but you've moved on.
Yeah.
I mean, at the same time, I'm glad that they didn't backtrack it.
True.
And start doing stuff with it.
And like we're getting to legitimately my favorite like version of Chloe, where she's just like his best friend and confidant.
Yeah, well, and as much as I don't care for what I've seen of 9 and 10, like I really like the way Chloe is handled in the later seasons.
Yeah.
Like when she's basically Oracle, they do the Watchtower thing. Like that stuff's good.
Yeah, Arrow just ripped her off and made Felicity.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that she's what Felicity Smoke thought they were doing.
Yeah.
Weird.
But I was also going to say the very end of this episode is one of the things that really makes it feel like a holdover from first season.
Yeah.
How do you flip on that one?
I'm gonna go red, but it's like a light red. It's just kind of whatever.
It's a mid-range red for me. We're too late in the show to do those kind of Kryptofreak episodes, man.
Yeah.
Like, the Lois stuff is fine. It's still really silly to me that Clark and Lois are basically kicking ass together as like a superhero duo, and she doesn't know he has superpowers. It really cracks me up.
Yeah.
Hey, Austin.
Chloe is just walking around. Did they skip court? No. Lionel's went free. Sorry, I just kind of responded to super chat.
What are we talking about now?
Said it a $2 super chat. Chloe's just walking around. Did they skip court? No, they showed that he went free.
Did they?
I thought they did.
No, he doesn't go free because he's still in prison. We haven't had transference yet.
Yeah, you're right. This is gonna be a long season.
Yeah, yes, it is. No, Tom actually kind of has a good point. Like, she should be a little bit more concerned about her well-being, considering the things that that Lionel has probably pulled off from prison. Do we know?
Fair. They don't do stuff with love triangle per se. Chloe is actually drugged with a load pushing. Yeah, but that's not that episode that we were talking about. That's the episode we're about to watch.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Why do we have to watch this one? Austin, you came for the worst stuff, at least early on. There's also some not good stuff later. This is also kind of a early...
I love that almost every episode that he's seen is episodes we don't like.
Yeah, he just comes in for the crap. Anyway, let's watch it. So,
But I'm also here for the best episode with the Perry White one.
I don't know if I'd say best.
I don't know if he's making fun of me right now.
I don't even know. So,
well,
I'm on timestamp 0.
At the beginning of the show, I actually conceded that episode. Like, I love that episode. It's not the best episode of the show. I mean, I always think it's my favorite. But we were talking about what our favorite episodes are so far, and mine ended up not being that.
I think mine so far is that one where I think they were holding their kid in the house locked up, and then he broke out and there was crap all over the house or something.
Oh,
with Byron? With Byron and the helicopter?
Yeah, that's the best episode so far.
I mean, that's just wrong, but okay.
I'm gonna add that to the list of reasons you shouldn't be invited to the show.
That one was good though.
No, it's not. Okay.
I don't remember if I flipped green or red on that.
I actually don't remember either, to be honest with you. Okay, folks, we're gonna watch Devoted. Much to my chagrin, I hate this episode.
Oh no!
Yeah, Dagon Spirit. That would be the next episode after this one.
This one is pain. All right, here we go. Everybody, get timestamp 0. Get ready to press play. We'll take a break after this one. Here we go, folks. Everybody, please press play right now. Oh, we're watching the Smallvilles.
Yeah, now you're on the episode I was watching last time. To start.
I'm gonna confess that I don't hate this episode, but mostly because I think it's funny.
Just more sexy evil chicks, man. That is the show.
Yeah.
I like the song in the background. It sounds like a Weird Al parody of just 2000s music.
Yeah, and what's amazing about Coach Quigley is he doesn't set people on fire.
Do we even see Coach Quigley?
I think we do.
I feel like we just see Jensen Ackles talking about him.
No, I think he shows up, but he doesn't get very much screen time.
So
I have
he's
a
like the
mental
Sauron
picture
of the
of what I
show.
think he looks like, so it'll be really funny if he never shows up, because I think I know what he looks like.
I also love that this has never come up before now. Like, nobody's thought, oh, let's make a mind control juice.
Oh my god, it's an episode of House.
Now that's a 24-hour stream I would love to do.
What?
I wonder if anybody would show up for that. Yeah, it's Love Potion Gatorade.
Why would you showcase it like that? That was awesome.
They do that in the show a lot, and it always looks terrible.
Yeah.
It always feels like they're just wasting time with that. Where it's
Or
like,
what? Oh, so you set people on fire one time and that's all you're remembered for?
he set a lot of people on fire. It was not the one time. He even set the sprinklers on fire.
So, can we just talk about how short-sighted this plan is? So they're gonna make these boys obsessed with them to the point they quit the football team. But isn't the whole point that they wanted to date quarterbacks?
Sorry, I gotta count things.
Oh.
I'll think about that in a second. So, because that's gonna be a love triangle phase. We're gonna have a bunch of those. And then people who aren't themselves. Are we only ever counting that when it's main characters or like people we care about? Because like that was technically one.
I would say that should count. But it's hard to... Oh, I like this music.
Yeah, why is it playing heavy metal music now?
That's not metal.
That's not even
That's-
close to metal.
That's punk.
Eh,
It's not even punk. It's like punk
It's like-
adjacent.
It's
Yeah.
2000.
It's yeah.
I like it, though.
I'm giving it too much credit. But it's not metal.
See,
Well, I
everyone, see, this
said
is
metal when I
every
just
boy-
heard the guitar. To be
Yeah, and I
fair.
said punk when I heard the beginning of the vocals, and then I was like, nope, I'm wrong about that.
Oh my god, this episode is brilliant so far.
See, Edgeone, see, this is every teen boy wants in high school. They want to be drugged and put under mind control.
Yeah, what high school did you go to?
Holy crap. Why did it make a sword noise?
Bullet time. I'll just count. You guys keep talking. There's so
What did you
much to
say,
count.
Austin?
When the bullets flew out of the shotgun, it made like a shing noise.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Literal bullet time. Matthew Bay says he
Wait,
likes
that
this
is
song.
not the shotgun that he had a second ago.
I was just about to say that.
I love how calm Clark looked at the end of that.
No, dude, the only time he shows any kind of intense emotion is when Lois Lane
It's when Lois is around.
It's
A
awesome.
man just tried to murder somebody, and he's just like,
Clark has the
Well, to
opposite
be
thing
fair,
that we did with Pete
He's
Ross.
been dealing with this for 4 years now.
He's got the opposite thing we do with Pete Ross. It's like for Clark, for everyone that's not Lois, it's who?
But to be fair, Austin, he's been dealing with this for 4 years. By now, this is just routine.
oh, okay.
It's like he was a wind-up toy this whole time. He's like programmed to be obsessed with Lana, but he doesn't actually care about Lana.
Hey, Austin, are you going to save this guy?
Just save
No.
him. Who?
He will look up and ask me to, and I will say no.
Hey, Austin, did you see how Clark was flying there? They got away with that because he was brainwashed and not being Clark right then. So then he could fly.
Oh.
Because Jarrell brainwashed him to be Kal-El.
I think the most fitting thing is that while you were describing this, Jeff Loeb's name flashed on the screen.
Yeah, I thought he was gone by this season, but Dagan Spear corrected me on that. Maybe he should have taken any other job.
But then he couldn't be around her 24/7.
Well,
that's
they
right.
say the best thing to win a woman over is to just always be around her and to like make sure she's not alone, to like separate her from others too, so that it's just you.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna say chloroform or something.
Because you can't be into Lana Lang if you're not actually a stalker, even a really subtle one. Even Clark Kent is a stalker when it
gonna say even Clark
when it comes to Lana, but he doesn't have the kind of emotion on his face when he's looking through the telescope that he does when he's dealing with Lois, even though he's not in love with her, which is why I say it's kind of contrived.
They should have just let her end up with Tina Greer.
Wait, they should have let Lana end up with Tina Greer?
Yeah.
Pretending to be Clark?
No, just Tina Greer.
Oh, just Tina Greer as she was. Because she tried to do that. She tried to be Clark and get with Lana, but she also tried to be Lana.
I mean, out of all of her stalkers, I mean, that one actually, she appreciated Lana so much she wanted to be her. You can't ask for more than that.
Are you saying that Tina Greer is the stalker that earned it?
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Did you go to the same high school Tom did?
Speaking of Tom, he sent in a $5 super chat. No, all cheerleaders dating jocks, nudity, hot girls dating teachers, guns, action, girls kissing girls. It's what every I should have read that before I read it out loud.
It's a super chat, and it didn't have any profanity.
When I was a teen boy, I wanted to be a pirate and fight Thanos.
When I was a teenager, I wanted to be Goku. I don't know.
No, he's right. Those are all the things I wanted in high school. That's a joke. Let's spin the wheel for the $5 super chat. Thanks, Tom. What do we have here? After every sentence, you gotta say Chloe.
Clark.
And there she is.
Chloe.
Chloe. No, you don't say her name when you see her. You just say Chloe after a sentence. Chloe.
I know, but I yelled Clark, so my sentence was Clark, Chloe.
That jacket doesn't go with the flannel shirt, Chloe.
Was the wall of weird in here, Chloe?
Oh my god, I gotta count it, Chloe.
How long do we have to do this, Chloe?
5 minutes, Chloe.
Oh.
What if we just counted Chloe? Chloe?
Let's just count every time we say Chloe, Chloe.
You know, saying Chloe isn't as fun as yelling Clark, Chloe.
No, it's
we
not.
got that earlier.
But what
on
makes
the
it
wheel,
almost as fun is that we're doing it during this scene where she's here and other people keep saying her name, Chloe.
That we're not actually talking about anything she's doing in this scene,
no.
Chloe.
We're sure not, Chloe.
I like this. This is like a legitimate reason to have drama, Chloe.
What do you mean, Chloe?
He's saying that he wants to stop working so much at the torch because of football, Chloe.
She's spazzing out, Chloe.
So like she's upset because he's kind of pulling away, but like he's trying to balance.
Yeah,
or he's overcompensating joining the football team.
What I don't like about it,
yell in a locker room. Give it to me, dude, Chloe.
John, what I don't like about it is that we so rarely see him actually doing anything at the torch, Chloe. So you're right, that works okay, and he's not shafting her on purpose, and he's not avoiding her like he has in the past. But why don't we ever see him actually working there and doing things? Chloe.
I like the idea that he just has like an honorary position there. Like he doesn't actually do anything. Chloe.
So, like, you sponsor a team and they let you walk into them changing to be like, here's your sponsor, Chloe.
Yeah, as long as you're a man, Chloe.
Ah.
Robert Wild says this is the most homoerotic season so far, Chloe. It's the most erotic season so far. Can we just say that? Like, you don't even have to be specific, Chloe. It is pretty obvious what he's doing, Chloe. This isn't the first time he or his father, one I can't remember which, has bought something for the school to get in someone's good graces. There was a thing with computers. Do you remember that, John? Chloe?
You mean where, yeah, because she takes the deal with Lionel and, like, gives her new computers, and then when she breaks it, he takes them back.
Yeah, was it like a whole library, or just, yeah, I can't remember.
It was just computers, Chloe.
Okay, I think we can quit doing that now.
Okay.
Okay, that is really, really green Gatorade.
That's what I was just thinking. I would drink that. Drink it.
I mean, to be fair, he just moved to this town, but I've watched so much of the show that anytime I see anything that's glowing green, I'm like, hell, I'm not drinking that. It looks like the ooze from Ninja Turtles. Don't touch it.
Is this
like
the
they're
secret
drinking
of the
Jell-O.
ooze?
Sorry, what?
Is this the secret of the ooze?
Yes, the secret of the ooze is kryptonite. We finally have solved it.
I was gonna say that it makes you horny.
It's
Kryptonite
gonna
does
make
whatever
Chloe
you need
go
it to.
crazy.
John, how do we handle the Kryptofreak count in an episode like this? This is kind of that inhaler problem, right?
No, because none of them get superpowers. They just start acting weird. So I wouldn't say that any of them count as Kryptofreaks because they don't get actual powers.
Okay.
Unless you count Chloe's power to suddenly become a cheerleader.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. That's one of the reasons I hate this episode. I forgot.
It's the worst part of this episode. So naturally, Austin's gonna love it.
It was fun watching that guy with the double barrel shotgun with Austin.
Yeah, no, that
It
part was
changed
awesome,
into-
and then it completely dropped off a cliff after that.
And then that shotgun changed into a completely different type of shotgun.
Oh, look.
The wall of weirds there again.
Yeah, and we got someone who's not themselves. This is going to have a record for count. Oh my lord, there's so much to count. I need to hire a secretary to do this part of the job.
Catherine Hall asks, is there even a green Gatorade?
I
I
think
don't
there
know.
I think there is, but let's find out.
I don't know offhand.
Oh,
Now
hi,
you say
Catherine
that.
Hall.
I only know the red and blue. And white.
Orange.
It looks like there is a lime Gatorade.
Ugh.
Maybe green apple?
Maybe both.
Maybe both. There is in fact a green Gatorade though.
Or it's
Vampires
love
are next
flavor.
season. Daggett Spear and Robert Wild.
Yes, we have witches this season.
Oh, yay.
No, oh, boo.
Oh, okay.
Burn.
See, I kind of like this. Like, we're forcing Lois to try journalism, and it ignites something in her.
Well, and I look at it on a more meta level, John. What I enjoy about this with her... See, I can't help but say nice things about her. Everybody's like, "Oh, Cap hates Lois Lane." No, I don't like things they like conceptually and stuff, but she's just really good. So, I like it on more of a meta level. She's also having to try to be in a Smallville episode, and she's not having it. So
I love that that's pretty consistent. Like she doesn't have time for the rules of the show.
Yeah. But it's not even she doesn't live above everyone. It's not even like a conceited thing. So much as just the attitude is like, you guys don't have to be acting like this. Why are y'all doing that?
Yeah. Well, and like what I like that they handle that in kind of a semi-realistic way. It's where like you think you don't like something, but then you start doing it. You're like, oh, I'm actually like good at this, and I like this.
Yeah.
I don't like this.
Yeah.
No.
Like 2 seconds into the scene, and the scene needs an adult.
I mean, there's maybe a little bit of arrogance to it, and like, it's better to be from a big town than a small town. Like she's being condescending when she calls Clark Smallville and all of that, and I don't love that because they're in Smallville. I don't know how you feel about that, John. I don't love the Smallville nickname in Smallville.
That feels more just like, well, it's a comic thing.
Yeah, so like she has to call him that, but that's the kind of thing that you would do in a big city where you met someone from a small town.
Mm-hmm.
Like, has anyone ever moved to a small town from a big city and called a person from there the town while they live there? It's weird.
I guess you can kind of twist it and say like,
it's weird in general.
He's the first like person she met in this town.
Well, and she sees him as like the spokesperson for the town.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you're Smallville all in one package. You're everything that's quaint and strange about this town.
Yes, Tom, we saw.
But she wasn't basically nude, Tom.
Well, she wasn't wearing anything.
But she was wearing a shirt that was 8 sizes too big. It covered her more than.
Have you been playing the sounds for these $2 super chats?
I've done some, but not all of them. So I'll try to do better.
What's the purpose?
You're good. I wanted to make sure it wasn't like before.
I'm sorry, what?
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't before where like we didn't hear anything.
John, why do you keep interrupting the sound effects?
Yeah, I didn't get to hear what that was, John, because you wouldn't stop talking.
I'm sorry.
Now you're dead.
Game over, man. Game over.
How many entrances does Jonathan Kent have in the show where he walks in and he's doing his hands like, I just greased something?
Well, I don't know if you remember this, but the actor talks about that. Like, he always wanted to be doing something in a scene just besides just talking.
Yeah, no. And
so I feel like a lot of that's the actor.
And that's great, and it adds a lot. Like, it makes it feel like these are real people that live in like a lived-in world. But he does that a lot.
Yeah.
Like, he walks into a place doing this.
No light?
Sorry, what?
Did you notice there's no light in that fridge?
I did not notice that. They shouldn't drink the milk. Don't do that. Gulp. This is feeling a little bit less episodic than previous seasons already, John, because this feels like a conversation that is continuing from the previous episode that's not about an A story.
Yeah, this kind of feels like more of what TV shows that were more
serialized?
Not episodic, serialized, where you would have certain plot points that carry on, but you'd have the main A plot is kind of filler until we get to the next story episode.
McCaffrey says, and anytime Lois finds out Clark's secret, she says, I guess I shouldn't call you Smallville anymore.
I think that only happens once.
I remember, well, I think he means in any Superman iteration. Like, when she finally finds out the secret, she says that. I'm pretty sure that's in Lois and Clark.
I agree, AMC. He says Capstone needs a try, Lillian, try.
Yeah, so the soundboard website that I used didn't have any Smallville clips. And I couldn't find one that had very much Smallville. There was one that had, like, A few, but they were all from one season. They were all from like 6. And I would have to go in and meticulously pull down a bunch myself, and I just didn't have the time to do that.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe I'll get crazy, and for the next one or the one after that, I'll finally do that. But I would have to play from 2 different sources.
If they really wanted to go for Superman colors for school, they should have just went red and blue instead of red and yellow.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because, like, I don't
Why
know if it's
is it
just
always
me, but
just the
yellow...
red team versus
Like, I know
the
he has
yellow
yellow in his costume, but I always think of red and blue as Superman colors.
Well, I don't know if they were thinking this, but I'll tell you why, and this is a me thing, you guys wouldn't have this. I'll tell you why it would have been a little bit weird, though.
Huh?
Because Smallville has to be like, we've talked about this before, but Smallville in Kansas, in relation to other towns, has to be like 10 or 15 minutes away from KU, and that's KU colors.
Oh, okay.
It would be a little weird to have a high school that had exactly KU colors that close to KU.
Oh, God.
Well, I think it's red and yellow because that's the Superman symbol.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that's true.
and the you're right, and the Crow wears the symbol on his chest, and it's red and yellow there.
But I'm more so wondering why every game is just the red team versus the yellow team.
Well,
Or is
because
this all practice?
this is all practice.
Oh, okay.
No, that's why it's supposed to be like really pathetic and ridiculous. They're trying to make her look as sad as possible. John, to your point earlier from last episode about how she's not really, like she's moved on from being obsessed with Clark and wants him to date her. I think this is supposed to be like a comedic last vestige of that.
I'd agree.
And I don't think
Clark
it
on
works at all.
Kryptonite.
Oh yes, that is Clark on Green, because we got to get him on green Kryptonite in every possible conceivable way.
Cap, he choked like me at the end of After Dark.
Were you on green Kryptonite?
Yes.
Robert says he's past the point of being able to tell when you're sarcastic or not, Austin.
What?
I have that sometimes. Sometimes I cannot tell if you're joking or not.
Shouldn't you be able to get more used to it over time?
You would think.
Well, I think the way it works is when you first get to know a person, you think you can tell, and so you just assume that this is when you're being sarcastic and when you're not. And then you realize just how deadpan you are, and you go, maybe I could never tell.
Yeah, this is awkward.
It's like a Smosh video.
And it just keeps going and going. It's the kind of comedy that is so unfunny, it's desperate for a laugh track.
I'm pretty sure John and I just saw this scene in a Date Movie.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say, I'm pretty sure me and John just died.
In your arms tonight.
It must have been something I drank.
It must have been something
I
we
can't
watched.
wait to hear Tom Welling talk about this episode.
Why, so you can hear him for the 50th time say, I don't remember anything about shooting this episode.
Yeah, it'll be great.
He has a lot of insights, but they're like almost from like a reviewer's perspective before they're from actually being on the show. Not to say that he doesn't have some of those too, but I weirdly have been enjoying listening to Tom Welling review his own show more than anything.
So, how long is Kryptonite supposed to last? Because now he's like human.
Well, I think it's just because he ingested
It's in
it,
his system,
so it's
though.
Inside
Yeah,
of.
that's true.
Yeah, he
But
must
the real
not have
question
passed
is,
it
when
yet.
did Jensen Ackles become Ultimate Eddie Brock?
Yeah, or the guy from Unbreakable.
Or Eminem?
You know, now that you mention it, though, he wouldn't be the worst Eddie Brock.
No, that's actually
No, he wouldn't.
that's actually a pretty good casting choice.
I think it's a better casting choice than Batman, and at least in live action.
I could see him as Batman if it's.
I think
in
he's got too
modern
much of a
days,
baby
like-
face in live action for Batman, but
No, that's
maybe.
No, I agree with that.
He's definitely a good voice actor for Batman.
Yeah, he's great in The Long Halloween.
Oh, they just did the Spider-Man one shot with like the blood drop.
I like the way they're playing this scene where Lex is just kind of going through the motions because he's upset that, you know, they're not getting along right now, even though it's entirely his fault.
Yeah, just coming in from where I am, Lex is weird because he's shown up twice in the 2 episodes I've seen, and one was just to be like, hey, I own this, or I sponsored this gym class, and now he's just here when Clark is injured.
Yeah,
It kind of feels like he's just kind of just showing up randomly and isn't really a part of the show right now. I'm assuming that there's a reason for that.
his
Yeah.
main thing right now is trying to rebuild his friendship with Clark.
Yeah, it's really just because of where the focus is right now.
Yeah.
Once we get into the stones of the,
This is actually a super important scene for that, and I kind of forgot that it was here. They're trying to make these throwaway episodes important by putting in like 1 or 2 really crucial scenes.
my favorite part of the podcast with Rosenbaum is just him like, I didn't know what I was saying half the time.
Yeah. No, it's really funny. And you can tell when he tries to... I mean, he's got some insights too, but much of the time when he's trying to analyze the stuff and he starts like really repeating himself, you're like, wow, you were an actor, not a like critical thinker.
Yeah.
And I'm not giving him crap for saying that. I mean, it's a personality thing, and he would agree with that. There was something, and I'm not even complaining when I say this, there was something almost passive-aggressive about the speech Lex just gave. Where he's like, I need your friendship, and if I don't have it, I'm going to be a supervillain. That's essentially what he just said.
Yeah.
So, like, it's a good olive branch, but with every other manipulative thing he's been doing, there's no way Clark could possibly trust him. And when they start, like, sort of mending the friendship, it's gonna be completely built around mutual interest and personal gain before it's, actually any give and take at all. When they find the map. Because Kryptonite things always affect me differently.
This season really is just like 10 times hornier than the other seasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Yeah, 4 episodes in, Lois should be putting all these things together and being like, yeah, I bet Clark Kent's an alien. Oh, McCaffrey says he's talking about just this show with the I can't call you Smallville anymore thing.
Mm.
I didn't realize that was the thing that happened enough we could count it. He says blank memory loss, that's this season.
Yeah.
Infamous time travel, I don't know what he means by that.
Oh, there's an episode, I forgot about this. There's an episode in like 8 or 9 where his secret like becomes public knowledge, and she says that, and then he ends up time traveling to make sure that it doesn't get really leaked.
Oh wow, I don't remember that. Is that an 8?
It's an 8 or 9.
Season 10 actually finds out for real this time. I choose to believe it's the writer's character consistency, but it's probably an accident. It probably is an accident.
Clark's getting lucky just by yelling, "I'm devoted to you." This is cool.
What is it with season 4 of these shows where they lean too far into like the comedy?
Yeah, that is kind of a consistent thing. That's an odd trend. I wonder if it's also true that season 4s are where you start, or when you get to your most sexy or horny, like Austin was saying.
That is possible.
Well,
Is that
because
a thing?
The Simpsons
you
season
might
4
be
is a
onto
little
something,
hornier
because
than
do you
the other
remember the
seasons
episode in
before it.
Buffy where her and Riley just have like sex for the whole episode?
Well, and isn't beer bad in 4?
Yeah. This is so weird.
You could almost count like awkward Clark near sex scenes in this show too.
I just want him to be like, "Your body is swell."
I love how Lois is completely like not even trying to be
No,
that
Lois
stealthy.
Lane is in an American Pie movie right now where she's just sneaking around two people trying to have sex.
Well, and some of the most gratuitous sexy stuff we do in the show is with Erica Durance.
Yeah, I think it's next season where she goes undercover as a stripper.
Well, in last episode,
I think that's 5.
that doctor like stripped her down.
No, Austin, you're right. This is an American Pie movie.
Yeah, it's just an American Pie scene right now.
Hi, Hot Soup. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, hot soup? So how is he gonna get out of that?
Even that little chemical thing looked like sperm.
Tom keeps saying Teen Wet Dream. Tom, we get your point, man.
And you still haven't spelled it
That
right.
is the... Like, it was clear when this was on the demographic that all this was for.
I mean, they did advertise it as good sex, bad legs.
Yes. Exactly.
Why are they in Freddy Krueger's boiler room?
Yeah, I don't think this is the first time we've done this kind of scene in a boiler room-esque plays.
I love how she got karate kicked straight into like a flaming metal thing, and
Okay.
she's fine.
That is so super stupid. So, heat breaks you out of the spell, but I don't know how hot it actually has to be, because it was hot enough to break her out of the spell, but not hot enough to leave any kind of a mark at all.
No, it was like a like flame metal.
Yeah, and then you just heard.
Yeah,
bzzz, and then
they set that up at the beginning of the episode with the guy in the shotgun.
no adverse effect. I'm not saying the problem is that heat is the antidote. I'm saying, how does she not have a giant two-faced third-degree burn on her face?
No, she should be
No,
Freddy Krueger right now.
Did you hear that sound effect? It seared like she was cooking a steak.
Yeah. Welcome to my weird dream.
Ah, Dan. You had one job.
Oh my god, it's Dan Aykroyd with a baseball bat.
You are 3 seconds ahead.
Oh.
He does look like a young Dan Aykroyd. Robert says there's so many Allison Mack jokes I'm resisting making right now. Resist the urge.
Aliens and humans will never have peaceful relationships, especially after the Kryptonite storm.
Yeah, the only thing I could think of was consume mass quantities, and that doesn't apply. Austin, you still haven't actually seen Coneheads, right?
No, I have to.
Yeah, we've been talking
Actually,
about that.
I think I saw it when I was a kid, I think.
We've talked about that forever, about maybe watching that together.
No, there's two SNL movies that we talked about, because there was also Wayne's World and I think something else. But I could be wrong. Maybe it's just those two.
When they told me you didn't break into my place when nobody could see you, and you just walked in the front door, I couldn't believe it.
Lex, why are there no lights in your room?
Well, there's a reason.
This is, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So this is the room that used to have all of the stuff from his investigation on Clark.
Oh.
And he's taken all of it out now. And he's trying to extend the olive branch. And prove to Clark that he's not investigating him anymore, even though he totally will. I mean, eventually. To be fair, John, at least while they're trying to mend the friendship, I guess he doesn't really keep investigating him, does he?
I feel like it comes back up, and that's why it ends for good.
Yeah, but I think he kind of tries for a minute, as much as he can, until it becomes inconvenient for him.
Yeah.
But it's also not very long before he just starts, like, blatantly torturing people. Like in season 5 with Bart Allen.
No, that's next episode. Isn't it? Because I know next episode is Bart Allen.
Yeah, but I don't think the torture thing happens until his second appearance, does it? Where he's forcing him to run?
No, that's not next season. That's like 6 or 7.
No, I thought that was 5.
Because he teams up with the Justice League to rescue him.
Yeah, but it's before that's not Justice League. It's before they're doing the whole team thing, I think. I don't know.
I remember there's at least a couple of heroes.
It's all right. It's all a blur to me right now. But I feel like in the season 5 rewatch I was doing, that was one of the episodes I watched. But I could be wrong. So yeah, this episode has some good, important scenes with Lex especially. But God, it's a waste of time otherwise.
Yeah.
Dagon Spear, he torches Dude Bro Aquaman in 5, he torches Flash in 6. That's what I was mixing up.
Oh, yeah.
I knew he was flat out torturing people by 5.
Aquaman just can't get around being a dude bro, I guess.
Yeah, it starts
well,
here.
it's worse here, because, like, they don't do anything with, like, Atlantis.
No, and he's still got a little bit, at least in the look, of dude broness in his pilot, but it's a lot better. You know, in the pilot that didn't go to series, when he was played by Green Arrow. And now the whole team accepts him.
You're not Spider-Man, you know.
What they don't know is that he also saved them all from being brainwashed by girls with Kryptonite Gatorade. No, you need to apologize to the audience for making
This
it
is our
awkward
apology
for
to the audience.
us. Yeah, I didn't remember, John, that she comes right out and says that.
I didn't either.
Bury them deep. You're making it awkward.
And they shine the light in the sky.
Our
Don't answer.
romance is dead. Bury it.
I'll never take you to a dance again. We're never
I'm
gonna dance again.
God damn it.
That face was already unfortunate. Why did the camera have to be so far in it?
That was painful.
Back the camera off. I don't have any feelings for you. I know you really care about me. I'm gonna kiss you on the cheek now.
A superhero and a journalist? Now I've seen everything. Oh, Shazam. Count that as a reference.
What's a reference?
Lois Lane just said Shazam.
Yeah, you're 3 seconds ahead of me.
Oh, sorry. I'll react 3 seconds late from now
I
on.
need you to react 5 seconds behind, okay? Yeah, this was the way I remembered it, John, where she comes in and they treat it like a big event that she's here for 4 episodes, and then she's going to leave for a while.
Yeah. See, even now, like, he's more expressive than he has been this whole episode.
Nothing against Kristen Kurek, because it's the writing. It's not her fault, but he needed a female lead with a personality. And to be fair, there are episodes where Chloe gives him that a little bit.
Yeah.
And she's just going a lot further with that. And that's why you write Chloe out and you keep her in.
Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, it's some of the writing with Kruik, but I also just think it's because they both play their character the same way. And so, like, there's no chemistry there.
Okay, so that, once again, leads me to wonder if they knew Christopher Reeve had passed when they cast Margot Kidder. Because he doesn't get his in memory of until this episode.
They would have had to have. I would think. I mean, I don't know how, like, casting with TV works, but...
But also, is it weird, because wouldn't it be in the first episode if they knew?
That's true.
Yeah, no, it seems more likely to me that they've got all of that shot. Of course, you know, like, you shoot up to a certain point in the season before you start airing episodes, and then he's passed, so they get that in the very next episode they air, like, right after he passes.
That's what I'm thinking.
So I bet he hadn't passed yet when they... I don't think he could have when they cast Margot Kidder, and maybe we're thinking that they were going to get him again.
Yeah, maybe.
Because I had that wrong, if that's true. I always thought they brought her in because he died.
Maybe they brought her in and then we're planning to do an episode later on where they brought in both.
That's what I was suggesting before you came on, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Austin, are you going to stick around with us or are you going to kick out? We're gonna
I have to make it for Mixelplex.
Okay. You're taking your life in your hands there, for sheer boredom, I think. But anyway, so we're gonna take another 4-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll watch episode 5 of this season, which is
Run.
Oh, it is Run. Yeah, exciting. That was really good.
Yeah, because the episode auto-played for me, and it has a funny opening.
So you are gonna get to see Bart Allen. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna go red on this one.
He'll find some reason to hate it, but it's a good episode. I also am going red with this, even though the Lex scenes are quite good.
Yeah, I'm like a light red. I like a lot about this episode. It just doesn't all come together.
No, it doesn't. Well, and the Lois stuff is good. You guys are turning me around on Lois.
Yeah, she's great.
I just have a bias about how it starts. And I don't know. I don't want to keep rehashing stuff, but just get rid of Lana. God.
Yeah.
It's more that than anything.
That's what I'm excited for with season 8. Is she'll be gone.
Yeah, but we got to stay up all night, freaking 3 more times.
Yeah.
Before
We should
get
make
there.
Austin do a whole season with us one day.
I think I would literally kill myself on air.
Yeah, well, ratings.
It'll
Okay,
get you a whole 2 extra views.
let's do it. Worth it. Let's go ahead and take a break, and we'll see everybody in just a few minutes. Rig up the next episode if you're going to stick around with us, and thanks for being here. Hey everybody, we're getting into the 5th episode of this season. We're going to have to start motoring a little bit quicker. We're only averaging 1 an hour right now. But John and I had a lengthy preamble because he wanted to talk about Doctor Who and other things. So I changed out my disc because I forgot that I'm not using DVDs, so I thought there were only 4 on a disc, and there's actually 6, so I had to change it back out. Run is the episode in question. One of the best episodes this season, I do believe. And let's see if either of my co-hosts are back here.
Run, Forrest, run.
Hi, John.
Hello.
Well, are we actually going to wait for Austin? Or should we just start and then make him catch up?
Oh, there he is.
Oh, there, okay. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't have done that.
Sorry, I was eating a cheese string.
Robert wants to know if my lights in the background are new or if he's literally been blind. Yes, you have been. Like Clark in the 3rd season when he gets a super hearing. I've had that every episode of the show. Right? Every stream. I've had that. I actually just leave them up back there now because you can't really see them if they're not on.
That's what people should do with Christmas lights. There's people who take them down every year. It's a waste of time.
Yeah, if you have good lights, it's a waste of time. If you don't, there's a chance that one of them in the strand will get messed up and then none of them will work. So, like, I get it if that's why you take them down, but these days, with LEDs, you don't typically have that problem anymore.
Yeah.
Anyway, you'll hear all manner of discussion on these streams because we talk for so long. You never know what'll come up. Okay. Season 4, Episode 5, Run. Get ready to press play when I say now. Are you guys good?
I'm good.
Okay. John already sounds more tired than he did like 5 minutes ago. All right, everybody, please press play right now. Oh, it's The Roots.
You know an episode's going to be good when it starts off with music like this, followed by...
Was it the same cat? It's deja vu.
Exactly.
Oh, I have to change the episode title. You know, I've been keeping up with that, okay? Until just now.
Oh my god, it's this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Barry
There's
Allen.
some-
I mean, that's
There's some real crossover
that's Bart Allen.
between CW shows and crappy horror remakes.
I think you just described Smallville.
Yeah, and then Caitlin Frost is in a bunch of those from the Flash show.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, she's in the Friday remake.
yeah, and this guy's the main guy in the Nightmare on Elm Street remake.
I think Katie Lotz did movies like that.
She did. She's also in the Nightmare remake, I think.
No,
No,
that's
I'm thinking of the
Katie Cassidy,
Yeah. Thank you.
Laurel Lance.
Okay, so Robert's right. I gotta count DC references for the lightning bolt, but I'll probably say kind of at all with some of the Flash stuff. Like, I'm not gonna write down every time he says Flash. When we get to the other characters named Flash, I'll count that as one. But
Oh, okay. Yeah, because he already did the I can be there in a flash.
yeah, he says that, and then he's got aliases. He's got like fake IDs, and they're all Flashes.
Oh.
So he's got a fake ID for Jay Garrick and one for Barry Allen, and which is weird because you would assume those are people in this universe. So how does he know those names?
Yeah, they should have done like John Wesley Shipp if they had to get cute about it.
Yeah, That's
Well, and the comics make that even weirder because Jay Garrick is confirmed to be existing.
Yeah, of course. But one of the things, and I wanted to talk about this with Mixelplick, one of the things that's really awkward about the season is another having their cake and eat it too thing where they can't decide how much they're reinventing mythology and how much they want to like line up with the comic mythology or like sort of reimagine it, but more or less eventually you would get to that status quo. So at the same time as you're going, well, we're too grounded for Mixelplick to be from the fifth dimension, we also just straight up have the Flash?
Yeah.
Well, this just looks like a bad music video.
This is just that Spider-Man 1 scene with the fly going by.
That's exactly right.
But with no budget.
Yeah, Heroes does that scene a lot, but it looks a lot better in that show.
I've only seen a bit of that show.
Yeah, 'cause that's Hero's power, where he can manipulate time. So they'll do that scene. But yeah, that was kind of embarrassing.
I couldn't believe it. He saved you, my father.
Yeah, but if Lois was in this scene,
Oh, then
like a
he
real
would have
person.
said it with emotion.
yeah, and sarcasm. Oh, that was a car crash.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just counted like 4 things in the cold open.
I wish the Flash went to save him and he just turned and went.
Game Trick says, you've been talking about Smallville for over 20 years. I mean, it feels that way. But I haven't even had a channel for 20 years.
We've talked.
YouTube hasn't even existed for 20 years yet.
No. But close, 17, and we're getting there. Now,
That's crazy.
I have technically, literally talked about Smallville for 20 years. Because, like,
Yeah.
I had friends that watched it, so, like, I talked about it.
Yeah, when you'd go on sleepovers and be like, "Remember Smallville? It's on right now. We could be watching it."
And to be fair, I mean, I'm splitting hairs. Like, before the channel started, one of the first shows I thought about doing was counting Kryptofreaks, and I almost did that instead of Superhero Rewind. So I could have been talking about it for all this time. Although if I'd actually done that, maybe I would have finished it at some point.
Maybe there's an alternate universe where we do Smallville instead.
I do like the setup for this a lot. Like, he's a pickpocket, he's another speedster, he is the only person that Clark has met that can move like he does, but he's not a Kryptofreak. And Bart has legitimately a good character arc.
Yeah.
They risk him coming off super unsympathetic, and like at first, I don't think you're really supposed to like him, and I didn't at the beginning when I first watched this episode, but it really turns you around on him.
Donner is a pretty good actor, even when he's in like bad stuff.
Yeah, it's so funny because I've never seen him in anything else. And you guys know him from stuff.
Yeah, I mostly just know him from the Nightmare remake.
I know him from that, and then he has like a 5-minute role in Scream 5.
I don't even remember him having a role in that.
Yeah, he's like the guy that picks a fight with the friends at that bar.
Oh.
And then Ghostface kills him out in the parking lot.
Oh, he's that guy. Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe I did know that.
You know,
I don't know.
What is she doing? Like,
I'm complaining about something very minor when I say this, but the way this scene opens, because it's with that wide shot, it feels like a way more staged making out sequence than it should. Like if it opened
looked like she was
closer on
having a
them,
seizure there for a second.
it looks so staged. It's like, why are you standing in the middle of the room like that?
Well, Cap, it's so that she can be positioned in the mirror so he can see the mark.
Well, here's an idea. How about you just have the mirror on the wall and then you're on the bed? Why? What are you doing? There, I fixed it.
Oh, you're right, Robert Wilde. He's in Smile.
Oh, this is why I don't remember him. He's in a bunch of movies I hate.
And apparently he's... Oh, that's right. He's also in Jennifer's Body.
Is he?
Which I've never seen.
Okay, but I mean,
Yeah.
I haven't seen that since the theater, so I didn't remember that he was in
He's the, like, goth kid that she seduces and kills.
that. Oh, wow.
That movie's
Wasn't
awful,
that like
but...
2010, 2011?
Yeah,
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah, I saw that when it came out. And I liked it
I
okay.
do too. For sure.
More than most people. We were just talking about that the other day for some reason. Apparently people are like reappraising that now.
I think there was some stuff that came out about Megan Fox like having hard times, and then suddenly people were like, she's a really brilliant actress. And that was like part of it, was that became a cult classic.
Oh, interesting.
And she's gonna be in the new Mortal Kombat as a vampire too.
Oh, weird. I mean,
Like the
movies
game,
aren't
not the movie.
movies aren't made better by sympathy, but like I liked it okay when it came out.
Yeah, I don't particularly care for that movie.
One day I might watch it.
That's fair.
I'm surprised you hadn't seen it. I thought you would have.
Well, 12-year-old me really wanted to see that movie, but it didn't happen.
Is that because you went to Tom's high school?
Well, it was a wheat dream.
Sorry, Tom.
No, I remember as a kid, because I was like, oh, Transformers is cool. And I remember watching the Video Game Awards and being sad. Or no, I think cheering, because I think she won it. She won like the best actress award at the Video Game Awards for the Transformers 2 movie game. And I was like, well deserved.
Oh my god, that's really funny. They said Transformers, and that's a thing I like.
I'm clapping.
Sean, I really want the song that he's listening to in the background to be Bone Cracker again.
There's the Barry Allen reference.
Oh, let me go ahead and count that. I forgot what scene it was in. So many blatant DC references already this season. I think I've counted like 7 or 8. It's hard to describe this, but the way he is playing this, it's like really deliberately like obnoxious and jerk-facey in a way where you can kind of guess that if the episode goes along, he's going to be more endearing. Like there's something already kind of endearing about his performance, even though he's being kind of douchey.
He's kind of just dollar store pyro right now.
Well, and I'm saying this, in retrospect,
Yeah.
because I know what the rest of the episode looks like.
I just imagine people watching it, and you're supposed to be like, oh, it's the Flash because he's wearing red and yellow, but they're like, oh, it's like Clark's high school football.
Well, and especially because back then, people would be like, who's Bart?
Yeah, no, that's right. I mean, even at the time, I had
He's got
heard of
spiky
him in
blonde
comics,
hair
but
like Bart
your average person wouldn't have.
Simpson.
He's like, what do you mean took me so long?
Huh?
You're like the irritating younger brother I never wanted. That's a good line. Yeah, I was kind of expecting Clark, to be like, okay, where did you run into Kryptonite? Oh, he does say that. He's like, did it happen in Smallville? Gabe Tricks, besides Green Arrow, where they were able to flesh out his character over seasons, what was your favorite DC Comics character in the show?
I mean, you kind of just eliminated like the only good one.
That's not true. My answer is Martian Manhunter.
Oh yeah, no, their Martian Manhunter's pretty great.
And that's an actor I like a lot.
I've seen him in one scene, so I guess I'm gonna have to give it to. I can't remember his name now.
Bart Allen.
No.
You're looking at him right now.
Sam Lane.
Oh, Sam Lane.
I saw one scene where he was like, "You go to school now, my daughter."
Robert
But that's
reminded me
great
that he
casting.
says fastest man alive here, so I had to count that. Austin, do you buy that anybody really talks like this without it being scripted for them?
No, I was about to say that.
Like, it works fine in a fiction like this, but I'm just thinking about it, and I'm like, there's a cadence he's got that you're not gonna have just speaking from off the cuff. It's
I
almost
was
like,
just imagining
it's
like
almost like if you
60-year-old Jeff
rapped
Loeb
all the
writing
time.
this.
I'm sorry, what?
I was imagining 60-year-old Jeff Loeb either writing this or like looking over it and being like, "Yes, this is how the teens talk. He's cool."
Just kind of overdoing it a little bit. Now, to be fair, and I was going to say this earlier, and this is why I say it's still kind of endearing. I think there's this attempt from this actor to make it seem like really put on, where like he's trying to act overconfident because he's compensating for something, but it still doesn't mean that he'd be able to talk like that. Robert, I really don't care for Black Canary in the show. Yeah, me neither. I don't think anybody
She's
did.
just nothing in this show. She shows up like once.
So it's just Black Canary in CW.
Hey, that's not fair. My favorite character in Arrow was the first Black Canary.
I'm sorry.
No, Sarah Lance was awesome until she died and came back to life. And she came back wrong.
that girl ain't right.
She came back wrong.
I mean, I liked Laurel until they just decided they didn't want to do anything with her anymore.
Well, me too, but I never liked her as Black Canary.
Yeah.
So that doesn't count. She was good she was good before she put on the costume, and she sucked even well before she put on the costume. AMC Hawkman was good, and Dr. Fate. I mean, yeah, the whole Justice Society thing was good. Which is
Remember when
hilarious.
they did Blue Beetle?
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
I did too until I saw a picture of it one day.
Sorry, I always loved his line delivery there. I'm eating a cookie, dude.
I think that's the only time I've ever heard her call him Kent.
Yeah, that was
She said it really weirdly too.
it was really weird.
Yeah. What's up, Kent?
Almost like it was for Bart's benefit or something. Like, why did you say that? Like, what do you think you're Perry White? Kent?
Okay, but but Dagensprit, she was definitely Black Canary because then they renamed her to White Canary.
Yeah.
And if you want to say she didn't have the backstory, they just changed it from mom to sister, but it's still the same Black Canary, like, passing the torch.
They might have even made a big deal in that show about Laurel being the first Black Canary because she just called herself that. But I think Laurel herself talked about it like she was the second one. Because he's hitting on Chloe.
Why does it look like she has chocolate milk?
Because it was
she
probably
did.
chocolate milk, but then
Yeah.
can you get that there?
I don't know.
Give me a milk! Chocolate!
Yeah, Lex is weird in this season from the episodes I've seen. He's like barely in it.
Yeah.
He just shows up like once an episode to have his like arbitrary scene.
Well, and that was a mandate in kind of like the series Bible with the show. That like every episode, I mean, up to a point, obviously, like it changed, but even at this point, like every episode has to have a Clark Lex scene.
But it's just weird because like he's not really a character in any of the episodes I've seen. Like in the show, I mean, like he just shows up to be like, "Here's my scene. Okay, bye."
Well,
And, like I guess
it's
it's
because
going
of,
somewhere.
but Austin, it's because of the structure of, especially this season. But we even had this in the previous season where you have the like, main A story of the one-off episode. And then what Lex is mostly facilitating right now is the overarching story.
Yeah, no, I get that. But
for
what
the
I
whole
mean is,
season.
in the episodes I saw the last 3 seasons, he's at least there through episodes, and like participates and has more than just a scene. Like it feels almost like we gotta shoehorn in his one scene because it's Lex and it's Smallville and it's supposed to be there. That's just my impression.
And also, but also because of the ongoing story arc, because we've got to establish the mythology stuff with the stones and all of that, which is what this map is about.
Well, and it also doesn't help that like they don't have a natural way to write him in because they're still just like kind of on the outs, even if they're trying to rebuild their friendship.
Yeah, that's what's difficult about it right now is like he can't be hanging out with Lex. The way we get him in a lot before is Clark has a problem and he goes to Lex for money or for help. And
and Lex used to go to other characters too. At least in the episodes I saw. Like,
well, and you just saw more Lex-centered episodes. Like there are a lot of episodes like this.
Yeah.
Where he's not that involved. You're just in this kind of rut right now where he's not doing that much. But I just think that's an interesting perspective if you haven't watched a whole season of the show. Dagon Spear, Lex is mainly a plot guy this season. Yeah, that's true. Like more so than before.
Yeah, because I would have said before he and Clark are like the 2 leads of the show. And I can barely say he's in this show so far from the episodes I've seen.
Yeah, and that's also because they're transitioning right now from kind of co-lead, best friend of the main character to eventually villain of the show. Because it isn't that he'll just, become the bad guy in his last episode. Like, he's full-on antagonist for Clark from the end of this episode on. Or the end of the season on.
Yeah. Well, I guess another way I'm thinking of it, too, is I think it was last season there was that whole thing where he was stranded on an island. And, like, there was, like, just whole subplots he would get. And there's been none of that, too.
Yeah.
So it's like, even though he was separated from everyone, like he was still on camera doing things.
Yeah, well, the other thing that you may or may not realize is that his father is in jail right now, who is the other person he has a lot of screen time with.
No, I know that.
So there's like no one for him to interact with right now.
But we couldn't like introduce characters for him. I know it's just weird, like not again, just kind of popping in.
Yeah, but I'm glad that they didn't just try to make up some kind of random subplot for him to have for no good reason, because they do that too, and it's usually a waste of time. And we're not too far away from transference.
Bart Allen should just run around and collect copies of Speed in his van.
He should VHS copies of Speed.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he should do.
Clark, if you're given the power to do things, you should collect things that are kind of related to the power you have.
Oh, transference is the very next episode.
Yeah.
What's unfortunate is we will, I think, pretty early get a Lex-centered episode that I think is a giant misstep, where we find out that Lex is like constantly sleeping with random women and using them, and
again,
yeah, I think there's another one that does that. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's coming.
Oh, he does like the burn thing? I guess they probably don't go as far with that.
Well, and it's kind of just going too far in his taking after his father, because he handles it like precisely with the exact same formula that his dad did, in like the kind of gifts he gives women when he never sees them again and stuff. I don't think we've had that episode yet. Boy, they were really deliberate in getting as much red and orange in that. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Robert, I remember liking season 5 more than 4. Me too.
Clark, just super speed out of there.
Why don't we have John this kind of alarm for literally anything else in the mansion?
Yeah, I don't know.
Why doesn't that happen when somebody sneaks in?
Why did he stay?
To force drama.
That's the answer. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why he stood around going, "What? What is happening?"
Also because they wanted to make sure to have more scenes with Lex and Clark so that Austin would stop complaining that Lex doesn't get anything to do. Rosenbaum momentarily forgot his line. Did you hear that? It's a little late for what do you call it? A social call. Thomas Lowe, you could say he rude super sped out of there. He didn't though. He just stayed there.
No, he's talking about Bart.
Oh, that is a rude. But I'm just counting Clark's. I'm probably not going to count that one.
Also, that wasn't really rude. It's not like he ran out on someone in the middle of a conversation.
I think he meant it was like that, yeah, where you like walk angrily out.
Yeah, but it was rude in the sense that he was letting Clark get caught for it. That's pretty rude.
And stealing is pretty rude.
That's true. And stealing other people's identity is on your fake IDs is rude.
And having spiky blonde hair is pretty rude too.
And saying Jimmy crack corn is pretty rude.
Yeah. Well, the hair part's especially rude when you steal from a bald person.
Our friendship is going to be the stuff of legend. So, did they make Bart's hair spiky because his name is Bart and it looks like Bart Simpson?
And well, he's got a red shirt.
Is
Your
that
sweater.
why?
I'm convinced.
Yeah. So he's not going to be the Flash. He's going to be Bartman.
Yeah.
Austin, I
Everybody,
didn't
if
think
you
there was
can be
any
the
chance
Bartman.
I would pull this action figure out again today, but
Oh.
here we are. It's still on my desk from our Simpsons show.
Now you have to do the Bartman on camera.
Oh, I don't know how to do the Bartman.
Austin, you do the Bartman.
I don't remember. Isn't it something like...
There's no way you don't remember.
Why
As
the
many
hell are
times
you
as you've watched
expecting
The
me to know how to
Simpsons-
do that? You like get to do
Because
it.
they don't do the Bartman in the show.
No,
really.
no,
They do it
no.
like once.
It's just
That
oh,
was
do
a
they?
music video. It's like I can see it in my head, but I'm like, I don't know.
They have caked on too much makeup on Martha this episode. And Lana. It is a heavy makeup show.
Well, it's because they're making up in this scene.
No? That's not what's happening. Thomas Lowe, I very, very loved this episode back when this episode premiered. I also very, very loved this episode compared to a lot of other things this season. Meanwhile, in wherever this is, oh, it's like an auto shop.
It's an auto shop without the equipment to do auto shop things.
Yeah, they're just thieving. They're just doing that part of it.
And there's like a smoldering cauldron behind Bart.
He looks like that guy from Daredevil.
Oh, that was so awkward.
Oh, you're still seconds ahead of me.
Oh, sorry, I'll pause it.
It was awkward though. Ooh, I love the Lex silhouette, the backlighting.
Yeah, that looks really cool.
He's getting darker and darker. It's just John. It's not the light switch I thought it was.
Yeah, no, the Lex thing might be the single best thing in the show.
Well, and I always said that, but it's even better than I thought it was. It's more gradual.
And like there's definitely a few things in this that I think are still great. Like I still love their Green Arrow writing problems aside.
Yeah, I remember it getting bad when we retroactively started doing the island stuff.
Oh, do we do that?
Yeah, in 10.
Oh, well.
But
No
he's great.
way.
But he's great in 6. It's sad we have to wait 2 seasons still.
Lex Luthor just beat up Lou Ferrigno and then got one shot by like John Lovitz.
John
happening?
Lovitz. Lex just got knocked out. Gotta count that.
Yep. Oh my God! Clark just killed this man. And then
No, he
the
landed
Jedi mind trick on
softly
him.
in a Winnebago. He's fine. I love how, Austin, they intentionally shot that so that you knew that he didn't die, but he still could easily be dead.
No, that guy's totally dead.
It's not like he landed on a mattress.
That guy had a family, and now his kids are orphans.
See, there's one token episode where there's like legal consequences for Clark throwing somebody into a car like that, and then it turns out the
Clark's
guy
on green kryptonite.
Then it turns out the guy, thank you, didn't even get hurt. He was faking his injuries.
And this is technically the second case of this in this episode. Did you count the first one?
Of Green K?
Yeah, because he's like,
Oh,
the
yeah,
most
that's
boring
true.
hobby,
Oh, no, I
and
missed
then
that.
main rock collector.
Missed that. I like the shadow on one side of Bart's face there. Some nice lighting in this episode. Because right now he's in his dark period for this episode. Robert, Cap, you just had like 3 things to count. I know. So much counting. Did I miss anything? Lex knocked out, characters in danger. Characters in danger.
Isn't there one about Clark throwing someone?
Yeah, I got that, but who was in danger?
Lex, I guess.
Bart?
I mean, yeah, it's not just in danger. You got to be kidnapped or nearly killed. He got knocked out. He was not nearly killed. And if I get a heart attack, you can't do anything about that either.
You know what would make Bart a better character?
What?
Is if his dad showed up and he was Walter Matthau.
I should have guessed that's what you were going to say. I knew it was going to be something to do with Simpsons, but...
Let's all go out for frosty chocolate milkshakes, Flash.
And then when Bart had that line where he was like, I'm eating a cookie, dude, then his dad shows up and goes, cookies. Robert, I've always counted that. You notice we don't have that many things in that count. Like that used to just be like family in danger, and we added friends because it's like main cast that's like nearly close to family. I'm not gonna do it with a guest star.
Well, yeah, and he's barely.
That'd be every episode.
That gets too awkward to try to count that. Yeah.
He's only a friend, and that he didn't kill him at the end.
I only changed it from parents because there was enough like Chloe and Lana getting kidnapped and nearly killed that people thought that I should start counting that too. And then it'll keep that count around when the parents are gone. I kind of feel like this dialogue is like somebody wrote it for me to say to you in this cave.
Yeah. These writers should go on strike.
Chris and Couric should go on strike. That was some really awkward exposition she had to give right there, and it was not real naturally delivered. But I don't know how you would. Like it was a mouthful. And then there was bacon, which was odd. And then fish hanging from the ceiling. I don't know why. Robert, oh yeah, Jensen Ackles is in the show. Thomas Lowe, do you guys remember how many times Bart appears in this show? I mean, 5 or 6.
Yeah, he comes back a few times.
Anytime they do the Justice League stuff, he comes back. So it's going to be at least once a season after 5.
Well, it's only 8 seasons, right?
10.
10.
What? That's crazy.
No, yeah, like this show was huge for a long time.
Well, and as we know from the CW, or at least the way it used to be, you did not have to be even as big as this show was to stay on for that long.
No, Batwoman got like half a viewer every year, and they were still kept on for 3 seasons.
And remember, Arrow got 8. Arrow got 8. Flash got 9.
Mm-hmm. Gotham Knights
Legends
got 1.
got 6.
Yeah, but like that, you're in the new CW at this point. Okay, I'm gonna ask the question: why does Lex need an Alienware laptop?
He's got to play World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. What is he? He's just playing Doom.
Clark, why are you bothering me? I am currently playing Quake 2.
AMC, you just had to not be Birds of Prey or Gotham Knights. Yeah, it's like the eras are almost bookended by those two failed shows.
And both about Superman or Batman dying or being missing.
Yep, both Batman shows without Batman.
Mm-hmm.
It was sure nice of the thief to bring this thing back. That's not weird or suspicious at all. Okay, how does that work, John?
What do you mean?
Layered X-ray vision. Like he X-rays it and he sees under one layer, and then he X-rays further and sees even a deeper layer. Is that a thing you can do?
I mean, I would imagine that. Well, no, because like usually it's just like when he's looking at a person, he just sees down to the skeleton immediately, right?
Yeah,
that is. Yeah, it's X-ray vision.
That's what I'm saying. So why did he have to? You'd think that he would just see that map. You wouldn't see anything directly behind it.
Yeah,
you would just see right to it. It's weird.
Or you would just see through it.
Yeah. That's true. We have a viewer I've not seen before named Leo who just popped in just to say, God, Legends of Tomorrow was terrible.
Yeah, I remember when we did that watch party and we thought it was going to be really funny.
You know, I thought about putting party after that in air quotes.
Yeah, it should have been like watch funeral, because that's what it felt like.
Oh, you remember the god-awful bowling episode?
Yeah, that was one of the better ones, I think.
I know! And I still wanted to claw my eyes out.
People had sex in a tent, never mind.
No, it was really grating and embarrassing. And it just kept wasting time.
The worst one was the Grodd one with Obama, because it should have been the whole episode.
Okay, so I have to put in another reference because he's about to say we should make a league. Or did he already say it? No, he's going to say that. Oh, hey, it's Rascal Flatts.
That's a product of the early 2000s.
Or is it not this episode where he says that?
I don't know.
Did I miss it?
I feel like that's a later season.
Maybe that's later. Okay.
What? How did he do that turnaround move?
Like while he's running?
Yeah, it looked so stupid.
Yeah, it's weird. I do like a Flash that's faster than Superman, or at least, especially here where Clark's young and he hasn't.
He should be, yeah.
He hasn't reached the potential of his powers yet. Robert, they couldn't even get bowling right. Dagan Spear, he said like a club or league or something. Oh, he did say it this episode?
Oh.
I thought so.
I missed it.
I thought so. Okay. Well, there's Run.
That's going to be a green for me.
Yeah, I mean, that's still, like, in the top 3 of the season for me, probably. We'll see if it still is at the end of this, but I imagine it will be. And now we're about to watch the episode from the season that I've probably seen the most. which is transference, which is one of the most, which is one of the oddest and most amusing body switch episodes there is, because John Glover, who's a wonderful actor, the one thing he can't do is make me believe he is Tom Welling. He cannot do it to save his life, and it is hilarious.
Oh no, I've heard you talk about this episode before.
Yeah, I love it. And some of the reasons I love it are for reasons it doesn't work, but I love it. Okay, let me get the timer reset here. John, are you fading yet?
I am definitely a little tired, but nothing that I can't handle.
I'm a little bit tired.
I don't know what's going on.
Sorry, you baloney.
Okay. Episode 7, right?
Robert Wilde, you will not believe a man
6.
can be Tom Welling.
That's right. You won't believe it. Well, he just plays it like he's 9 years old.
And then T-Edge won $2 super chat. Now for my first ever episode, made me not watch.
What?
Didn't he say earlier that this was like the first episode of Smallville he'd ever saw?
I think he said that, yeah. But what did he mean by the end of that?
I don't know.
Why are you people here?
Have to go mobile.
Okay, got the episode set up. We're gonna watch one more and take another break here, folks. And then we have to do Mixoplig.
We're almost there.
I don't know why you're holding on for that episode. And when you finish it, you're gonna wonder why you held on too. Trust me.
It's gonna be worth it.
No, it's not. Gilbert Godfrey, that ain't. Okay. Everybody ready?
I wish he was in this. Yeah.
Everybody, please press play right now.
But it'll be worth it just to make to do Gilbert Godfrey voices.
How many episodes already have we opened on a football or someone playing football?
Just the 2, I think.
Okay, this is already the best episode for having more shots of cows mooing than anything else.
I didn't realize you could destroy a wood with a football. See, this is why you can't use your powers on the farm. You never know when somebody's going to drive up and see you do it. Oh, it's back, John. Your favorite sound.
Oh, it was like the X2 Cerebro thing.
Yep. That's what it sounds like when Jarrell is calling him. With, like, the key or whatever it is. In this case, it's an artifact that's going to make him switch bodies with Lana Luthor.
If I had to hear that every time my dad called me, I would kill myself.
Why can't I change my ringtone? See, I don't know. I've seen this stuff so many times. I'm just used to it. Like, I don't know why it bothers John so much.
Chat apparently says years later, the therapist convinced him to watch Smallville. Apparently.
Wow, that's some weird priorities from your therapist there.
That's what I was thinking too. Yeah.
There was like, you've only seen one episode of Smallville. You have to see more of this show.
Then you'll see life isn't that bad. Because it
The
could be
nightmare
Smallville.
begins.
Whoa. That was
What was
acting.
that?
That's Khan.
No, it was Doctor Strange.
Oh, I mean, same guy.
But he played Khan?
Yeah. When did he say that in Doctor Strange?
I
What
don't
did he even
know.
say? He just kind of growled.
He said, the nightmare begins.
Are you sure that's not Khan?
No, it's Doctor Strange.
Maybe that's in the alternate universe where Derrickson made it and he fought Nightmare.
So that must be a really useful ability when you're cold and you have no emotions at all, but you can make yourself cry on cue. Because that's what Lana Luthor is doing right now. I mean, yeah, he sort of has feelings for his son, like in a really super twisted way, in that he wants him to be exactly like him, but he also has tried to murder him on multiple occasions.
This is insane. Clark just killed Lex.
Yeah.
Oh, was that like a convenient unconsciousness?
No, because he's not unconscious.
Well, was he momentarily?
I don't know.
Yeah, for
I think so.
Half a second.
Oh.
I would say it counts because he was unconscious to see that.
You think it should count?
I think so.
I think that was the point of it.
Yeah, I
Does
agree.
this count as
So did he-
characters who aren't themselves?
So that he couldn't
Yes.
see that.
It sure does. And we got to count 2 of them. He sure did. So yeah, this is this really odd switch where Tom Welling is actually giving the better performance here over Glover.
Is this episode gonna end with Chloe being like, Clark, you know that thing you asked me to do? Let's never do that. Like in Ultimate Spider-Man?
No, that's not going to happen.
Oh, okay.
I'll just get this point out of the way right now because I've alluded to it a lot in previous streams. But the big thing that drives me absolutely insane about this episode is that it makes it clear that that Lionel Luthor doesn't know anything like as much about Clark as he should, based on all the investigation that he's done earlier, all of the refined media rock that he had that made you think that he probably knew something about how that interacts with Clark and everything else. Like, he doesn't know anything.
Yeah.
He's completely clueless.
I mean, my favorite thing is, and we'll get into it as the episode goes, but switching souls somehow cured his body of a physical illness.
Yeah. Again, it's literalizing these kind of grand ethereal ideas, John. So it's Superman is supposed to be pure, unadulterated altruism. So if his soul gets in you, then you're a good person now. And like you can like try and explain away what's actually happening, but that's the thematic and literal thing that is happening.
I like that Lionel's ego can't help but make him talk about himself.
Yeah. And act super pretentious. But like his emphasis on certain words is right. Like he's got the right inflections.
Yeah.
Shouldn't he just be like, whoa, I can hear time and like see through things?
What?
Did you say hear time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The hell does that mean?
You can hear so well, you can hear the passing of time.
Dagon Spear, I'm not sure what level 3 experiments have to do with that, but like, yeah, he was experimenting with kryptonite, but what I mean with the refined kryptonite is that I'm trying to go back to points I've made months and years ago, but remember he had in his office refined meteor rock in a safe where one of the only other things in the safe was a file on Clark Kent. That's my point. Pretty convenient if they have nothing to do with each other, to Lionel. And even if they don't, it seems like the show not talking to itself right. Like different writers doing different things with it or forgetting what they wrote. Because the implication in that episode always really read to me like they're telling us that Lionel, that it's scary what he knows, especially the facial expressions that Martha Kent is giving in those scenes, where she's like, "Oh, holy crap! Like he's got a file on Clark. I can't work for him anymore."
This is the same problem I have with any body switching episode. Is like he doesn't sound like Clark at all, and nobody's even suspicious.
Well, it's just really weird that like it took that long for him to realize he has powers.
It happened like 5 minutes ago.
Nobody.
I think Austin's making the assumption that if you suddenly wound up in Clark Kent's body, you would be overwhelmed with new senses.
Yeah, he has all those sense powers, but even then, like, he drove all the way here from prison. Like, he would touch something and realize he's way stronger.
No, that's true, because he probably would have ripped the door off the car.
Yeah, like something. Or, like, went to grab a doorknob or something
Austin,
in the prison and crushed it.
That's the guy from Community, isn't it?
And I've seen him in... He's
no.
a character actor. I've never watched Community, but I've seen him in stuff. I just can't remember what. But yeah, I think he's typically
Well, then
a
I've seen him
actor.
in something. I thought it was Community.
No, it probably is.
I think he's not Moby from How I Met Your Mother, but I could be wrong.
What?
Just the way Glover delivered that line was really funny.
Yeah!
No, he's... That's rough.
It doesn't work. And by the way, this is one of Glover's favorite episodes. And he always talks about how difficult it was for him to play this part. And like it clearly was, because I don't think it works. But he's like, I realized that the way Tom Welling acts is that he just doesn't do anything.
He just doesn't emote.
Yeah.
Because he's kind of talking like that. He's doing that thing you see a lot in B movies where it's like, what is happening in here? Whoa. What are these symbols?
What you're seeing is a very expressive actor trying to reel it way in.
Mm-hmm.
And he's too naturally charismatic for that to work for him.
Yeah, no, it's just very strange.
No, Robert Wilde, that's not the wall of weird. It's a wall with weird stuff on it, but it's not the same thing. Okay, listen to this line delivery, Austin. He's 9 years old. But like Welling feels enough like Glover. Like it seems like he studied the mannerisms and stuff. AMC Glover is still the best actor in the show. Yes, he absolutely is. They're just asking him to do a thing that is not in his wheelhouse.
Okay, yeah, that is someone else. That's crazy. They look so similar.
Well, it's because they're small and bald.
And have glasses and have like a real high-pitched voice.
I don't even... Oh, now I'm questioning myself, but I don't even think the Dean has glasses.
And I don't mean to make this sound like a backhanded compliment to Welling, because I really do think he's like acting his ass off this episode. But
like, see, at this point, I'd be like, Clark?
Yeah. But you are asking Glover to be a plank of wood. That is not the actor to ask to do that.
But yeah, like, he just had this moment where he didn't realize he could be super fast. Like, how did it take the entire day for that to happen?
No, I agree with that. That's pretty contrived.
Yeah. I can
Yeah,
see
well, I
it
just
in your
read that scene
smile.
differently than you did, Dagon Spear, I guess. But I never bought this whole thing. And when you say like Lionel knows Clark has some type of powers, he doesn't know what. It doesn't read that way in this episode. He seems very surprised that he can do any of this.
Oh, Dagonspear says he was in Community. He plays a fake dean in the show when Chang took over the school.
Oh, weird. That's funny.
No, if you Google them, they look extremely similar. Oh, you remember the heat vision being a metaphor for arousal?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he was like sniffing his mom's hair.
Yeah, we've taken that to a really unfortunate place. But Martha is not reacting in the most natural way. This should be way weirder for her because she knows what sets that off. She should immediately be going to Jonathan and going, something is wrong with our son.
He should just walk in and be like, "Hello, Mom. How do you feel about Lionel Luther?" And then she
Kind of like
can
he
be
did
like,
to Lex.
Once again, look how convenient the timing is. Jason Teague shows up just after he set something on fire in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
I like this delivery. You're my coach. Another thing that drives me crazy by the end of this episode is it's another one of those things where characters are going to blame Clark for things that he didn't do when somebody else was in his body, and it being Smallville, and you're talking to people that know and believe in Kryptofreaks, you could just tell them that happened without, risking danger to your identity, especially because Lex knows by the end that it happened, that the body switch was a thing. But he doesn't explain it to anybody else. He just takes his licks and moves on. Well, Robert, the coach isn't hanging out with teenagers. I don't know why he's making house calls, though.
I mean, he is for Lana.
Well, yes, but that's a teenager. We've already talked about why.
It's a different kind of hanging out.
I have lots of power. I'm 9.
Is this a thing that happens on a daily basis in the prison system?
But I have more power than you think.
Okay, but like if you're doing 3 life terms, what do you need with $5,000?
Well, he's...
That's my
Don't
question.
think, John.
Johnny's got a drug smuggling business.
Yeah. You're putting more thought into it than they did, John.
That's what I do every episode. Yeah, Dagon Spear, I'll give you that line when he says, of course, it all makes sense now. But I still say he should know more than he knows. And that they have forgotten about things they set up earlier. And it's also just disappointing to me because whether they intended it or not, to me they were really like setting up this kind of big mystery, this big thing of intrigue. Like, how much does Lionel know? And then in a humorous body switch episode, we finally get the answer, which is not a lot. Everybody else is just watching the show now.
That is correct. This is the room with the wall of weird. Has it been in the background of any shots yet?
I didn't notice it, but I've been looking at comments and stuff, so I don't know.
So I was enjoying this episode until we got here.
I was also correct. He is gonna be like, "Hello, Chloe."
Yeah.
Do things.
He's just doing it to screw with her.
Yeah.
It's in character. The thing you have to remember is that she sent him to prison.
Yeah, no, I knew that.
And so he's and he knows that she likes Clark. And then he's intentionally giving her a clue as to who he is because he doesn't think that he can be touched. So yeah, that's a frustrating scene at first, but I think it pays off really well.
No, that's fair, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't work if he really was trying to seduce her. But
that would just be weird.
It's his standard, you know, the way he manipulates people and intimidates people, especially.
Yeah. No, it was definitely him just being like, "I'm evil. I'm gonna mess with you."
Dagan Spear, I get what you're saying, but I don't have any like goodwill with Lana anymore at all after stuff from previous seasons. So like I don't care about her anymore really by this point in the series. So when you say like she's gonna stay angry with Clark after this because he didn't tell her about the mind switching thing, so I can't blame her. Yeah, sure, but I don't like her anymore anyway. Tom, $5 super chat. Let's have Austin read this again. I'm not reading that out loud.
Commissary is pretty expensive. That being said, prisoners are typically only allowed to have the 1K on their books. My goof is a fed.
Okay, now we gotta spin the wheel.
The wheel of the worst.
That's copyrighted. You can't.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, we got Chloe again.
Ah! Why is he just staring at his crotch, Chloe?
He's looking at his hand that's clearly holding something.
Yeah, because his hand has the artifact in it.
In the next shot, you could see it
Chloe.
was his hand, but in the shot before that, it was too wide.
Yeah.
Chloe.
And then he can keep looking further and see what's behind the rock and what's behind that and then what's behind that. Chloe. That's how X-ray vision works.
It's like that old Stan Lee video where he talks about Superman flying, where to go faster, he just goes, Chloe.
Yeah, I don't know. He's too innocent for Chloe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you have like a really good character actor being like a 2-year-old and trying to be limited in what he's doing, and then you have like a more limited actor just being quirky, Chloe.
Yeah, it's not like he's doing with Welling. It's not like he's doing a perfect impression of Glover or anything, and you wouldn't want it to seem like a cartoony impression. But especially compared to the performance that Glover is giving, I just feel like he's kind of rising above it. Chloe.
Yeah, I think I've had more entertainment from the bad line readings of John Glover, Chloe.
It's kind of like the Lois thing, though, where it's kind of nice to just watch Tom Welling have to spread his wings a little bit. Chloe. It's such a tall order with Glover. They, like, having, you know, an older guy, like, in his 50s, having to play a teenager in the first place is tough. And, like, a really reeled-in actor like Tom Welling, who has such little experience outside of the show.
You know what
Chloe.
it is? It's Shazam, Chloe.
I love his reaction to Lana showing up. This one, Chloe.
Well, that sounds like a place you've been before, Chloe.
Oh, I don't like that.
This is a very awkward episode, by the way. Oh my God, stop.
Yes, that it is, Chloe.
I'll go as far as to say that that was worth a slap, Chloe. I guess she's being restrained, though, because she's trying to make sure that he doesn't say anything.
I know women love it when you come up to them and call them succulent, Chloe.
Oh my God. She's really got to be wondering why she bothered coming back to Smallville. Like, she's much happier in Paris. Well, until she got a Kryptonite tattoo. Chloe.
I was gonna say, are we done doing Chloe, Chloe?
No, I was being like William Shatner about it, you know?
Chloe. Why? Chloe.
Oh, that was walking away angry. Was that in the loft?
No, it was underneath it, Chloe.
I mean, it's in the barn.
It is in the barn.
Yeah, do we count those?
I don't.
You guys haven't in some of the episodes I've been
I think
in, Chloe.
we haven't or we have?
Haven't.
Okay, well, I guess I won't then. But it wasn't walking away angry. I'm sure I missed some of those this season already.
I want a Ned O'Toole to just be like, Lionel, why are you so mean?
Mom, it's me, Mom. It's Clark.
Hello,
When I was
mother.
6, 3 years ago.
Hello, mommy, it's me.
Mommy. But yeah, I know I've been on about Glover's performance. It's not even his fault. Like when I say it doesn't work, I don't think it could. Like I think you're just asking him to do something that an actor at that age dealing with Welling couldn't do.
He can see it. He can see anything and hear time, mummy.
What do you want about this hearing time thing?
Because it's just funny.
That bit is kind of cool, John. Like seeing Welling being Lionel go through the doors like that with that camera angle.
Yeah. And going straight for the alcohol, which you never see Clark do.
but no one else does. Robert, Lex hasn't played pool once this season. 0 out of 10.
Yes,
I mean, that's just true.
To play pool.
Robert's just upset because he likes to count those.
Oh.
But see, even the more intense stuff, he's doing better than when he's playing himself. Well, when he's playing Clark. I don't know if you know this, but Tom Welling is actually Clark Kent. Like the real one.
Yeah.
It's true. It's kind of fun that we have sort of an evil Clark right now, because like 10 episodes from now, we're going to have evil Lex. Like more evil than normal. Wow, that is very green kryptonite.
Does that count as Clark on green kryptonite?
Yeah, it's Clark's body on green kryptonite.
Yeah.
So, yes.
This is your body. This is your body on green kryptonite. Any questions? But is Lex not questioning why he was super fast there?
Wait, what now?
Because Lex pulled a gun on him and he super speed ran at him and grabbed him by the throat.
So they're going to hand wave that away at the end if memory serves, by being like, oh, because I switched bodies, I was also super strong, but I don't think they'll say anything about the speed.
Oh.
But this show is notorious for hoping you won't remember things 10 minutes after they happen.
Yeah. I feel like I've seen a few episodes now where Lex has like definitively seen Clark use his powers.
Well, and John and I were just talking earlier about how Lois keeps seeing him use powers and doesn't notice.
No, but Lex is also the type of girl that can like karate kick people into fire. So I think she just thinks the Earth works that way.
Oh, that's the name of the episode. Robert, that was a guy getting thrown. This guy's good. What I'm not sure about by the end of this episode is if he's actually innocent or not. Or if he just kind of played Clark.
Yeah. Doesn't he just disappear after this episode anyway?
Yeah, we never see him again. He goes with Margot Margot Kidder.
Oh yeah, she was in the guest star credit, and she hasn't shown up in this episode yet.
She'll be in the very last scene.
The very last scene, of course. She's gonna be Mixoplex and set up that episode.
You're gonna be so disappointed. You're gonna go to bed at 5 in the morning for no good reason.
Clark, I Mixoplex.
This guy was clearly cast for his
like,
insane eyes.
He's like scary Tom Savini.
This is a somewhat contrived situation, right?
Yeah. There's no way John Glover could have beaten that guy up with his strength.
Actually, it seems kind of
Clark
easy.
just started a prison riot.
It just seems kind of easy that we have this giant prison riot.
Oh my god! Why couldn't the episode have been like this the whole time?
I knew you were gonna say something like that. I always kind of like the song choice in this sequence. I don't know, it stuck with me.
No, that's a good one. Whoa, that one guy was like...
Yeah, he like really bumped into John Glover there.
I don't know why they're TPing everything.
Because they're the great Cornholio.
Are you threatening me?
See, John, at least this is slowed down footage and not low frame rate.
Yeah, no, I can handle slowed down versus...
So they're in the middle. Everybody's fighting around them. They're giving them a wide berth for no reason. And they're completely ignoring what's happening here.
Just kill him already.
So, John, if Lionel had stayed in Clark's body, what would his endgame have been? Like,
money.
Where does that go? Does he try to, like, is it a world domination plot?
I think eventually it would get there, yeah. It'd be kind of like the Clark Luthor stuff they do in season 10.
Yeah, good call. Yeah, then we're about to get the really weird reveal that now Lionel doesn't have his disease anymore. And that's done because the character's too popular, right?
Yeah.
But we can't let him die. Do you think when he was dying, the plan was at any point to kill him?
I don't think so. I mean, obviously, since I wasn't following like the behind the scenes or anything about this show super close, I'm not sure what they were aiming for. But I never bought that he was gonna die until he actually does.
Well, and I don't think that would have happened if Rosenbaum wasn't leaving the show. But then conventional wisdom, conventional wisdom would say keep Lionel around so you at least have a Luthor in the show.
Well, and I mean, the season 7 finale kind of feels like a wrap up for everything that these showrunners were doing.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe they didn't want somebody else to play with those particular toys.
Well, and I mean, look what happens when they bring Lex back.
Yeah. Can we not, though? I mean, do you mean at the very end, or do you mean with the constant clones?
Yes.
And the, like, you know, busted up body with the face thing, so you can't tell it's not Rosemel.
Yes.
I don't want to, though. No, he's not. He's got his shirt off again. Oh, did I not get the bullet time, Robert? I was thinking about that, but I guess I forgot to put it in here. Bullet time! I like that reaction. When he finds out that he's not going to die, he just starts laughing. And I like that because it plays a little ominous for a second, because you don't realize what's happened. And then it turns out that's kind of a sign that he's a changed man, as goofy as this is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Dagon Spear, it will ultimately be a personal change, though. Like, we can agree to disagree in the reading. We've argued about this before. Like, whether it's Clark's soul being in him that suddenly makes him different, or the fact that he's getting a second chance at life, and so suddenly he's playing it differently. But I don't buy that as ruthless and cold as he was, is capable of that level of change just because he's not going to die now.
Honestly, I think Chloe's being a little unreasonable in this situation. At least hear him out.
Yeah, but he should say body switch.
Well, he started to, and then she cut him off.
Yeah, but then he never does? But no, you're right.
No, and this part's funny because he has absolutely no idea what she's talking about.
Yeah, it's really funny. Yeah, Dagon Spear, I don't even remember where everything goes with, like, good guy Lionel later on, because it seems like it just kind of...
It's honestly, that's the status quo for the rest of his time on the show.
No, they sort of lose it at some point. He starts kind of... Isn't he, like, at least more morally ambiguous later, where like, you start questioning his motives again?
So they do the morally ambiguous thing, but not his motives. It's more of he becomes the ends justify the means. But like his motivation is still to help Clark.
But he's not ruthless the way. Oh yeah, and then with the Veritas stuff and.
Whoa, that's a weird pistol.
Yeah, look at that. He's gonna shoot him 4 times at once.
I wish it had 6, so he could say I shot him 6 times.
I love this. Drive slower. If somebody ever switches bodies with somebody you know, just make sure you do that.
I mean, the first clue should be that he's wearing flannel again.
Yeah, well, maybe he's just better at his deception.
Yeah. Because that's the funniest thing about this episode is Lionel sucks at it.
Well, it's consistent because the actual actor can't be Clark either. That's what I love about that. Yeah, John, how do you feel about the way they play that? Like, do you think he should be better at the deception? Or do you think because he has powers, he decides to not even try?
Oh, no, I love it. It's Lionel's ego getting the best of it.
And I think he also just thinks he's bulletproof, right? Like...
Yeah, exactly.
He goes, well, if anybody does find out, they can't do anything to me. Although, does he know how indestructible he is?
I don't know. There was never a moment where he had to learn that.
Yeah, so see, Clark believes this guy, but he could just be being naive.
Yeah.
Where, like, he didn't really do the embezzlement thing or whatever. I forget what exactly he was said to have done.
Leo says, I think Charlie Cox is the only actor who could give a good performance in this situation. I don't know where Charlie Cox
now I
comes
just want
in.
an episode of the new Daredevil where he and Vincent D'Onofrio have to switch places.
Yeah, like the only thing you can think... I thought he was saying specifically, the only person I could think of that could do Tom Welling is Charlie Cox. And Charlie Cox as Tom Welling as Clark Kent.
Foggy, it's me, Matt Murdock.
John, I don't remember how much more Margot Kidder we see. She may only show up one more time.
I feel like she shows up one more time and it's her, like, body. Because she's dead.
Oh, but yeah, maybe she doesn't... Maybe we don't even see her give a performance again. Maybe she just dies. I can't remember.
She's dead, Jim.
What a good metaphor.
For what?
They killed her.
What?
I don't know what you're talking about. What is it a metaphor for?
Because the show sucks.
Oh, you're back on that, are we? So you didn't like that episode, Austin?
No, it was boring.
How's the... Okay.
Okay. We see things differently. Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah, because Austin is just wrong.
that episode is super messy, but it's messy in the way that I find entertaining for the show. Like
Not welling enough is enough to give me a green sign.
all the ways
He's
in which
just
it doesn't work are the things that I find fun when the show is not good. But there's some good stuff
Yeah, no,
in it
I
too.
think he's having a blast and it shows on camera.
Yeah. Yeah, he really elevates it. It wouldn't work otherwise. But I'm also with Austin. That's super entertaining watching John Glover not know how to do that.
Yeah, I thought he was way more entertaining than Welling. Welling is just kind of being quirky.
See, I don't
That's all I got
like
from him.
I get why you're saying that. I don't have that with it because I feel like he actually did his homework and I'm seeing a lot of the
Yeah.
mannerisms and like you're not going to look at it the same way if you're not as invested in that character and that performance as I am.
But I'm also seeing a lot of the same like wooden line delivery, like especially at the end when they're talking to each other. I just see Tom Welling doing his Tom Welling thing, and the way he's delivering lines.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, their like end interactions really awkward. Mixoplex, let's go, we made it.
Okay. Well, we'll take a quick break right before that. And then strap in, Austin. Because if you thought this was boring,
Oh boy.
I mean, all you're gonna get here is a really generic standard Kryptofreak episode with a guy that calls himself Mixoplex. Like that's all it is.
Yeah. But maybe.
I'm trying to make you understand what this is.
Let him suffer.
Okay. Yeah, he called transference boring. We'll let him suffer.
Yeah, I just don't get it.
Nothing happened.
What do you mean? There was a lot that happened.
Okay.
You're hyperbolic like my wife is about like movies she doesn't like. She'll be like, nothing happened. I'm like, I can just tell you all the things that happened. I don't understand that criticism. Like, you weren't invested, you didn't care, you thought it would be more exciting. Sure, but it's very hyperbolic to say nothing happened. Here's all the things that happened. Oh my god. All right, I'm going to stop trying to convince Austin that things happen, and we'll be back in 4 minutes. All right, folks. We're about to watch a really boring episode that Austin just had to stick around for. Can't wait to see what he thinks of this. It's gonna be Jinx, which is episode 7 of the season. You guys, if you get back before me, just turn on your cameras, but don't turn on your sound yet.
Okay.
If you would, because then I can see that you're back.
Yeah, I was just walking around, so I just saw you were back and came back on.
Okay, cool. But that's what I'm saying is like when I'm back, you can't see me, but I can see you. Ooh. Anyway.
What are you, John Cena?
I have that one John Cena quote. I can't pull it up fast enough. You guys couldn't hear it right anyway. You thought he was just growling.
He was scowling.
Growling?
No, you said that was Doctor Strange.
That was the Doctor Strange one.
Oh, that's right.
Where he was
We
like,
didn't hear the John Cena one at all.
"You're coming into
He's
my
obviously
nightmare."
lying.
Yeah,
Now that's just racist.
exactly. Based peacemaker as always.
Okay, get it to timestamp 0, guys.
Yep.
It is 3:30 in the morning, and we still have 15 people watching with us. Thank you guys for staying up late, watching ridiculous amounts of Smallville. We're going to hit a bit of a lull here, and then hopefully it'll turn around a little bit in a minute, because we're about to watch 2 unfortunate episodes in a row. Or what I think are unfortunate episodes in a row. Yes.
How unfortunate.
Yeah, Spell is rough.
Wait, there's 2 episodes back to back called Jinx and Spell?
Yes. That have nothing to do with each other.
That's weird.
I agree. It's true.
It should be a two-parter.
It's this show, Austin. It's why I still talk about it. It's fascinating. Okay, are you ready?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I still don't know why I keep inviting him back to this. I just...
One day I will have my revenge and we'll do 24-hour Riverdale streams.
I think you're having your revenge by showing up.
Probably.
Okay, here we go, everybody. Please press play right now. A part of me wants to just not even talk through this one and just listen to Austin be bored.
We should make Austin just do all the commentary for this one, yeah.
We should. He just
Oh God, I
couldn't
don't know what I can give you guys.
Try, Lillian. Try. Try, Lillian.
Is that a reference to something?
Yeah, it's reference to the show.
Oh.
There's a flashback where Lionel's talking to his wife and he's like, "Try, Lillian, try." And we could not stop saying it last season. And people keep saying it in the comments.
Chloe's dealing in illegal activities.
There's your Mitzelplek.
She sure is.
Yeah.
With Mixelplick, with Russian Mixelplick.
You know, Chloe, I would like to sell you drugs.
Chloe, bet on the football team. Why do you hate to admit that?
Because she's still mad at him, remember?
Well, yeah, but this guy doesn't know that. Like, what does he care?
He should have went full Black Panther and just been like, I don't care.
I gotta bring my angsty drama to every person I meet. What the hell is this song?
Is showing up in his The Crow outfit.
The Scarecrow.
He's just celebrating the crows.
This is a very professional announcer for a high school football game. Like, is it normal to have a color commentator that's calling this much of the plays?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Yeah. Like, they're not watching it on television, they're there.
In case you're blind, this is what's currently happening.
All you get is there's like the site announcer guy that's like first down, second down, right? But
If
you wouldn't
that,
get this.
I've never been to a football game, so I don't know.
I haven't since I was a kid, and I'm not a football guy, but I know that much. Oh no, it's Jonathan Kent's worst fears realized. Except it's not actually Clark's fault. It's our generic Kryptofreak.
Yeah, Clark should just go, something bad happened. Clearly this is a Kryptofreak.
Yeah. That'd be what I like about it, though. I mean, I don't like anything about this episode, but what's okay about that situation, I guess, is that at least they're not all in a contrived way acting like Clark did it when he clearly didn't, because it was a, as the episode title suggests, it was a jinx.
Yeah.
So like Mixoplick forces that to happen, so it looks like, you know, exactly
this episode
what they
should
think
just be like Clark and Mixoplick say the same word, and then Mixoplick says jinx, and then Clark can't speak unless somebody says his name for the rest of the episode.
You know what I thought you were gonna say? So they just spin the wheel of weird.
What? No, that's like the jinx thing.
No, I know. But the way you said that, I was thinking like it sounds like something we could have put on our wheel. We're like,
Yeah.
no, I
And
thought you were
it's
gonna say he spends the whole episode trying to get Mixelplick to say football backwards.
No, it's like Clark can only speak if somebody says Clark or if he buys Mixelplix a soda.
Every time Clark sees himself in the mirror, he has to yell, "Clark!"
You know, Clark, I'm gonna spin my wheel of weird.
Wow, that's a pretty good Godfrey impression.
Thanks. I'm just like going off of what I remember him sounding like as opposed to actually practicing one.
The disgusting brown goo! Okay, so John, Jason Teague should have checked Clark's like one-day record as a football player as a freshman in high school, because then he would know that he did not go to being able to do that overnight. Right?
Yeah, because he was also really impressive when he. Yeah, you're right.
That's why Fire Coach got him on the team. AMC, try Austin, try Lilligan.
John, get a bed.
Try Lilligan.
Why are you turning this around on me?
Got a bed, John, because he's got to reference something he's seen.
Yeah, because F you, Jon Snow.
Austin just killed the joke. I'm gonna have to change my name on Discord now.
Good.
Yeah, he said it publicly. Now you've ruined it. That was my thing, Austin.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Robert, can we add Gilbert Gottfried impressions to the wheel?
Mix
But
up
only
looks
for
like
Austin?
Ego Raptor.
I mean, I'll do Gottfried impressions all day. And then I won't be able to talk anymore.
If anyone is saying that Lionel Luthor killed a girl in 1993, you need to take that to the proper authorities.
John, could you imagine if this was what we did? If this was the kind of thing we did with every DC Comics character we brought into the show?
That would
So
that would be
stupid.
hysterical.
We have to do the relatively grounded version of each of them.
I mean, that's just the Nolan trilogy. It's just done better.
In that.
Oh, there's the wall of weird.
Oh my god.
thing.
Everybody sees it but me.
And
I think
Mixelplex
Cap is just
right
like
next to it.
purposely not seeing it because he doesn't want to admit that it was a good idea.
Because I don't like that we found 42 instances of it. When I didn't
It's
even
only
want to.
that many?
Yeah, when I didn't even want to add it to the count. Well, to be fair, it's a standing set, and Chloe is a regular character, so
No, I feel like it should be way more. That's what
it
that's
probably
my shock.
is. Chances are we missed a bunch of them. But I feel like we've been better about that than other things.
No worry, I think this is the last season it shows up.
Yeah. We'll have to come up with something else that pops up all the goddamn time that I never noticed before. AMC.
What if we just count Chloe?
One!
Chloe freaks?
One Chloe! AMC.
Uh,
Anybody else feel this is easily the worst season of the show this far? Yes.
yes.
No.
Easily.
Easily. I agree.
Austin, you don't get a vote.
I do get a vote. I've seen many episodes of many seasons at this point.
So wait, you think 3-4 is many now? Do you think 3 is worse than this?
I think 3 starts worse than this.
No, I agree with that.
Is 3 the one that
question
starts
was
with
so
Evil
far, do you think
Clark?
this is the worst season? I was like, just based on the episode count where we're at, no.
But we start. Okay, this is our 7th episode. We start with 2 solid episodes, and then I dislike the next 2. And then we have an okay. Well, I also know where things are going. But yeah, no. I mean, when he said thus far, I don't know if he means like the episodes that we've gotten to so far, or just the fact that we're on season 4 and we did 3. But yeah.
I'm just counting like the first 7 episodes of seasons 1 through 4.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, we've only flipped our signs red on 2, and we line up entirely so far.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see if that holds. No, I hear you. You're right. You're right so far.
This is better than season 2 up to this point.
I like that their reinvention was to take an imp and make him Russian. That's funny.
And that as an imp, all he does is he's got bad luck powers.
Yeah. And he just goes, God.
Well, and what's so super awkward about it is we don't know if he's a Kryptofreak. He's in this kind of small fraternity of characters that come in and have powers and are probably Kryptofreaks, but we're not told. Actually, in this particular case, he's not from Smallville, so he probably isn't. Mm-hmm. But there's no sense at all that it could possibly be more than what it looks like. Like, he's almost certainly not like a 5th-dimensional being or anything like that. So that suggests that, kind of like Bart Allen, it's like we're slowly trying to start suggesting the metahuman idea. And I guess he's just a metahuman.
Yeah. Well, imagine trying to join that fraternity and you get hazed to be introduced into it by Russian mixoplex.
John, you're right. We still haven't seen Coach Quigley yet.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a character. Or if we have, I didn't notice it because he was just standing. Maybe somebody can tell us.
No, like they act like there's a head coach in the background somewhere, but Jason takes care of everything.
All these people hated you last Thursday.
Now you hate them.
Because they're annoying.
What an arc.
And you just looking at the sign flips, which is not fair, but just looking at the sign flips, John, for season 2, we have the same score so far.
Oh, interesting.
And in fact, we liked the 7th episode, and we will both probably flip red on the one we're watching right now. So that's interesting.
Oh, is this the coach?
Oh, there he
is. That's not even the man I was picturing, so...
It just says his name is Danny Crozer in the little Amazon cast thing. So maybe it's not.
Well, that's the actor's name probably, right?
No, that was the character's
Was
name.
it? So it's not...
What?
Well, who's that
Just
guy
like...
if there's a Coach Quigley? Who the heck was that guy?
It's that guy.
I'm so confused.
Why is Chloe dressed like that?
Because Russian Mixoplex is buying her things.
Yeah, this is a thing with her. It seems like every time she starts thinking about dating a guy, she wears really low-cut shirts.
Well, not only that, but it's like the middle of summer and she's wearing a fur coat.
Yeah. But that's because
I thought you were talking about promiscuity.
I mean, you're saying that while she's in the same room with a guy who's dressed like a priest.
Or the Fawns? Or a priest?
I am cool.
Or a priest if he was the Fawns. Now, I would understand if he was wearing a fur coat. He's from Russia.
Yeah. He should wear one of those cool hats.
Leo, I just finished my Adventures with Superman recently. I've only seen the pilot. I haven't watched any more of that yet. and they had a pretty good version of Mxyzptlk, so it's a bit of a bummer going back to Smallville because their version is just terrible. I mean, it's a bummer regardless of whether you've ever seen Mxyzptlk.
Yeah, I don't know. This is like a lame take, but I have
that show.
I have a hard time being mad about this because it's just like early 2000s. Any like mystical comic book characters, we had to water them down.
Yeah, but the problem with it is he's not even still mystical. He's just a Kryptofreak. He has a really standard power.
Yeah.
He's also not even really done anything.
That's not true. He made Clark trip.
He made Clark trip and Lex cut himself.
You're so hyperbolic.
You have a weird definition of he hasn't done anything.
Of nothing.
That doesn't make him evil. He made the man trip and
listed two things that he did.
Yeah, he basically did nothing in the grand scheme of things.
I feel like I could cut my own arm off right now and you'd be like, come on, do something!
Oh.
That was like a dying whale noise that you just made.
I know, that was my soul.
What the heck was that? But I mean,
Clark is gonna kill somebody and Austin will be like, he didn't do anything.
He did do something. He made Jonathan Kent question his son. Robert, wow, this episode is just a bad time for everyone. I disagree. I made Austin make whale sounds. One of us is having a good time.
Clark can touch Kryptonite now?
Hey, since we're watching this and it's hyperbolically nothing is happening, I want to go back to the previous episode because there was a thing I meant to mention because I thought it was funny, which is Martha's like, Jonathan, go to the cabinet and get some green kryptonite. I'm like, is it in lead? Do you have them in lead boxes? Like, how do you keep the kryptonite in your house where the one person in the world that's allergic to kryptonite lives?
Right next to the Fruit Loops.
I mean, I just assume they do because every time we see them with kryptonite, it's in one of those boxes.
That's a good point. So yeah, they must do that.
Well, maybe they got like a chunk of kryptonite as like a prize in a cereal box.
Leo says,
yeah, you know what the prize is for? Doing nothing, because nothing happened.
Exactly.
Let me read this comment. Leo says, Lois and Clark came out in the 90s, and they had a pretty good version for the time. Yeah, like, when... John, when you say, like early 2000s, we tend to water down everything. Like, that's true in that we don't like to do a lot of, costumes and things. But, I mean, there's examples of things that would go that far.
Well, and admittedly, I haven't seen Lois and Clark, but I just mean like in the early 2000s, anything that was like out there in the comics was watered down to make it more, quote, realistic or grounded.
There also wasn't much of it.
Yeah.
Yep, Robert Howie Mandel played Mxyzptlk in Lois and Clark. Which I'm actually surprised if you haven't heard me mention that, because I bring that up all the time. He's pretty great. And it's a Christmas episode.
TH1, this scene coming up. Yes, there is in fact a scene coming up. And Austin will say, nothing happened.
Even if the building explodes.
I hope the building explodes. That'd be awesome.
The school could like burn down and he'd just be like, yeah, nothing happened.
No, I would get excited because something's happening.
So yeah, they do have a cute plot point about it being backwards.
I don't like that drawing of the cat. It's scary.
From the Piatori.
You're complaining about a picture that's allegedly like hundreds of years old. How dare this ancient painting creep me out? Okay, so they do make this potentially kind of mystical. I forgot that there was any kind of a backstory for this. That they make it a little bit ambiguous, but that he's maybe like from a long line of people with this ability. Maybe Kryptonians went there too, John. It's like the Kawachis.
Lex, I need you to deport this kid at my school that I don't like.
Robert, count it. And did you see that? Lex didn't just pick up a ball and put it wherever he wanted to, but he did scratch immediately.
Mm-hmm. I'm surprised Clark didn't say, Lex, I need you to kill this Russian kid. Does Lex ever play against anyone?
No.
It's rare. I think maybe it happens like once or twice, but I think he plays Clark once or twice.
What a weirdo.
Well, what's weird about it to me is like I get having a pool table in your office and practicing a lot by yourself, but you'd think if he practiced this much, he'd be good at it.
Yeah,
he sucks.
Yeah, my grandpa was a big pool player, and he would always play like by himself just to practice.
Well, that's what's nice about that as a game or a sport, however you like it, is you can practice on your own.
So, Austin, is nothing happening in this scene?
Well, no. Lex is being
There's really
a
not that much
terrible
happening in
player.
the scene.
Yeah, that's about it.
He's playing
Clark
pool.
told them to deport Mixelplex.
He's playing pool crappily, and Clark's trying to decide if he's going to ask his uneasy friend, his friend with the uneasy relationship, if he's going to murder Mixelplex.
Literally, all that's happened is that a Russian man used bad luck power to make Clark fall down, and then Clark was like, I need to deport this man.
Well, no, that's not true. He threatened Chloe. It's like he's trying to get the article to stop from coming out.
Yeah.
You guys never dated. Like,
What's your point, John?
well, she's like, he didn't lose me. I left. But like,
And they just
you
referred to
didn't
Clark
work
as
together
her
for him to leave him.
What she should say is, I mean, every now and again he puts on like a motorcycle jacket and he goes and he does crimes, and then after a while he quits doing that. He seems like a totally different person, and they make sense, and he's like a really nice guy, and then all of a sudden he's just like making out with some random chick, and then he stops doing that.
I never would have guessed the majority of this plot would be about deporting Mixelplex.
You see what I'm saying?
I mean, I guess because like the thing with Mixelplex is you gotta send them back to his home or whatever.
So that's how they're. Oh my god!
Deport him back to Russia.
Well, the thing is, he's supposed to be such a nuisance, but he's like just a guy.
He like didn't do anything really.
He's not, but also, he's not annoying. He doesn't have any charisma. He's not
He's
like
just foreign.
I don't know. That accent is kind of annoying.
Yeah, but I mean in the way that Mixelplex is. You know, he's not flamboyant. He's not eccentric. He's not.
No, he's just like, please do not deport me, Luther.
Oh, everybody's asking the same question about Clark. Do you really know this guy? But yeah, I think there's still a more like fun and engaging way to do a more grounded Mxyzptlk than this, right? Like you could still make him kind of impish. You could still have him doing pranks on people and stuff. And like he's not gonna stop like messing with you, doing April Fool's Day jokes to you until you finally get rid of him. But that's not what he is. He's just using bad luck powers to make people clumsy. And then it's about betting on football games. It's the most uninspired possible thing you could do with this character. Also, his accent is pretty fake.
Yeah, 100%. Clark, I know you reported me to the IRS.
Common denominator.
The nuclear vessels of my country will be sent at you if you deport me.
And
He turned into Chekhov from the 2009 Star Trek all of a sudden.
Yes, from 2009.
yeah.
Well, the reason I thought of that one specifically is because they have the missile joke in there.
Yeah, but he was saying nuclear
mispronounced.
vessels, which is specifically out of Star Trek 4.
Oh, is it 4?
Yeah,
I know like 3 Star Trek things.
You
Two
out
of
of
the
nerd culture, sir.
We're gonna deport you back to Russia.
I wish that was just every episode in the show.
Well, it's also weird because he's way more powerful than we're led to believe at the beginning when he cuts off Clark's airflow just by thinking about it.
Is this one of the only Kryptofreaks that Clark isn't immune to their power?
Well, he's not, because he's not a Kryptofreak.
There are people in this show with abilities.
Yeah,
he's
but
just
that's
Russian.
the distinction, though, is that often if it's not Kryptonite, he's not as immune. And that's consistent if this is at all mystical, because of the whole Superman hates magic thing.
They should have done Shazam in this show. That would have been funny.
How do you do a super grounded Shazam?
He would just
Well,
be
by the
Jensen
time we get into
Ackles'
the
character.
superheroes, it's not grounded anymore. You have Hawkman and Blue Beetle and Booster Gold.
No, I know that. I'm saying, what if we did it this season?
No, I'm saying he would be Jensen Ackles' character. Like he's an adult, but he hangs out with teens.
Well, that means Lex Luthor could be Shazam.
So it would just be a kid, and then Kryptonite
Oh my
turns him
God.
into an adult.
So 2000s.
It is.
I love this song. I don't care how old I am.
Yeah, I don't care what anybody says.
This whole album is great.
Deal with it. And I'm not a big Green Day guy, but I like the song.
No, this is hysterical.
I'm not a huge Green Day fan, but I really love this whole album.
Yeah, I don't like Green Day.
I can't remember. Is this that like concept album?
I think this
Yes,
is off American
this is
Idiot.
yeah, it's American
Is
Idiot.
it okay? No, that was kind of cool and experimental for them.
No, yeah, that album rocks.
I like how ballsy John is. He's like, I like Green Day. Deal with it. Come after me. He's not scared of nothing.
Yeah, I mean,
He'll tell you how much he likes The Calling.
I like that one song that they have in this show.
I do too.
Yeah, Clark, don't think, just do.
Yeah.
Walk down your lonely road, the only road that you have ever known.
I don't know that this exchange is as well written as the argument they were having earlier in the season about this. Yeah, maybe it's all right. But yeah, no, I do like this because they're throwing personal experience at each other between the scenes. That's true. No, that's good. Hey, good. We got a good scene.
Yeah, the scene where we got dressed to that song. And every scene about deporting Mixelplex.
Did you see that? You got the sea of people in red and gold, and then one woman wearing all blue. She just sticks out like a sword. It's like one of these things is not like the others.
How weird.
Just really jumped out.
I really like Evanescence's first album.
In the way that you're, in a way, Austin, that you're almost expecting her to like be evil and pull out a gun and start shooting people.
That would also be awesome, yeah.
Well, yeah, because then something would happen, right?
Exactly. Deport Mixelplex already.
Deport him. Chloe's first response to his name should have been, it doesn't have any vowels in it. What is this name?
What is this, communism?
People that don't have heat can't use vowels.
Oh, they're fighting the Green Day Packers. That's why they put Green Day in this episode.
Did you just say the Green Day Packers?
Oh no. It's too late.
I thought that was an intentional pun, and it wasn't, and that makes it so much better.
It definitely was a pun.
It's the Smallville Crows versus the Green Day Packers. They walk a lonely road, the only road they have ever known. They're a rock band, not a football team.
We pack this lonely road.
My favorite thing about football
Why
season
is
in this show or
Mixelplex
anything with
listening
football
to the Jarrell call?
is
Sorry.
every time
Sorry,
they do
John.
like him calling the play, I'm like, that could be realistic to football or that could be gibberish. I have no idea.
Yeah,
Just like saying things.
I don't know enough about football to understand what the numbers mean when you're starting a play. Like the downs. I know it, like, yeah, I don't know what the numbers mean. I do know that there's no such thing as the Green Day Packers, though. Oh my god, that's my favorite thing you've said in a long time. It's so good because we were just talking about that band.
Oh my god, he's got brain damage.
This is like, this band is like not Offspring.
Yeah, well, Mixelplex
That's
is
what I
bleeding
was
out of his
thinking.
ears, which means you have brain damage.
Why does Mixelplex have the ringing in his ears of the Kryptonite key? Why is
What?
Jarrell trying to reach out to Mixelplex?
That's what I was saying. Yeah, it was that same like.
Yeah, it's a slightly
noise.
different sound effect, but it sounds too close.
It sounds like listening to Green Day.
I mean, you're just wrong on that count, Austin.
Whoa, that one girl had like a beak on her face, but only one of them.
Austin
Oh, kidnap family.
Oh, thank you. Austin to Green Day is like, go back and play football.
Go back to Russia.
Quit. Don't quit your day job. Play football, Green Day Packers. Also, how cheap is this episode?
How what?
How cheap is this episode? Like it feels like the kind of show that you do because you don't have very much budget for this episode. So
Which is funny because we're gonna get an effects heavy episode next episode.
Well, that's probably why, because it's like bookended between them, because there's a decent amount of effects and transference, too. Well, there's a little bit of effects and transference, I guess.
You also get, yeah, because those first 2 episodes also looked like they were pretty expensive.
Yeah. But, I mean, this is all just, standing sets in a football field outside and a villain who doesn't have any visual effects in his powers. But yeah, the premise of this episode is, what if Mxyzptlk was from Russia and had no fun doing anything?
Well, now it's like a super expensive episode.
Oh, that's bullet time.
Yeah.
It's not really, though.
He should have super sped him to Russia and then came back and caught the ball.
Don't worry, Lex, I'll deport him for you. Robert, why would you use Mxyzptlk for your cheap episode? That's the $100,000 question. How did this idea come about? How did they greenlight it? I wonder what Goff and Miller say about this in our textbook here.
Wait, there's a textbook? I didn't know that was gonna have to.
Yeah,
be
you didn't
reading.
study?
Oh yeah, no, I've got the companions, but I've only got these for the first 7 seasons. They didn't make them after this, so we'll be on our own for 8 through 10.
Gee, I wonder why.
Not that I refer to these that much anyway, but it's on the wheel. If I land on it on the wheel, I have to read out of this. Oh, I actually will read some of this after this episode because it's kind of interesting. I might read it during. Everybody has flannel. I have a good excuse. I was deporting Mxyzptlk.
You mean
I
Mikhail
personally ran him
Whitnick.
back to Russia. No, AMC, I didn't know they got one. I know they did a few bands, but I didn't know they did Green Day.
Yeah, they did do a Green Day rock band.
They did. Okay,
and
so
I never bought it.
I don't understand. Yeah, because you think it sounds like the Kryptonite key. I don't understand how Mxyzptlk's powers work. So, if you can, like, is it only under certain circumstances, and I'm not getting that? If you can stop a person from breathing by saying, like, quit breathing, how do you get arrested?
Well, it's like in that Fantastic Four episode where Mr. Fantastic uses a wooden gun to stop Magneto, and then he gets in the metal police cars and they arrest him. He was beaten.
Oh, there's a jamming device. Okay, well, thanks for hand-waving that whole thing away. Now I understand. Robert says, this feels like an episode that was made by someone who hates Mxyzptlk. Yeah. Or somebody who just was like, well, we need more Superman references in our show. But we just want cute references. We don't want to, like, actually do the thing. Except this is, like, a couple episodes after Bart Allen. What if he did that with Flash, where it's like he can't actually have super speed? He just has to, like, have the ability to drive really fast.
He's just Usain Bolt.
He was saying what?
Bolt.
He's
The
that
Olympic
Olympic
runner.
runner that everyone's like, he's the real life version of the Flash.
Yeah.
Whoosh!
They reference him like 8 billion times in Luke Cage season 2.
Gee, John, I wonder why they never brought this guy back.
This is that Buffy season 1 cliffhanger where they show like all those superpowered kids in the government's control and it never comes back.
Well, they brought him up to floor 33.1.
Oh, and that's setting up a thing for later this season. 33.1 is a whole thing.
Yeah, it's more.
Isn't that in season 1 too?
No, that's level 3. That's a different thing.
Oh. Man, they would like the number 3.
Yeah, this is like Lex's version of it. I don't remember what exactly they're doing. Maybe the Black Kryptonite experiment is also part of 33.1. I can't remember. We'll see when we get there. Leo, they should have gotten Gilbert Gottfried to play Mixelplick in this. It would have made the episode a lot better. You have to completely rewrite it.
Imagine Gilbert Gottfried playing a Russian teenager.
This is where I think Lana's unreasonable. Like, she has no reason to believe that it would be
She also just stormed off.
Yeah.
Well,
That's count.
The argument that Negan Spear was giving earlier, though, is that if Clark doesn't, like, I kind of get this, if Clark doesn't tell her about the transference, and she thinks that he is the one that was doing the insane things he was doing last episode, then like that person would do this. But he goes back and forth all the time is the thing, from her perspective. You know what I mean? Like the whole like which version is he today question. So all I'm saying is if she doesn't think he was under any kind of influence last time, like last episode, then I guess she would think. And also, who else knew? I guess her whole thing is nobody else knew about it.
That Lana scene counts as a walking off angry, right?
Oh yes, thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
But yeah, John, like that's always my knee-jerk response to that kind of thing too, and I felt that way the first time I saw the season. But I'm kind of seeing the other side of it a little bit, just because nobody else knows.
Well, and I guess to be fair to her, even though he didn't directly say it, he still should have known better than to tell Lex.
Oh, is that what got him fired? I forgot about that. So he is.
Yeah, because that's what that whole ending scene was.
I forgot.
He went to confront Lex because he knows he didn't do it.
So he is indirectly responsible for it.
Yeah.
Well, I did it. I made it through Mexiplex.
I mean, I have a hard time having any sympathy for anybody involved because people are just making kind of poor choices, and they should know there are consequences for them. Like, Clark should be being as communicative as he can without compromising his identity, and Lana and Jason Teague should not have taken that job. Like, that's not on her, but like, she's dating him, and he was pretty dumb for taking that job.
I also I don't know, yeah, Clark has acted weird in the past, but he's also never went and blabbed about things she told him. I don't know. I don't think either one of them is right.
Yeah, it's hard to say what standard to judge him by when there's like so many, if you're her, when there's so many examples of him like even doing illegal stuff and like making out with random girls while they're dating and stuff like that. When he was under influences.
That's my favorite, where he's just shamelessly making out with Chloe in the middle of that diner because he's on red kryptonite. That's so dumb.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're just at this stupid stalemate place where neither of them is going to look very reasonable, because if you add up all of the history, what a reasonable person would do is either like get the actual truth from you, because clearly things don't add up, or move on and don't interact with you anymore. Like, that's what she should do.
Okay, so I remember now what episode you're talking about where it's with he's sleeping with random women because it's the next episode.
Yeah.
And I remember it now because it's Colby Smulders.
Is it really?
Yeah.
That I did not remember.
Weird. Yeah, it's Maria Hill.
Do we both agree this is red?
This is a light red. I like some of the character stuff.
Okay, well, it's a pretty bright red for me, but...
I mean, I like the stuff with Clark and Jonathan and...
Yeah, I liked one scene, but then we talked over some other scenes that were probably fine, but the Mixelplug stuff was terrible.
I blame Austin, personally.
No.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, the very next episode isn't, unless that's a subplot with what you're talking about. In Spell?
No, I'm already on Spell, so I'm looking at the episode after that.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. And I thought Bound was the one that I was talking about. Yeah, because I was kind of led to believe that this episode was last season when we started getting into one that was also like a little bit about this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, Austin,
Austin, are you ready for witches?
He's probably gonna leave.
Yeah, I know, I'm out.
Are you glad you stayed for Mixelplug?
Yes, because the most entertaining thing I saw all night was Lex, I need you to deport Mixelplex.
I hadn't even thought before that was their quote unquote clever way of doing the like sending Mixelplick back to the fifth dimension thing.
No, that's hysterical.
It's ridiculous.
No, that and that montage of him getting ready for the football game are probably the two best things I've seen in the show so far. Those are great.
If we hadn't had you here, we wouldn't have had the Green Day Packers. I'm so glad you came. I'm putting that on a t-shirt. That's amazing. Oh my god.
Perfect.
Okay. Well, Austin, I'll see you next week, buddy.
Yeah, see you guys.
See ya.
Thanks
Good
for
luck.
being here. Bye. Everything about the way you just said that, John, sounded like good riddance to me. See ya. Get out.
Good riddance.
Trying to watch Smallville. His definition of nothing is not at all my definition of nothing.
Yeah, same. I mean,
It cracks me
I
up.
guess like it's just because it's the TV format. I don't know.
This is Spell.
No, this is Patrick.
What? Whoosh!
Oh, this is Smallville or Smallville.
Is that
SpongeBob.
SpongeBob?
reference.
Okay.
There's
I've
an
never
episode
seen
where
that
Patrick
show.
gets a job at the restaurant in that show, but he's like really dumb. So every time he answers the phone and people ask if it's the Krusty Krab, he's like, "No, this is Patrick."
I feel like I've heard people say that before, so I knew that. I somehow knew that was related to SpongeBob, but I've never actually watched that show. Oh,
I'm not the biggest fan, but the movie's pretty funny.
well, are you ready for this one? I mean,
am.
I'm not.
Sure you are.
I don't want to watch this one. I didn't want to watch the last one either. Okay, here we go, John. Everybody get ready to press play when I say now. Okay, I am starting to fade a little bit. It's 4:30 in the morning. I'm going to need some coffee right after this one, I think.
Yeah, coffee and some food for me.
Everybody, please press play. Make sure you're on episode 8. It's called Spell. Press play right now.
Robert Wild is right. You do need to watch The Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy.
Burning
episodes
at
of
the stake
SpongeBob.
right away? Yes, I was right. Burning at the stake right away. Mermaid Man. Oh, from SpongeBob.
Yeah, they're obvious like stand-in for Adam West and Burt Ward.
Oh, okay.
Or not like a stand-in, but like a reference.
So we're doing that thing again, John, where we're doing a historical flashback where one of our actors has to be their own ancestor.
I also do not believe that this is in the time period it's supposed to be in. Those people are way too clean.
Yeah, it's very TV.
Yeah. When did Smallville do zombies? That's like season 9.
You know, when you get 10 seasons, you're going to do everything.
And, you know, it's weird because I kind of find myself with, like, sitcoms especially, loving when the sitcoms are just like, yeah, we'll just do whatever we want. And, like, it gets like, absurd.
Did Smallville ever do a flat-out causality loop episode?
Dude, it is 5:30 in the morning. I don't know what that means.
When time keeps repeating itself, you know, Groundhog Day? Causality loop? Like, most genre shows have one. Even X-Files has one. That might be one of the few things this show never did.
Yeah, because I think the only thing it does with time travel is just that one where his secret gets out.
Well, and obviously, episode 100.
Oh, yeah.
That's... Yeah, and then you had the episode we had already with the message that gets sent back through time. Yeah,
which honestly, I think I will end up being green on that 100th episode.
Oh, boy, I don't know where I'll go with that, because I really hate that story mechanic. Like, that conceit drives me crazy. Like, it's a really well made episode, but. Hey, let's talk about this. This is real off the beaten path, yeah? This is a real left field choice. Let's have Kryptonian mythology related to the Salem witch trial? Okay.
No, this can't be Salem witch trials because this is in France.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
You kind of need Salem.
Okay,
for the
but
Salem
that sort of
trial.
thing. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't know why I thought it was related to that.
Smallville does the Egyptian mythology Hawkman.
Oh, that's true. So is he reincarnated in that?
Yeah, because his whole thing is that he's lost Hawkwoman.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Which blew my mind because I was used to the DCAU one. That's the alien take.
See, look, Kristen Curritt gets to do something crazy. She doesn't have to be boring Lana in this scene. She gets to be set on fire.
My friend convinced me to watch, I think it's called Eurotrip from like the mid-2000s. And she's in that for like 5 minutes and plays a completely different character than this. It was really weird.
Oh.
She's the, like, scummy, cheating girlfriend in that movie.
And she's in a Street Fighter movie.
Which I've never seen.
I haven't either.
I'm not a big Street Fighter guy.
I'm not either. And I love fighting games, and I love some Capcom fighters, but I could never get into Street Fighter.
And I feel like I should like Street Fighter because the only thing I know about it is the Hadouken.
Yeah.
And it looks like a Kamehameha wave.
Yeah, I grew up with other kinds of fighters. And I feel like even a lot of other Capcom fighters don't fight exactly like Street Fighter.
What other fighters do they have?
Well, Capcom is all the Marvel stuff.
Oh, yeah, I've never played any of those Marvel vs. Capcom either.
And, you know, X-Men Children of the Atom and Marvel Superheroes. And like, they have all those Marvel fighters even before they're, like, versus Capcom. I'm sorry, was it?
Just with Capcom, the first thing I think of is, like, Resident Evil.
Yeah. Well, I'm older than you, so I think of the fighters first. And I missed that whole generation of anything outside of Nintendo. So I didn't attempt Resident Evil until a lot later.
I would pay a lot of money to watch you stream Resident Evil. Be really fun.
I would pay a lot of money to not have to do that. Because it would be embarrassing. I would just be terrible.
No, I mean, to be fair, like, those are hard games.
There's a really good Resident Evil rail shooter on the Wii that I have, though.
Oh, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. The Dark Side Chronicles or Umbrella Chronicles. Those are available with the PS Plus, the new system that they have.
Yeah.
I've played them. They're a decent way to get caught up on like the insanity of the Resident franchise.
Senior Sticks, what happened to Aunt Nell in season 4? I mean, she hasn't been around since 2, right? Or does she show up once or twice in 3? I don't think she does, right?
I thought she disappeared in like season 1.
No. She's in. Well, maybe she did. I'm sorry, it's been a while. I can't remember. Because yeah, all that Henry Small stuff is in 2. Maybe she's not even in any of that. I think you're right.
And I mean, it's Aunt Nell. The only one who cared was Michael Rosenbaum.
Right, exactly. Well, and her and the actress, she was kind of sad to not have the word. Because she's been on that show talking about that, about how weird it was that she was never called back. And then she finally went back for a wedding episode, and she said it was awkward.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Yeah, like I don't know, she was really gracious in the interview and glad that she got to be on that show, but she was kind of sad that it ended the way it did, which seems fair. Robert Wild, yay, Lois is back to make this episode watchable. Yeah, no, she's going to make it worse, though, because she's going to also be a witch. And we're going to have more people who are not themselves. 3 of them, right? Just go ahead and count it now.
There is no way Lana is a virgin still.
Well, I mean, not to be indelicate, but who has she slept with? Because they had a whole plot point. They have a big plot point this season about how maybe it's here about how she hasn't slept with Jason yet.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. But I would have just thought it would have been Whitney.
Yeah, maybe it's... No, you're right, though. Maybe it's hard to believe that they dated that whole summer and never slept together. Oh, this is a Jano Swartz episode.
Who?
I did not realize that. Hey, he directed Superman 3, and he did a bunch of episodes of the show.
Oh, and I thought that was like Richard Lester.
No. Lester did... Oh, I'm sorry, not Superman 3. Supergirl. The Supergirl movie. Jano Swartz did that, and he directed like 15, 20 episodes of the show. Man, maybe not quite that many. But he was beloved by the cast and crew. Like, they really like him. He also directed good episodes. So, like, this is not his fault. He just got, saddled with a crap script, but...
This is the most I've liked Kristen Krick in this season.
Just because it's fun watching her be possessed?
Yeah. She's doing something other than worrying about Jensen Ackles.
So let me ask you this question. Is the problem with an episode like this that they even did this really dumb premise, or is it the execution of it, or is it both?
It's both, but more so it's the fact that it's cable television, broadcast television in the early 2000s, and this idea needs to be darker and grittier.
Oh, that's an interesting take.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a cheap early 2000s straight to DVD horror movie plot, but without any of like the grit.
I mean, I feel like you could say that about a lot of the kind of horror type episodes that Smallville does, but maybe it's better at the slasher formula, at least shooting it. than it is this
This
kind
se-
of thing. Like anything mystical.
This is also playing it for comedy.
And it's not funny.
Yeah. Like, haha, isn't it funny that she ripped out Lois's hair?
Yeah. Well, and they do that. That's a really good point. They're consistent about that with the like characters under an influence episodes, the characters who aren't themselves episodes. It's like that's a formula, and we've talked about that a lot. But it's like Nicodemus onward. If like whether there's ever any dramatic situation, because sometimes there is. Anytime this happens to somebody, we have to play it for laughs. Maybe a little bit less so with Clark on Red Kryptonite at the beginning of 3, but...
Yeah, isn't it funny she tried to cut his hair? You know what? I'll give it points for that one, because that is kind of like an age-old Superman question.
Like
how does he cut his hair?
Whether you can take his hair out?
Yeah.
That's the Superman 4 thing.
I've only seen that movie once. If that's a thing in that, I don't remember it.
Okay, we are finally to the scene that I have been foreshadowing, alluding to for a long time. You remember this whole thing? He never learned to play piano, but here he is.
Yes, because she's going to make him play for, like, eternity.
Yeah.
Or until Clark finds him.
We want to contrive something that he's being tortured doing, so it's got to be that Goosebumps book, Piano Lessons Can Be Murder. And we have completely forgotten that he doesn't play piano. Now, you could say, oh, he's learned in the interim, I guess. But, I mean, he's playing that Schubert really well. Was it Schubert or was it Chopin? It was a composer that started with an S. I missed it.
This way outside of my...
No, Chopin doesn't start with an S. It must have been Schubert. What the hell am I talking about? It's like 5 a.m. Do you buy that Lex is giving her booze? Maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe so.
He doesn't have the strictest...
morals.
Yeah.
Hey, it's early and you haven't had coffee yet. I'm just trying to help. Robo Brando, I've never gotten Cap's frustration with a character learning to play piano off screen. He's always on about it. Did he learn? We don't know if he learned it, though. It really seems like we just forgot that he didn't play piano. Especially because he's playing so proficiently. Like, yeah, it's fine, I guess, if that's what it is. But we're not told that. So that always drove me crazy. And because there's a lot of things like that in this show. There's just a bunch of retcons and inconsistencies like that. See, this whole season is just about giving actors things to do that won't make them feel bored. Even if the audience gets bored.
So Clark can grow super crops if he wants? What?
What?
I feel like that's like a B movie plus, super crops.
Yeah, this is a little
I
bit...
think...
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just responding to Robo Brando. He said an argument made that Lex was subconsciously grooming Lana the whole time, then buying her the coffee shop, being so involved in her life, giving her booze, and eventually dating her. And I mean, I think at the end of the day, that's kind of what it is like, he didn't actually like her. He just wanted her because Clark wanted her.
That's interesting. I want to think it's more nuanced than that.
Oh, yeah?
And that if it is a quote-unquote grooming thing, it's kind of subconscious. And part of that is just in the chemistry the actors have. That, like, even from before the writers were probably thinking about doing a romance with it. Like, they have some on-screen chemistry, and the characters feel like they have some things in common. I mean, I feel like, besides the age difference, Lana and Lex actually makes a lot more sense than Lana and Clark. They share sophisticated tastes and stuff.
Yeah.
She does seem like a person that would potentially challenge an interesting Lex if only she's written right. But you're right. Like, I think it's another one of those things where there's that. It's kind of layered where, like, he does come to appreciate her and actually legitimately care for her, but how much of it is that and how much of it is that Clark wants her with exactly the same. It's exactly the same question as how much of his interest in Clark is curiosity and having to know his secret, and how much of it is he genuinely cares about him.
Yeah. It also doesn't help that, in my opinion at least, Allison Mack sucks at being, like, a bad guy in this show.
Oh, I totally agree with that.
It just comes off as, like, a teenager trying to be bad.
This also just screams, because we've talked about this too, a lot of episodes that are kind of ripping off something where they want to do an homage, and you can't tell, like, you have to decide how much of it is homage and how much of it is just straight up ripping off something. I haven't seen this movie since I was a kid because I don't like it, but it feels like somebody was obsessed with Hocus Pocus.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's possible. I've never seen that movie.
That's why we're playing it for comedy. Like, it's three witches in a comedy, right? So
yeah.
There's got to be some influence from that.
I mean, that's the first thing I would think of, yeah.
Robert Wild, I get the feeling the actors were bringing their A game to this episode. What do you mean, just that they're, like, having a good time with this because they get to be different? Like, we always have that with these episodes.
He said weren't bringing their A game.
Oh, sorry. So, the way I have this set up, the stupid heart keeps blocking words.
I have that too.
Are you having that?
The chat popped out so I can read it, and the stupid heart emote won't go away.
Guys, is there a way to remove it? Like, it's in a terrible place.
Oh, I was hoping if I clicked on it, it would go away, but it didn't. It just did something else. I don't know what it's for.
Let me ask you this. If we already had, forgetting for a moment that the answer to the Kryptonian mysteries aren't all that compelling or satisfying by the end, do you think that this story, at least in sequence, would feel less pointless and random and out of nowhere if we already had figured out a little bit more about that and how it relates to the witches and Thoreau and all that?
Yes, because all we know is that she had an ancestor named whatever.
It's the Countess Thoreau. I remember that.
Yeah, that's a stupid name. Who names their kid Countess?
Oh, John.
No, but like seriously, they just have Allison Mack just be like I love this decade.
Yeah. She's like the party girl.
Yeah, like this is so cringy.
Well, it feels like an excuse just to put your main actresses in, skimpy outfits.
This goes figures that Lana's underage, so Lex's relationship with her can't help but be creepy. I mean, they don't really do anything until season 6, and by then she's an adult.
Yeah, right. I mean, the age difference feels wider because she's ostensibly supposed to be, whatever age she is as a freshman, like 14, 15, in the first season. And so we're used to like kid and adult with Lana and Lex in the first place. But if they were introduced at those ages, in the first place, with that age gap, but when she's in her 20s, you wouldn't think as much about it.
Yeah, see, like, I get the idea here, but this is just embarrassing.
Yeah. We're airing a lot more in these early episodes. A lot of them, it feels like, on the, like, I don't know, how do I put it? The kind of jock high school stuff.
Yeah. No, I think you're onto something with Hocus Pocus. Another reason to hate that movie.
Yeah. And they had to make another one.
Of course, that's all Disney can do now.
But yeah, like so many shirtless Clark shots and just naked people in general, and high school party scenes, and I mean, I realized there was an audience for that, but we're later on really thick compared to the earlier seasons.
Do you think some of the stuff with Lex and Lana would have been fixed if they just made him the same age as them? Or that made other things awkward? I like this imagery.
I do too. Yeah, I love the kind of demented way he plays these kinds of scenes. We're getting some of the faces that we had last season when he had his break with reality. Robert Brando this season is definitely the skeeziest of the show. The placement of Lana's tattoo is kind of tacky. Yeah, Austin was mentioning that when he was here.
It's kind of like with Star Wars, the prequels. I saw an interview with Natalie Portman once where she was like, yeah, you notice the minute I turned 18, they had me wearing like all these like different outfits that were revealing stuff. I'm like, yeah, that's a little weird.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can tell that she's not comfortable with it. And honestly, Keurig sounds like she wasn't comfortable with a lot of things with the show. Like, she didn't like how whiny her character had to be. She makes a lot of the same complaints about her own character that I've made. And again, she doesn't sound, ungrateful for being on the show and like she, hated the experience, but just frustrated that she's having to do some really stereotypical stuff as the real standard damsel in distress, and she doesn't like teen angst things, but got cast in them a lot. And she's also in interviews with Rosenbaum, she is really candid about feeling like she was often cast more on her looks than her ability. And I kind of admire her for talking about that publicly.
Also, like, I'm so over, let's take Clark's powers.
Yeah.
I have this same complaint with James Mangold's Wolverine movies, even though I think Logan is brilliant.
Yeah.
It's so annoying that his one idea is, what if we take Wolverine's healing ability away?
You know, I never really thought about that. I mean, like, he only does the 2 movies, and there's a component to that in Old Man Logan already.
Yeah. I think if I had to change one, I would rather change the Wolverine.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's in both of his movies.
Same here. I mean, he at least doesn't full-on lose his powers in Logan.
No, yeah, it's just like they slowed down.
Yeah, Robert, you're right about that. That is technically a Clark Lana love scene. I'm glad I got that counted.
Did we count the three people not acting like themselves?
I did. Yeah, I did that right at the beginning.
Also, like, I think going back to, I think, something we talked about at the beginning of this episode, I think part of the problem is, like, you're telling a story where the protagonist is fundamentally useless because he can't do anything against magic. Like, how is he supposed to stop this?
Well, maybe that's why it's supposed to be exciting, because, like, this is a threat that Clark can't deal with. But it doesn't feel like the stakes are real because it's so goofy.
Yeah, like...
And you know, and
Allison,
because it's Smallville, you know they'll just, like, snap their fingers and fix it somehow.
I don't even remember how they resolve it.
I don't either. So maybe I'm wrong about that, but I'm sure I'm not. It won't be some clever thing he comes up with. And also,
I don't like whatever they just did there.
And it also seems contrived in the first place because, like, you have to take his powers away, or they won't be able to do anything against him. You know what I mean? Like, it's the problem you often have with Superman because he's so powerful in the first place, which is why these kinds of stories are not the best stories to tell, usually. I mean, I hesitate because I still believe in the you can make anything work thing, and there are some cool Superman versus magic stories.
Yeah. Well, it always annoys me when writers cop out, like, well, what if we just do something that he's weak against because he's too powerful? So just make a threat that's as powerful as he is. Let him duke it out for a few episodes or something. I mean, this is obviously a different kind of thing.
Yeah, and the seductress thing just doesn't work, partly because it's not them, and it's not them in any way. Like, they're all possessed, so you're looking at 3 guest characters played by the actresses you usually watch. And it's just this really superficial thing where there's supposed to be a novelty to this because you're technically seeing these characters do this crazy, like, you know, pseudo-sexual thing to Clark, but it's not actually them. So who cares that visually this is what we're seeing? And who would care anyway? Because it would be bizarre and uninteresting.
Yeah, and it's also just, like, tonally all over the place, because just a minute ago we were, like, playing a comedy scene, and now they're, like, tying him down and touching him. And
I'm glad you amended that. Yeah, we weren't laughing. We were just expected to.
Yeah. Also, ow. Oh, don't stop it.
Yeah. This is uncomfortable. That's my review of about half of what we've seen so far.
Yeah, and it's like I've seen worse, but it didn't make me as uncomfortable as this.
Boy, Robo Brando makes a good point here. He says, if you wanted to do Superman versus magic, you had the perfect villain, but they turned Mxyzptlk into a Kryptofreak. Like, how do you... how are you two quote unquote, I keep saying this, like quote unquote grounded to do, at this point in the series anyway, to do like fifth dimensional being and to even make Mxyzptlk a comedic character. But you'll do this nonsense.
Yeah, or I'm sure there's a number of other DC evil magic people.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, if you'll go this far with witches that come back from the dead to possess your main characters, and you have full-on magic, why can't you just do Mxyzptlk straight?
I wonder if Mxyzptlk is like also a script from a previous season.
Oh, that's interesting. You know what I thought you were going to say? Maybe that's another limited kind of character where they can use him, but they can't use him. But I don't think that's what's going on there.
Yeah.
But could
I mean, that's also possible. I doubt it, but...
Do we do Silver Banshee somewhere in the last couple seasons?
I don't know.
We do, right? I think that happens.
I can check.
Robert Wild, have we done straight up magic in the show before this season? No, and it comes out of nowhere. Like, you don't even expect magic to exist in this world necessarily. This is not the way to introduce it. It actually would have been nice if, like, Dr. Fate or something was the way we first did that. Because, you know, we will get that with the Justice Society stuff.
Oh, we do. So we do, yeah. Do Silver Banshee.
I thought so. It's what, 9 or 10?
Season 9.
Yeah, I thought so.
This is hysterical looking.
Is her makeup just goofy?
It's so bad.
Does it look like 90s Halloween costume bad?
Yeah, here, I'll see if I can send it to you.
I could find it.
Oh yeah, I just googled Silver Banshee.
Silver Banshee's a character that I want in the Superman movies. I've just always liked her look. Oh yeah,
the Supergirl show does it too.
Yep, it sure does. She looks better there.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about this. It hurts my feelings. Look at that. Oh.
Yeah.
What are we doing? It's awful. What are we doing? Oh my god! I think I just threw up a little. you don't do that. Also, this episode is really stretched, right?
Yeah, no, this should have been over in like 5 minutes.
Well, and they're just talking and talking and talking. And I don't care about anything they're saying.
And I also don't understand why only stupid name comes back.
What, Thoreau?
Yeah.
Isabel Thoreau?
Because like she'll keep coming back, but the other two don't.
Well, it's because she remains. No, that makes sense. She remains in Lana's body. I think like buried, and then she comes out again, and the other two are not possessing anyone after this. Like they get sent back to their time period, I think, or something.
So like that scene is really funny because he brings a gun, but like I don't buy for a second he's ever gonna use it.
Yeah, good call. I'm struggling to even concentrate on this episode, dude.
Yeah, it's all gobbledygook.
Well, doesn't it feel like you just have a show on in the background? Like, even though we're supposed to be like watching this and discussing it, I have to keep reminding myself the TV is on.
Yeah, I'm actually watching Doctor Who on the other screen. It's
Are you really?
No.
That's like an Austin move. That's what he'd be doing.
No, I would not have like the brain power to focus on two shows at once.
So I guess they did this with the map too, but with the symbols that you're seeing there in the cave, they are clearly establishing that the three artifacts. I say that to say that they do know this early. They're trying to bring those together. I'm not convinced that the writers have figured out until the end what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
That all feels real retroactive.
Well, and I don't hate the idea that like Kryptonian artifacts have come to Earth before and like humans have tried to possess them. But
No, and even that they become part of other cultures' mythologies. Like, yeah, I'm fine with all that.
Yeah. This isn't even like I've seen B movies with better acting and writing than this. This is like an asylum movie.
Yeah. No, the problem with the artifact thing is that it feels like a generic video game plot, and it feels like a stand-in for a cool mystery story.
Yeah.
Because I'm not convinced that they know what the stones do, and it's such a typical MacGuffin kind of story. Not that a MacGuffin thing can't be done well. It just feels like we need some kind of epic overarching plot, and it's not very inspired. Another word of the day, uninspired.
Way to go, Smallville. You made me compliment the asylum. And I don't like the asylum.
It's almost like somebody even told John Schneider it's a comedy episode. So
yeah, because like your son is an alien, but you don't believe in magic.
But also just the attitude he performed that with, you know, like in magic, you know, like everybody's laughing because this is so over the top. That doesn't seem like a natural choice to me.
Man, I wish this was like Evil Dead. Tom Welling could strap a chainsaw to his hand.
Lex didn't see most of this episode. He thinks it was way more entertaining than it was.
Yeah.
I'm with you, though. The best thing in this probably is the image of Lex with the bloody piano.
No, yeah. That's an Evil Dead shot.
You know, like, I'm going to read way too far into that image, but, you know, you said the imagery was good. Like, I read it as he's got blood on his hands even as he is creating something, like very artistic and intricate, and because, you know, like, that's his master manipulation plots.
Yeah. I kind of hope that the dialogue went, or the discussion went like, well, Rosenbaum, we need you to just say like a horror movie in this line, so he just like threw out the Evil Dead there.
You know, I could see that being a thing, yeah, because we know he's a big horror guy, and he probably loves that movie.
Yeah, and I don't know if I buy that Lex Luthor has seen the Evil Dead.
We go back and forth on his taste, right? Sometimes he's very sophisticated, and sometimes he collects comic books.
True.
But I like that he's well-rounded like that, too. Sorry, what?
The comics is a thing from, like, when he was a kid.
Yeah, and he only collects the one, so that's buyable. I couldn't think of a better example, but it does seem like we go back and forth on his sophistication.
Yeah.
Robo Brando, I've had the same question. He says, I wonder about Rosenbaum's tolerance for Smallville's nonsense on Talkville. Right now, they're in the good stuff. Once it gets really stupid, I'm not sure how he'll handle it. He was already seeming so bored and done with it in the middle of 3. And when some of that stuff gets a little bit better, or I'm sorry, 2. And when some of that gets a little bit better toward the end, he's trying to at least act more perked up because he knows he's got, you know, a long haul. They're trying to do all of it. I don't know if they'll get all the way to the end. And I mean, this might be just their... Oh, it's Clark and Lana in the loft. This might be just their trying to get people to, you know, subscribe to their Patreon or whatever. But they talk all the time about how, you know, they're not they're not promising. They're going to try to go all the way, but they're not promising it, and they need like certain viewership and numbers to keep the show going.
Yeah.
And I wonder if they don't hit a particular threshold when the show gets to where they one or both decides it's unbearable, if they'll just quit.
Yeah, I've often wondered, because I don't know if you've noticed this, not with just Smallville, but like it's kind of the trend now where these actors go back and like start a podcast about their show, the show they were on.
Yeah,
I wonder
do they
how
finish
many
them?
of those will actually get any tractions or get finished.
Yeah.
The only one I've seen that I think has a chance of getting finished is the people who did. It was a Nick show called Ned's Declassified Guide to School or something like that. They started one of those, and that's just like a short Nick sitcom.
Yeah. I wonder if Rosenbaum can get past his own seasons. Because he doesn't like superhero stuff. Or at least he doesn't care about superhero stuff.
Yeah.
And when it just turns into a superhero show, I don't know how he'll feel about that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I do like that she's open with him at the end about the tattoo and everything, but she kind of has to be to get the plot going. Because eventually they have to be on the same page with this and go to China and all of that.
I mean, I'm also going to give it to her there because she's been preaching for him to be open with her day one, so at least she's practicing what she preaches.
Yeah. And also,
yeah.
I like, even though she didn't know about the transference thing, and I wish that he had come out and told her, the tables have kind of been turned where now she was not herself and being possessed by another, and not just acting different, but full on possessed by someone else, just like he was with Lana Luthor. So like they're on an even playing field at that point, even though she doesn't understand the other side of it.
Yeah.
You would kind of expect this show to keep dragging out the drama of that for episodes, and it's kind of nice they didn't. Even though we're, of course, still in that, her fishing for answers, hoping that he will tell her everything place. I'm really going to be done with making that point and talking about that when we finally get to 7. It's the one thing that I'm excited about with 7, really.
Yeah, I mean 7. One thing I do enjoy about 7, from what I remember, is just like is finally being done with them. They're just dating.
Yeah.
And then she just disappears.
Well, and I mean, there's stuff in 7 that I like, certainly. And I haven't watched that in a really long time, but I just remember overall, like, very much losing interest. But that's where Vandervoort starts, right?
Yes.
And I love her. And then she runs off for a while and then comes back for part of 8. I do believe. Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and take another break now, and it sounds like maybe a little bit of a longer one so that John can get some food, because you said you wanted to eat something, right?
Yeah, I'm just going to microwave some pizza rolls. Shouldn't take me long.
Can I email you if I want some pizza rolls?
Yeah, my creepy basement.
My creepy basement. So, safe to say it's red for both of us here, yeah?
Yes, red.
Okay. We are seeing that color a lot more now. It is painfully half and half right now.
Yeah.
4 greens, 4 reds from both of us. We are unanimous. It wouldn't be unanimous if Austin was here. It'd just be red all down the down the column. Okay. How much time do you need?
Whoa.
Sorry, that was my Skype. Robert's gonna come in. How much time do you need?
5-10 minutes at most. That's at most.
At most, okay. Let's plan for like 5 or 6, and if you need more, don't worry about it. I'll just come sit and wait for you.
Okay.
All right, just pop on the screen when you're ready to come back.
Okay.
All right, folks, we'll see you in just a few minutes. Thanks for joining us. Next episode, let me see what that is real quick, is Bound. We mentioned that earlier. So episode 9 of season 4. And a little bit of a longer break, guys. We'll see you in just a little bit. Hey, folks. Just waiting on John to get back, but I thought I'd go ahead and get back on myself while we're waiting and do a couple of quick house cleaning things. Make sure that you are set up for the 9th episode of the season, which is, I just said it a few minutes ago, Bound, and get to timestamp 0. Get ready to press play when I say now. Which I'll do in just a little bit after John gets back, and I'm also going to bring in Robert. And Robert, if you're watching right now, just be ready for a call. And I also want to... I think Tom has left for the time being, but... hang on, let me pull up... Where is it? Honorary Kryptofreaks, because Tom is the Super Chat winner from the first few hours.
Oh, yeah?
Hello, sir.
Hello.
We've got to give Tom a superpower. Does it have to do with his kinky high school?
Yes. His superpower should be, I don't know, I feel like I've run out of superpower ideas.
Oh, you're like Smallville.
Yeah, I actually created Smallville. I don't know if you know this.
Are you Goff and Miller?
Yeah, we did the fusion dance from Dragon Ball.
I thought you were going to say you just pretended like you were two different people.
Oh.
That would have been simpler, but, you know. Oops. I'm moving around my background here. Yeah, so if anybody has a suggestion as to what superpower we could give Tom. Senior Sticks, I hate to inform you that we're doing counting Kryptofreaks, that Spawnville is not going forward. Ty just did not have the time in his day to keep working on that. So we have the cover. We have a really cool alternate cover. I might do some more giveaways for those, but he's not going to be able to keep doing art for that. And I don't think I'm going to replace him. So yeah, that project is unfortunately not moving forward. It was just kind of the fun little fan thing that we were going to give away, but alas, I did write it. That part of it's done, so I might release that script at some point so people can take a look at it. But anyway, let me go ahead and call Robert, and I'm still looking for superpower ideas for Tom. Just a second here.
Let's see. Tom's superpower is riddles, says Robert Wild.
Riddles? You used to be able to just add people to the call. Why is it not letting me do that?
I still don't know how Skype works.
I tell you what, I'm going to hang up and call you right back.
Okay.
Everybody, just bear with me a second, would you? Thanks very much, and we'll get this next episode started.
I was like looking all over for where the call button was. It like minimized up in the top right for some reason.
Yeah, it wasn't letting me add him because we had Austin before us, so it was set up differently.
Weird.
Yeah, I don't know why it does that. It's very irritating. There he is. Hello, Robert.
Oh my God.
Robert's wearing the t-shirt I had on like 2 days ago.
The exact same shirt.
Yes. He came into my closet and stole it.
Hello, John.
Hello, Robert. You ready to watch more Smallville?
Hell yeah. I am up way too late.
I don't want to hear it. Isn't it like, are you like 3 hours behind me?
I mean, I'm not usually up at 3:35, but
Yeah, it's
worth it
6:30.
for small.
Yeah, it's 5:30 where I am, at 6:30 where he is, and we got to ride this out all the way to dinner tomorrow. So with that said, let's get into this, shall we? Like I said, it's episode 9. It's bound. It's nobody's favorite episode of Smallville. If it's your favorite episode, by all means, let us know. But it's probably not.
I think it's Robert's favorite.
I don't remember it, which is always a good sign.
Well, it might turn out to be your favorite. You know, it might this time really great. It won't though. Okay, let's go ahead and get into this. Robert, thanks for joining us. It's really nice to have a third person when we're resorting to coffee already.
I do love being a third wheel. It's my favorite thing.
Oh, yeah, but like you seem more alert than the rest of us, so you might end up being the wheel. The wheel.
I'll accept that.
He accepts title of the wheel. Later, we'll reinvent him. Okay, everybody ready?
Yeah.
Get to timestamp 0, and we're going to press play real quick here. Everybody, please. Oh, we still don't have Tom's superpower. Would you say riddles? His power is... How does that work? He just can tell riddles?
His superpower should be, yeah, like riddles or writing or something.
How does it work? Writing?
Yeah.
Writing riddles. Okay. It's a work in progress, folks. We'll keep working on that one. All right, everybody, please press play right now.
Don't forget to update the episode title.
Oh, thank you. You think that's Lex playing the piano there?
Yeah.
He could do
he's
that
still
now.
under the curse.
Oh, and you need to start the timer.
Say again?
You need to start the timer.
Oh, hold on. The timer is going on my end. Very strange. Okay, I'll see what I can do about that. You guys talk about this swanky dinner party you're looking at, and I'm gonna keep. Or not dinner party. Where are they? What are they doing? Maybe it is a party.
Have
it's a
we?
drinking party.
Is this our first time at this location?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like he's at like the opera or something.
Yeah, see, it's Maria Hill.
Yeah, I guess the
yeah.
timer just stopped when I decided to change that and write the episode title in. Leo, I'm sad now because we won't see Lois until episode 12. You know, I am too, actually. Because these episodes have not been the best. A lot of them.
That's the only thing I'm bummed about joining in now is I might not get to do a Lois episode.
Or maybe even a very good
You'll
one.
just have to stay until you do.
Yeah, I need some sleep. Unlike you guys.
So does everybody... No, we need it. We're just not getting it. There's a difference. Does everybody remember where this is all going?
Yeah.
Is she a bad guy?
Man, I wouldn't have
Insert
even
Billie Eilish song here.
if you hadn't said that that was Colby Small, I wouldn't have even recognized her. She's so young here.
Oh, see, it jumps out to me as like immediately like, oh, that's because she's not far off of How I Met Your Mother here.
No, that's true. I haven't watched that show in a long time. It's just I think more of like Winter Soldier and Marvel stuff when I think of her face now. So I think of her a little bit older than this. God, it's blowing my mind that that's who we're looking at. When people say that only men get more distinguished with age, it's not true for every woman. Some women have it too.
Yeah, for sure.
I mainly just know her from the MCU and her swan song on Secret Invasion.
We're doing that in a couple weeks.
I
Oh,
still
really?
gotta finish that.
You
Yeah.
haven't watched like half of the Marvel shows. Why are you doing that one?
So we're doing a blind commentary on it. We're gonna watch all of it like this. I don't know how we're gonna get through that without tons of dead air. Because I've only watched the first half of the first episode and I couldn't do it. I turned it off. And we were getting requests for it, and then I ended up making it a super chat goal, and we hit that. So now Austin and I have to do that because he volunteered to do that with me. So yes, that's why we're doing that one. And I have offered to do more super chat goals like that for other things. So I think people were also wanting She-Hulk, so that could also happen that way.
Oh no.
Yeah.
You'll probably have more to say about She-Hulk.
Yeah, probably so.
It's
I
more
think this is the same artist as God is a DJ. Do you guys remember God is a DJ from the Club Zero episode?
I thought that was a Pink song.
No.
Oh.
Well, it might also be a Pink song, but that was the name of that techno song. God is a DJ. Here, the thematic implication to the lyrics is clear. Lex just can't stop sleeping with everything that moves, and he wants more.
And this is present day, right? This isn't a flashback.
No, this is present day.
No, because see, the twist is going to be that the whole show was a flashback.
It's going to turn out that the whole show was a dream sequence.
Well, I don't know if you remember the ending, but I'm not that far off because they end it with like Chloe reading her son a story.
Oh yeah.
That's true. That does happen.
Cap and John, are you willing to do the one chip challenge? Absolutely not.
What the hell is that?
It's you take this like really
Use your
spicy chip
imagination.
and you have to eat it, and I don't do spicy well.
I'm on a diet right now. I'm not eating much of anything at the moment. That's not true. It's just a crap ton of protein.
That's a diet I can get behind.
Robo Brando, Skeevy Smallville is back. It never left. Not this
When is it
season.
left?
Yeah,
Where have you been for the last 7 hours?
not this season. Did you take a nap? How dare you? Oh, you know what?
That's not Felicity. That's a different character. Don't insult Chloe like that.
way back toward the beginning of the show, I was trying to think of Maggie Sawyer. It just came to me.
Oh yeah.
Yep. 7.5 hours later. I don't like to leave anything undone. Oh, we're gonna get our first appearance of Jane Seymour.
I forgot
Nobody's
she was in
favorite
the
guest character in this show either. And I like Jane Seymour as an
Aw.
actress, but she is wasted in this, man.
I don't think I've seen her in anything but this.
Well,
Is
my
she-
mom, like everybody's mom from my generation, was a big fan of Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman, so I saw episodes of that.
Yeah, I'm aware of that show, but I don't think I've ever seen anything of it.
Was she a Bond girl, or am I thinking of someone else?
Nope. I don't think so.
Actually, she was Solitaire in Live and Let Die.
Oh, really?
That's right.
Okay. I mean, I don't know a lot. I'm a total fraud. Few people watch me anyway. I don't know. I didn't know that.
What,
Well, I
you haven't
recognize
watched
the name.
everything ever?
No, I'm working on it. But we keep having to go back to Smallville. And of course, we're going to find out that Lex has even slept with her before. Oh, she has to know that his mom is dead. There's no way she
show
doesn't
know that.
Say it again.
But does the show know that?
Oh man, this is going to turn into like a holodeck inside of a holodeck, isn't it? Does the show know that she should know that? I mean, I feel like that's common knowledge. I feel like everybody knows that.
Whose mother is dead? What?
So she told Lex as she was walking out, like she's his attorney, right? And is trying to help him with his case. And she says, "I'm not here to hold your hand. If you want sympathy, call your mother." And I'm like, "Ooh, sick burn," because she has to know that his mom is dead.
Oh.
And I think that's giving the show too much credit, because I don't know if the writers remember that his mom is dead.
No. They know that. It comes up a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
That's one of the few things that I can be pretty sure of. So you're thinking when they wrote that line, they thought he had a mom? Boy, even I'm not that cruel.
This season has not been great.
No, it's pretty rough.
Remembering why I've forgotten so much of it.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. So have you watched this whole show? Have you been all the way through it?
Oh, yeah. I binged the whole thing when I was in high school after it wrapped. And I really liked it, but...
Apologies, because you told me that, and I just couldn't remember.
Oh, no, that's fine. Yeah. No, I got into the show after it ended when I was in high school. And I really enjoyed it, but... Yeah, watching the show, like I said, there's the stuff I remember really well and other stuff like, oh, I haven't seen this in many years.
So Jane Seymour is also playing her character's ancestor?
Of course.
Of course!
You know, why would he shake your hand? The last time he did that, you swapped bodies.
Yeah.
Well, he's probably thinking, if I get Clark's soul in me again, maybe even more amazing things will happen. Like, I'll get superpowers in my body.
I'll be immortal.
Exactly. I wonder how many people were really turned off by the witch episode and then still came back this week and went, "Oh yeah, that's right. Lionel had that crazy disease that he lost." I forgot all about that.
Who has it worse, Lex Luthor in Smallville or Harry Osborn in your view? Cap, John, and Wild. I mean, it depends on which Harry Osborn. Like you're comparing a specific version of Lex with just a character in general.
I'm sure he means the Raimi movies, but
in general, I'm gonna say Harry. He's just more of a tragic character.
If it's just the Raimi ones, I'm gonna give it to Lex.
It's definitely Lex. Yeah, hands down. Because his upbringing was a lot more sadistic. It's very simple. It comes down to sadistic upbringing versus neglectful upbringing. Harry Osborn's father just didn't pay any attention to him. I mean, he was passive-aggressive and crap, but he wasn't the same kind of, like, sadistic, manipulative, grooming him to be like a, evil Mongol.
Yeah, that's fair. My brain didn't go to Raimi Harry. I think more of the comics and the PS4 game.
In the comics, it's more even
sad life
at that point, yeah. So, John, even though we've got a Lex Luthor who's like going, further down a dark path here, I always felt like this was still in the character arc of the boss, like retroactively. That all of this
being framed?
No, that he is this awful with women.
I don't know. I've always thought that was the idea. Is he's awful with women.
But that he's this awful with women. That he's like throwing so many women away. I just never saw that character like that. And it's kind of weird that we're 4 seasons in before we have any indication that he sleeps around that much, and that like he sleeps with women, discards them, doesn't even remember them the next day. And that also just seems really, really typical to me, where it's like he's a super rich guy, and a rich business guy. They all have to do that in fiction.
Yeah.
I get doing that. I just think it's over the top. Like, I get doing that story with a character. Like, it just seems like overly malicious to me. Yeah, he's malicious enough in other departments.
Yeah, I mean,
I could kind of buy it though, especially with the experience he's had with like his last few girlfriends.
Well, that's fair if it's, but I like it a lot. I would like it a lot better if it was only happening for like the last year or something. You get the sense that going all the way back, he's been like this. Where he's got this pattern of behavior. Where he's like a serial, I don't know, like promiscuous dater or whatever. Which is putting it mildly, obviously, but I can't think of a better way to put it. At 6 a.m.
Yeah.
What do you think about that, Robert?
Oh, with Lex?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I don't really see that with him in this show. I don't know, I feel like the show has a bad pattern of Lex having a relationship that goes bad and then it's never mentioned again. So, like besides like when we get to Lana. But yeah, I don't know. I don't see him being cruel in that way.
Yeah, like constantly, like every other night or like every weekend kind of way.
Yeah, that I don't buy at all.
I'm talking about this right now because I don't care about anything having to do with Genevieve Teague whatsoever.
Same.
It will be difficult to make any comment about her, except she's like a mustache twirly villain that wants the artifact. It's very important.
Well, I didn't even remember her, but I liked her in Live and Let Die.
She's all, yeah, I didn't even realize that's who that was. She's all like passive aggressive, and I've only known her as like a middle-aged to older actress.
Oh, that's interesting.
I can't even imagine this actress young.
I don't know if I've seen anything with her like in the last 20 years. It's probably something I'm just not remembering. Now, Cap, you've probably talked about this before.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you said earlier today that, like, when you got out of high school, the show was like less important to you.
Yeah.
Or like at the forefront. Were you with the show, like series premiere to series finale, or were there any like significant chunks where you dipped out and then caught up?
Yeah.
I don't know if I've heard you talk about that.
I watched all the way through like middle of 7. And then I dropped out for a little while. And I don't remember if it was because of the quality of the season. I mean, I wasn't digging on it real hard, besides the Supergirl stuff, or if I was just busy. And but I dipped out for a while. I came back to see the end of it with Rosenbaum leaving, and I think I went back and watched the episodes that I missed. And then 8 I didn't watch until the DVDs came out, and I bought that set and I binged it. And then 9 and 10, I was completely sporadic. I've never seen every episode of 9 and 10.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that.
I've seen most of 9. I think I skipped most of 10. So that'll be weird when I finally get there. But I will do a watch of all that stuff before we do it here, so it won't be completely blind. I might come in with an eye patch after I've gouged my left eye out watching the finale again.
Yeah, what a lackluster finale.
That's putting it mildly. That's like calling what Lex is doing here promiscuous.
Have I told you guys yet what my first experience was watching the series finale of the show?
I don't know. Go
And if you
ahead.
don't,
That's
fine.
even worse than Tom starting with transference.
No, the series finale was like the second or third episode of the show that I watched, because I remember seeing ads for it growing up, and then it was ending, and I was like, "Oh, that's ending. That's like a thing that's been around for a while. I'll watch that." And I didn't hate the series finale because I had no context. I was like, "This is pretty
cool." Do you also
cool."
typically read books starting at the end?
I don't think I cared about like spoilers or long narrative stuff like that. I mean, I was still pretty young when this ended, but it was something that I like just sporadically would just like see ads for and was just kind of always aware of. I had seen a couple episodes, and then I don't know, it was like, oh, it's ending. I should watch this.
Sorry, this is one of my favorite kind of comedic line deliveries from Rosenbaum, where he's just like, "I'm saving my ass." It's really funny. There has to be a more efficient way of getting rid of that evidence. He's just standing at a sink, slowly burning photos. Is that just a house he happens to own? Like, where is he?
I would think you just take them with you and like lock them in a vault somewhere.
Or no, was he in her house burning the You take them with you and do it somewhere else. Oh my god. Lex, why are you terrible at everything?
I mean, he's a better liar than Clark.
Yeah, but so's my 5-year-old. Were you
Senior
gonna ask her when you
Sticks
slept
that
with her?
Lex marries for sport. Does he? He's been married once. And it was to a crazy person.
Yeah, the other thing I don't like about this is I get that he's got some of his father's habits and he was raised by him and he's trying desperately not to be him, but he can't get away from, that upbringing and that Luther nature or whatever. But the idea that he has exactly the same flight pattern is kind of stupid to me.
Yeah, no, it should be like father. When you say like father, like son, you don't mean the son is a clone of the father.
Yeah, he's got to do everything exactly the same way. Now, you could build that into his psychology, but they've never done that. Where like he wants his father's approval, so he's trying to be exactly like him. No, he's been trying to be the opposite of his father. He wants to be Jonathan Kent. He just doesn't know how to do that. So the idea, and I think he wants to get out from his father's son and not be like his father even well before he meets Clark. Certainly, like that probably gives him like new ideas about what being a better person looks like. But
yeah.
But just to contrive, again, I'm saying this a lot. We have all these plot points in episodes, particularly this season. It seems like where we have to, sorry, I'm fading here. I gotta wake up. You got these you got all these plot points. I set up just because there's like a particular situation we want and it doesn't feel like we naturally get there. So like we want Lionel Luthor to be the Hannibal Lecter for this episode, where he is in prison giving Clark all this information, and he knows exactly what Lex has been doing because that's what he did when he was younger. I think it's kind of stupid.
Yeah, no, definitely.
That's a good point, Robo Brando. Not to stay on this too long, but keeping in mind that when the show is ending, this is between Superman Returns and Man of Steel, and I was just really starving for new live-action Superman content. So just seeing ads for like, oh, that show's ending. He's finally going to become Superman. I'll watch that. That was probably part of my interest in watching the series finale when it aired. Was, oh, he becomes Superman in this one. I'll check that out.
You were so desperate for Superman content that it didn't even bother you that Lionel Luthor from like Mirror Universe Lionel Luthor is taken over by Darkseid's consciousness, and that's how we fight Darkseid. Robert's like, no, it's fine. I get to watch Superman.
So I didn't have context. That's my excuse for not hating that finale.
Oh, I don't know how that's not stupid no matter who you are, but sure. Oh, no, that whole thing is amazing. When John Glover was playing Lionel getting kicked out of that window when he died, I bet he didn't think that the last time he'd really be on the show would be also falling from a high place, but pretending to be Darkseid.
Yeah. Okay, so that was weird, but there's also stuff in that finale like Jimmy Olsen shows up at the end, and my first reaction to that is, oh, that's Jimmy Olsen, not, oh, that's the younger brother of the guy played by the same actor who died a couple seasons prior. You see what I mean?
It's pretty painful.
I didn't have all that baggage when I first watched it.
Clark looks so uncomfortable.
Well, he's the audience here.
Yeah.
I think he looks uncomfortable for just most of the show.
Well, I listen to the music. We're just supposed to be laughing our asses off right now.
This and the last one, like, it feels like these should be like season 6 or 7 episodes, right? Like, there's just like a weird attitude, and like, well, what have we not done yet? Like, it's weird that this is only season 4.
You mean like, it feels like we're totally out of ideas?
Yeah, and like, there's, I don't know if this is the writing or the acting. It just feels like, we don't care.
Yeah, just going through the motions.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think a show like this should take a year off.
I think we should take the like British approach to television shows, where we take as much time as we need to get out another season.
Well, and these days we do that a lot more because so much goes to streaming. But then now we're finding that streaming services don't actually make anybody any money. So who knows what it's going to look like in the future?
Yeah.
And the shows we make now are just like movie-length stories stretched over 6 episodes.
Yeah, we don't know how to do TV anymore.
Yeah, we can't just do a show like this that's kind of episodic and kind of serialized and just do less episodes.
But like,
and less frequently and better.
Yeah, but and occasionally we'll still make a show like that, but by and large that's what we're doing. And like, you go back to Netflix Daredevil, and it is more or less one movie-length story, but it has clear beginning, middle, and end to episodes. Like, you can remember specific episodes and what happened in them. It doesn't all blur together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that show has a couple low points, but I'm with you. Like, as far as like traditional superhero live action shows,
and almost
go,
always when I say Daredevil, I'm talking about just the first season. But yeah, like, you look at the first season of that show, and every episode is an episode of television.
Mm-hmm. I mean, season 2 I still think starts great, and I still think season 3 is great. Like, there's a couple dips in the middle, but
season
I like
2
season
is
3
great until you get to the hand nonsense.
And I didn't mean to open that whole can of worms. All I mean is, I always forget that has a 2 and 3, because that first season is such a great standalone piece. Like, it's nearly flawless. I never think about the other seasons, even though there's good stuff in them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I have that more with Jessica Jones, just because I love that first season so much. I didn't keep going because I didn't need more. That was weird, but
yeah, and that's for the best, because that second season is one of the worst things I've ever seen of anything.
Yeah, Fortunate.
Senior Sticks, is Lionel Luthor Lex Sabretooth, as in he shows up on Lex's birthday and says, "You're just like me, Lex."
No, he's his dad.
And then Robo Brandon wants to know, how does the panel feel about Lionel Luthor's redemption arc? I've been watching season 6, and he gets especially weird when he comes to casts Fuzzy Sweet Grandpa while Lex descends further.
No, it's really bizarre.
It's weird. But I like Tom Welling and Jonathan Glover on screen together.
Yeah.
I like that reaction from Lex. Like, no, I don't recognize you at all. You're a woman I slept with. You all look the same.
Yeah, wait until you get to Kobe Smolder's storyline and Secret Invasion. It's something.
Oh boy, I can't wait. Don't tell me anything. Yeah, she looks really different to me here. And of course, her demeanor and everything is completely different.
Yeah.
From more recent things I've seen.
But I don't know. It just feels like evil girl that Lex has a thing with. It just feels like, yeah, we've been here before.
Yeah.
Like, remember Heat?
We're just taking it farther and saying that like maybe he almost deserves it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm of two minds because we don't know enough about like their interactions in the past. Because like if he didn't make it clear that if he made it clear that he just wanted a one night stand, then it's just like, yeah, she's crazy. But
yeah, but what I mean is, it's I think we're supposed to question, like, you know, whether in a way he kind of, you know, doesn't deserve to die or whatever, but like he's way in the wrong because he's done this to a lot of other people, like not just her.
yeah, for sure.
And that's the part of it I always had a hard time buying. I don't buy that this guy has time for all that.
Yeah.
That's part of it.
Especially with his public image. Like, you'd think we'd hear about that.
Yeah.
by now.
He would have more of a reputation. And it's definitely established. Like, I'm not saying that he should be clean as a whistle. Obviously, he's not overall a very good person, especially at this point. But and it has been established that he, you know, hasn't been looking for like a long-term meaningful relationship, and he's very cynical when it comes to the way he handles women. We dealt with that with Victoria Hardwick in the first season, where there's just, you know, two people having a fling that are using each other for their own ends. But like, you'd think he'd be more calculated and have more of those kinds of relationships.
Well, I mean, the problem, Brando, is you can't judge her appearance in one superhero media based on one show when she's in multiple things as that character.
No comment. I can't spoil things for Cap.
Yeah, I mean, I thought she was, you know, well established enough with Avengers and Winter Soldier, and I expected great things from her after that, and then it never happened.
Yeah, was she in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. at all? I didn't watch that.
Yeah, she has one or two little appearances, but I don't think she ever has like a big guest spot where we flesh her out like we did with Sif. Sif we actually played with in that show.
I was so excited to see her again in Thor: Love and Thunder, and then she was in one scene.
Well, serves you right. You shouldn't have gotten excited about anything with that project.
Was on me.
Oh my god, I don't care about anything that's happening.
Every time he shows up, I'm like, oh yeah, Jensen Ackles is here.
Just like the witch episode, I'm having a hard time like not wanting to talk about anything but this.
Well, and we're all three of us like grew up in a very different when TV was a very different thing, and I don't know, even the bad Kryptofreak episodes in the first couple seasons, like I mean, I enjoyed the formula. Like I didn't mind some of the repetitive stuff. I mean, like
Back to
the
formula?
love story, yes. The love story nonsense was annoying, but like just the bad guy of the week plots, I didn't mind. And then you fast forward to here, and I'm like, oh, I don't care about most of these.
Well, and it doesn't help that I've seen this whole season, so like I know that we're wasting the audience's time with some of this. That like when we finally get to the end, it's not going to be this like really cool complex mystery plot that all pays off in a satisfying way. We're just kind of, dragging our feet.
Maybe if they brought Pete back, the show would get better.
Speaking of that, Pete apparently was supposed to come back for what turned into the Mixelplick episode.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, I was actually going to read some of this during the Mixelplick episode. Sorry, what were you going to say, John?
So, like, she's blaming him for her marriage falling apart.
Yeah.
And, obviously I'm not an expert. I'm not married. Not my forte, but, like, he didn't make you say yes.
TH1, I don't know if you're talking about like comic book Tony or MCU Tony, but I'm going to disagree with that a little bit because he says Tony Stark sleeps around and nobody cares. Why should we care if Lex does? Tony doesn't do that past Iron Man 1. Like, he's a different person.
Yeah, that's
when he behaves.
No, you're absolutely right. Well, no, he's still doing that a little bit in 2.
I mean, he doesn't sleep with anyone.
Yeah, the woman at the beginning, the journalist?
That's the first movie.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I thought there was something like that in 2. Okay, well, never mind.
She comes back in 2, but it's just like a comedy
No,
scene that her and Pepper don't get along.
Yeah, because he must still have like enough of a relationship with Pepper by 2 that he's not doing that anymore.
Yeah, I don't know if they're like actually dating in 2, but like there's clearly a thing between them, and from that point on, he's only with Pepper.
Yeah,
I mean they break up, but they get back together.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Like that's all part of his character arc, where he's being
and then
more,
they break up permanently.
He's being more responsible in general and thinking about other people besides just himself. Is that
and also the one time you do see him sleeping around, it's like he's being a dick, and the movie knows he's being a dick.
Yeah,
that's the difference. Yeah. Well, what am I complaining about here is just the way it comes out of nowhere.
No, for sure.
Yeah, it's because we're in season 4. Like if it was season 1, we'd be like, all right, that's
the
take they're going with on Lex.
The issue for me is Lex used to be one of the protagonists, but who was going on a tragic path, and we knew wouldn't probably stay that way, right? And now he's, like I said earlier, in that transition period where he's going to be a villain at some point. We've got Jonathan here saying, you can't trust him. He's going to bring your life to ruin. And Clark saying, I think he's changing. Clark's being naive, whatever. And he's going to find out that, in fact, they're going to be enemies pretty soon. But in the interim, where are we with Lex? Like, is he a protagonist? Is he a straight-up antagonist at this point? I'm kind of fine with the show being a little bit ambiguous about that. But the fact that he used to be a character we were supposed to root for to some degree, and we never knew he was like that, is a problem.
Also, did we miss a bullet time?
When do we have bullet time?
Well, he slows down time to put out that fire.
Oh, I see. I was talking over that. I didn't even see that whole action sequence. Okay, thanks.
This episode is going in one year and out the other.
I'm struggling to watch this one. Yeah. Some nice lighting in this shot.
TH1 just mentioned like a fire scene, and I'm like, wait, was that bullet time? That was like a minute ago. I don't remember.
Even exciting action can be boring action in an episode you don't care about. I like the subtle differences in the way, well, maybe not even so subtle, but the differences in the way that Glover is playing, you know, nicer, more, you know, softer Lionel.
Yeah.
And you can tell Glover's kind of enjoying having something new to play. Because, again, that's the theme of the season. Is everybody gets something new to do.
Except Lex.
Yeah, which is why, to Austin's point earlier, he's a lot more in the background.
Yeah.
Through much of the season. I mean, this is a Lex-centered episode.
Yeah, because at this point, Lionel's like healthy and is like actually changing because of that, right?
Yeah, he's changing because he had Clark's soul in him, and it erased his disease.
Yeah. Well, not to derail and talk about Breaking Bad for too long, Cap.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting contrast to like Walter White in season 2 when the chemo starts working and his cancer is going away. He's furious because he was supposed to die. This was all for nothing if he lives, as opposed to a man like Lionel who was healthy for all of his life. I don't know. I'm trying to make a connection there. Who then got sick and was dying. So now that he's healthy again, that's really going to mess with his world.
Yeah, well, the fact that, I mean, we don't know how long he was sick, but much of the really, like, malevolent stuff that he was doing was in an attempt to cure himself. And so he was, you know, justifying any heinous, horrible thing he was doing with, this might save my life. So, like, that's why he is studying Clark's blood in the 3rd season, and why he does all those horrible things to Lana's, you know, vicious boyfriend. I forget his name right now because I don't care. Boone from Lost. I don't remember that guy's name. And then it turns out that he's cured, and so now he can have a new reason for living. Except the way I've always interpreted it is he also is literally a different person now, because Clark came in and literally erased his badness from him. And I've been arguing with a couple people in the comments about whether or not that's really what's going on. But this show is not above that, and it always read that way to me from moment one, when he's like, I'm different now. And I really don't think it's just that he's been cured and he's like seeing the light now, because his whole demeanor, everything changes like a light switch. And it doesn't watch like he's got this new realization, oh, I've got a new lease on life, maybe I should live it better. Because you never get the sense that Lionel regrets anything he's done in his life before that, really. He's so cold and heartless, and now he's not.
Well, and Cap, to your credit, when they switch back at the end of that episode, like, there is this white glowing light around Clark. Like, he looks like an angel to him. So I don't think your take is a stretch.
Yeah.
With how the show presented it.
So if Jason is working with his mom this whole time, why are they having this conversation?
Because they retroactively decided at the end of the season, because they wanted to write him out for the sake of drama, that he was working with her all the time. This show does that all the time. And you know what it is? Like, I keep comparing him to the other evil boyfriend from the 3rd season, who I also don't think is supposed to be, you know, as malicious as he becomes later. But the real person to compare him to is Helen Bryce. He's exactly that again.
Yeah, I can see that.
But
Or it's just like out of nowhere.
who has more evil boyfriends, Chloe or Lana? I think it's Chloe.
Lana has more long-term ones. Chloe has a larger set of them. She has a larger complement of them. But yeah, as much as I don't care about this subplot, really, it's still more interesting if they stay at odds and they have some kind of a confrontation at the end.
Yeah.
Or at least, like, have a moment where he chooses his mother's loyalty instead of this light switch thing.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, I liked the show a lot when I was in high school, binging through all of it. But this is one of the seasons I remember being a bit more of a chore, where I was just kind of getting through it. I don't remember enjoying this one as much as the first three.
And that's what today is like. No, some of this is painful, man.
Yeah, that's a red from me.
It's a little like Spawn Year right now, where it's like, how do I make a product out of this? You know?
I mean, I feel like there were worse, or maybe not. There were some worse individual episodes in the earlier seasons, but this is more just consistent mediocrity.
Yes, that's precisely it. Yep. But Colby Smulders was there. That's cool.
Yeah.
What happened?
But yeah, that's a red. Do you feel the same way, Robert?
Oh, yes. You're not going to get any argument.
Oh, my God. I'm really stiff, and I don't think it's because of the way I was sitting. I think this episode just stiffened my body. It was so bad I can't move.
Yeah, I mean, you think we jumped the shark with the witches episode? I don't know. For me, we jumped the shark with the flashback with was it Jor-El that Tom Welling was playing?
Yeah.
For me, that's when we jumped the shark. I hate that TV trope.
Oh,
so
I'm with you.
That's an episode that always
No, the shark was jumped. But I think there are multiple kinds of sharks. So you can...
there are multiple kinds of sharks.
Did you know? I know. It's the most profound thing you're going to get from me at 6:20 a.m. So hear me out. There's multiple sharks, Robert. A show can jump the shark in a particular way and then retain otherwise its internal logic sometimes, right? Where it's like, well, if they never do that crap again and they're not constantly building on it. Because when I think of Jump the Shark, what I tend to think of is a show that does something like that borders on self-parody, and then from that moment on, the show is something different. Like, it's not the show it was before.
Yeah, it's usually referred to as, like, a point of no return.
That's it, yeah. But like, what I mean is, when jumping the shark matters to me, it's when that happens. It's not like the actual real jump the shark moment from Happy Days, where, like, I never watched much Happy Days, but, like, maybe after the shark jump, the next episode is, like, a totally normal episode of Happy Days, right? With Smallville... yeah, that's preposterous, and it really messes with, like, the mythology and the Kryptonian history of the show and all of that. But, like, you can have some episodes after that where you totally forget that the shark was jumped. But you jumped that shark, and then now you've jumped the magic shark. And earlier in the series, you jumped the shark with the... I can't think of a good category for shark jumping. But you jumped the shark with, like... Martha Kent kind of getting pregnant via spaceship. Like, that was a jump the shark moment for me.
Yeah.
So, I mean, multiple sharks have been jumped.
Yeah, I mean, you guys were talking about, like, The Walking Dead earlier, and I'm with you, Cap. Like, that show just gets good, then bad, then good, then bad, but it usually would kind of course correct for me.
Yeah, I had that too.
I mean, I have that show, I have a completely different relationship than you do, Cap, because that show I did watch week to week for years to the end, and I'm a big fan of it. It has a lot of problems, but for a while I was really excited that you were reviewing it for a bit. And John, did you ever finish the Walking Dead comic?
I have not finished it,
I haven't
but
either.
I've read the first 3 compendiums.
Yeah, the comic gets weird near the end.
I think the comic,
gets weird. It is great, but it's, I don't know. That's a
Watching
Side
The Walking Dead season 2 week to week is one of the most painful things I have ever done.
I binged that all in a couple days, so I had a completely different experience with that than you did, because I didn't start watching The Walking Dead until it was in season 3. But we don't need to stay on this tangent too long. But yeah, I was just gonna say that, like,
It's okay, we can blame you.
Yep, I was the one. Second out.
Guys, we're going to watch one more before we switch over to a second stream. So we'll take a break after this episode and flip over, because after 10 hours, it won't let me save it. So I got to start counting down now. If you're just tuning in, or you've only been here for a couple of hours, thanks for joining us in the middle of the night or early in the morning now. Every 6 hours, I'm picking an honorary Kryptofreak whose name will forevermore stay on the board through the rest of the series, and will give you a Kryptofreak power. And I'm doing that for the top super chatters. So if you want to throw in super chats for anything on the board, the soundboard, the Wheel of Weird, we haven't done a Smallville quiz yet. We can take one of those if somebody wants to put in a $10 super chat. And whoever has is the super chat winner for the middle section now. It's in 3 acts. You'll get to be an honorary Kryptofreak. Okay, now we're going to watch Scare. Really? It's like it's like they've not only run out of powers and ideas, but they've run out of single words for episode titles. I'm just double checking. It really is called Scare.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense when you think about the plot of this episode.
Oh, I'm sure it does, but that's very generic.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm always laughing at that when Star Trek does that. Like, DS9 has an episode called The Ship. I'm like, really? You're Star Trek. There's a ship in a lot of episodes. The Ship. There's a TNG episode called The Enemy. Come on now. Get creative.
It would be worse if they had the Friends motif for each title, just the one with the ship.
The one with the enemy. I kind of want that for Star Trek, though. You know, like the one with the binars. It's like, because nobody can remember 11001001, but if it was called the one with the binars, then you know, more people would remember that. Okay, here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. Meanwhile, at the loft. Oh no, red shoes.
Oh no, the Red Queen.
I figured you were going to say that. I thought I'd let you have it.
Yay. I remember some stuff.
This is Clark and Lana in the loft. This is going to be a dream sequence. Right?
Yeah.
It felt like she was like wearing a different outfit than we're used to seeing her in. So I was like,
well, the way she's introduced,
it was weird.
Sometimes you'll have camera angles and movement that seems to be telegraphing that what you're looking at is somehow wrong. Is this like a fever episode?
Yeah, it's the one where like people start hallucinating.
We do one of these a season too, right? Is it gonna be like a virus episode?
I don't actually remember. Oh, it's no, it's not a virus. It's a gas from Luthor Corp.
Oh, okay, but same kind of thing. Like, yeah. Is it terminal? Does it make, like, do people get hallucinations and then they die? Because it seems like we do that a lot.
I don't remember if anyone dies.
I mean, I've seen this. It's just been a while.
Yeah.
They're making out. It can't be real.
Yeah. Well, and I don't have the plot synopsis to look at on the pamphlet because this is the DVD that doesn't include the pamphlet with the episode titles and descriptions.
Well, they
I think you should ask for a refund.
There's a DVD release of 4 that doesn't have the pamphlet.
Yeah, I even when I got these, I returned this and got another one that didn't have it, so it wasn't a
Okay,
misprinter. Like this edition just didn't have it.
Weird, because I swear to God, the one I had did.
But also the episode title, like the episode numbers, are on the discs. So
I had one like
weird.
that, but it had the booklet.
yeah, all my other seasons have booklets, just not that one. But I mean, this may be a later reprint. I mean,
Yeah, it must have been, because I got them all as they came out, or at least the first half of it I got as they came out.
yeah, I got them all. It was Black Friday 2012 when we used to do that. I got all 10 seasons at Best Buy. They were like $10 each, so that was $100. I got all of Smallville.
This does kind of surprise you because you expect that it's probably Clark's hallucination or dream, and then it turns out that it's not. Right?
Yay!
Yeah, I always forget that it's not. But that makes sense.
That looks great.
Yeah.
Did that count as a throw, or is that more of a fall?
As
No,
a
that's
fall.
fall.
I mean, nobody threw him.
Alright.
It is kind of weird. I mean, I guess you can hallucinate or dream anything, but it's kind of weird that, like, that starts with he's not even in the room, but he's the one hallucinating it.
Somebody save Jason.
Maybe not,
Do
though.
we have to?
I mean, he seems like an okay guy toward the beginning, and then suddenly he's got like Psycho Mom, and he's wrapped up with the stones and all that, and I'm like, nah, get rid of this guy. We all know where this is going. We did this last year with Walking Corpse Man.
It's Soldier Boy.
That's actually his name in The Boys.
Isn't it kind of weird? Oh, I thought you were talking about the rapper. Isn't it kind of weird? And I thought that was funny because it was a total non sequitur.
I was like, he doesn't get that's a The Boys reference. It's fine.
Sorry, Cap, what were you saying?
You gotta know your audience, folks. Isn't it kind of sad that we got a glimpse in his hallucination of what he's gonna act like when he's a psychopath?
It's really funny. It's also interesting that he's still jealous of. He's like clearly still jealous of Clark.
Yeah, it seems like he's got other problems on his hands, really.
And why weren't we counting hospital scenes? Because, my God.
Because I would have to hire a person to just do that. I mean, at least the loft I only count when the specific two people are there. Like with this, how would you even do it?
Every time somebody's in a hospital, ding. I like that she's not even trying to keep it a secret now.
And my reactions.
Didn't it become common knowledge though? Like, wasn't it? They were outed.
No, it was just he was fired. I don't think the general populace knows. Like the school board probably does.
Yeah, maybe so. Or maybe she just feels like she doesn't have to hide it now that he's fired. So like, who cares?
True. Ooh.
You think they'll get really creative with these hallucinations where they'll like reveal really interesting things about our characters that we'd never thought of before?
Of course.
Well, I can't wait.
I do like the Clark one that we get later on.
Yeah, I'm not immediately remembering what they are. I'm excited to see them again and then suddenly remember what they are.
Oh.
Yes, Tom, that's true. That would be a night terror. There's actually a TNG episode about that. It's called Night Terrors. That one's just descriptive. That's not like vague like the ship.
Yeah.
No, that's just Tom Welling's acting. sometimes Allison Mack gets kind of melodramatic sounding just in the way she typically talks. It's not even a problem. It just kind of makes me laugh. You were in love with her. Can we get less of a theatrical line reading? Okay, I'll try. You were in love with her. Okay, so that's a no then. That's all you can do. This leafy little hamlet. Okay, that's how she talks then. She's like a stage diva. She's got like a Kate Mulgrew thing going on. That's all she does. He got fired because I found out that Lana Luthor murdered his parents. Good times. See, they're reminiscing.
Is this the last time we mention her dad?
No, I think he's even seen later again. I'm probably wrong about that, but I think so. Gabe Sullivan. This is about the time of the episode we're supposed to have a scene. How the hell did you get in here? Oh, John, the thing I forgot about the 33.1 project is that's Lex experimenting on actual Kryptofreaks.
Yeah, that's true.
I just remember that cliffhanger really frustrating me just because Mixapitlick doesn't show up or is mentioned again. Not that I needed to see him again, but I just remember thinking, like, in the back of my head, like, are we ever going to resolve that?
So do we buy that Lex was only trying to get Jason a job because he felt bad about getting him fired? Or that he's already on the trail of, like, Genevieve Teague and all that with the stones? Like, is it related to that at all? Where, like, because he almost always has an ulterior motive? Or is it just trying to get back in Clark's good graces?
I think it's two birds with one stone. He gets back in Clark's good graces, and he can monitor Jason.
But do you think the show has decided what he knows about Jason and the stones?
No, because the show doesn't know what's going on with Jason and the stones.
That's
my
true.
thought is, how would he know? Like,
why? I mean, how would he know?
that's the missing.
Yeah.
But just given that he always has an ulterior motive for things, and it's a little bit convenient if it's not related to that, I think.
Didn't Clark already know he worked there? But he doesn't work there, Tommy. He's just going for an interview.
Exactly. Oh, it's so spooky. I wonder if this is a hallucination.
That's a wonderful shot, though.
No, that does look good. You're right. Is this the thing where she walks into the morgue and then her mom, her dead mother pops up, even though her mom's not dead? Oh no, she's not dead. That's what it is. She's sitting in a chair, and she's gonna be all creepy, and it's gonna be her. She's gonna turn around. It's her face. That's what it is.
Spooky jackets scare me.
This is another thing that we retconned really hard in my mind. The whole Chloe's mom being in a mental institution thing, because the first time it comes up that her mother is still alive but not, associating with Chloe, she's like, Chloe says, I know where she is, but she didn't want me. And then that ends up having nothing to do with what is actually going on.
Well, I always read that more as she's deflecting because she doesn't want to face it.
Yeah, and that's the easy read to give retroactively. But I would be very surprised if when they wrote that line, they knew that she was going to end up being in a psych ward and that Chloe knows she's in a psych ward. Because if that were the case, the line would be, I know where she is, and you'd leave it at that. Right?
Not necessarily, because you could still reach out from a psych ward.
Look, she's the Joker.
John, what's a horror movie that does this scene better? I mean, now we're in.
I mean, I can't think of a one-to-one. But, like, I feel like I've seen that kind of scene 100 times.
Convenient.
What'd you do that
unconscious.
for, Clark?
I don't know that that's convenient.
Well, it's convenient that
for
he
the
knew.
guard.
It's convenient that he knew how to knock him out without killing him.
Yeah, but
It's-
convenient
I've done that
unconsciousness
before.
is you're knocked out so you don't see Clark do something super. That's the point of that category.
Yeah, which is why he did it. But I don't buy Clark knowing his strength that well, even at
But
this
he's
point.
done it before.
Yeah.
Did I miss something? I thought you were just talking about Chloe being unconscious right now.
Well, no, he knocked out the guard or the
Oh,
guy
I
that
missed
was
that.
with them.
Okay.
But if you're not counting it because it was deliberate, I mean that's fine.
Yeah.
Well, I've gotten a lot of use out of the fog machines in this episode.
And
That's
the
what budget
accent
went.
lighting.
That's where the budget went this season.
Right.
Oh, I mean, Chloe's dad, not Jason. Yeah, he would have known that Chloe's dad worked there, Luther Court.
Where are the statistics lying, Lex? I ask you that. Yeah, it feels like we do this episode once a season. Like this time it's bacteria, not a virus. And it's going to be contagious. And a bunch of people are going to get hit with it.
I forgot it was a straight up virus.
Yep. Yeah, I thought it was one of those. And they always have a really similar kind of grim tone. I mean, you know, it makes sense that it would have a grim tone, obviously, but it's always the same kind of flavor with the same kind of lighting. It's always a lot of blues.
Yeah, it's because the show is blue. If it was green, it would die.
Now we already had the Green Day Packers episode.
Yes, the Green Day Packers. We can't let it die, Robert.
Now you need to clip that part out when this is all done and posted it.
I can't even believe he said
As a
it.
short video, because
And I can't believe he didn't
That's
say it on
wonderful.
purpose. It's just killer.
well, he was making a joke and then accidentally made a different joke.
Yeah, and he fumbled it because it was like 4 a.m.
We love you, Austin.
Acting.
Yeah, that's a good point, Leo. I always remember Lois being in the season more than she actually is, not just because she's introduced here, but she's on the DVD cover. So it feels like she's a main character, but she's not.
Yeah, she's on the DVD cover. She's on the cover of this companion book. Like she was in the production pictures with everybody. Those pictures they did almost every season where everybody's looking up for some reason.
Yeah, I love those. We used to do that with TV shows.
Oh, that's the same attorney that was with Lex for 5 minutes last episode.
Oh, they recycling actresses?
Well, no, I mean it's the same character. She's, I guess, moved from.
No, he
What's that?
just called her Warden.
Oh, maybe it's not the same person. She's got a really similar affect, though. No, now that I'm looking at her closer, that other actress is younger, certainly. But now that I've had Superman inside my body, I realize that was wrong.
Phrasing. That's a different show.
Superman could be America's church. Franchise! Franchise, franchise, franchise. He's got like a "what would Superman do" bracelet. Superman would stay in prison.
That's where the season should have gone. Lionel should have started a cult in prison. Would have been amazing.
He just lives in prison.
For the rest of the series.
But he but he leaves whenever he wants to. Yeah, that'd be great. Just like with Lois, you know, I got like massive reservations about the choices we're making with him, but the performance is great.
Wall of Weird.
God bless
Just not-
America. That thing is gonna haunt me till the day I die.
This is your last season with it.
Yeah, except
Yeah.
you know there's gonna be places where it still pops up somehow.
In your nightmares.
That's why we're gonna stop counting Kryptofreaks after the season, because the Wall of Weird's not coming back.
You just want me to rename the show.
If you need more ideas for more stuff to count, I'm your guy.
We're gonna call it Counting Superman, folks.
It's so generic. Counting Superman. Counting red blue blurs.
Counting things.
Yeah, I haven't found a catchy title for any other shows that we might eventually do 24-hour streams on. Like we will probably have counts for other shows if we do more stuff, but like, you know, I'm not saying we should do this, but like if you did Gotham, what's the count? Like, what is it? You know?
Counting stupid stuff.
Counting shark jumps.
Yeah, you can count that. I mean, that show jumps the shark by the second episode. Like,
Okay, but speaking of counts, I have a count related question.
shiny shoes.
Is this whole episode a Scarecrow reference?
Well, I mean, retroactively it feels that way. This is before that, but
Well, I mean, it's not before Scarecrow as a character.
no, certainly. But I thought you meant just the way the hallucinations are handled because it's very Arkham.
Yeah, Arkham Asylum does this scene better.
Yeah, Arkham Asylum does exactly this scene.
Let's count all the scenes in Arkham Asylum that they do better.
But no,
in
John, I'm
Smallville.
sorry. I didn't mean to derail you. Are they thinking Scarecrow when they write this? I mean,
Yeah.
it sure feels like it because it's a comic book thing, but you never know what these people know.
Yeah, because of the horror movie references throughout the show, I'm gonna say no.
Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the horror roots all the time with Buffy, and especially season 1 with all like the monster episodes. It just feels like what's a horror concept we haven't done yet? Let's do this.
But John, are you going there because it's a toxin?
Yes. Specifically, the reason I thought it was Scarecrow is A, it's DC, and B, it's a toxin.
I mean, they could have done a reference to Jonathan Crane. Like, that would have been cool.
That actually looks pretty cool. compared to the rest of the stuff we've seen on the show.
Well, I didn't
Yeah,
think
like the mirror.
I didn't think the Joker Chloe looked too bad.
Yeah, no, this looks okay. It's almost like when you do more practical makeup, it'll look better than just CGIing all of it.
And yet, we still haven't learned.
This is not a terrible episode. It just feels kind of routine because we do this formula so often.
Yeah, well, it reminds me of like the Hostage episode 2.
Yep.
That feel.
Yeah, where there's that sense of urgency. You're in a facility that you can't leave. Everybody's trapped somewhere. The only difference is you don't have like a SWAT team outside. Half the time we have that, but we don't have it with this episode. Oh, and Lex is going to be a badass and inject himself with it, isn't he? At some point. Maybe it's right now. I'm pretty sure that happens. And right before he does it too, he says back to formula. And then he lays down on a table and he goes, "It's cold."
I was thinking of Mission Impossible 2. That's where my brain goes.
That movie just never sticks with me.
I've actually never seen that one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've been meaning to go through those.
I love that series. That's like my favorite action franchise, but the second one's not great. It depends on if you're in the mood for schlock.
You know what? Now that you say that, no, I have seen that one time. Because, yeah, that movie is, like, really over the top. I forgot about that.
Yeah, it's the insane one.
I don't remember it very well, but I know that there's, like, a huge contrast between the tone of the first and second movie. And that it's just wild and bombastic, right?
Yeah, and then 3 on, we pick a tone. I mean, that's like my favorite action movie series. Like, it gets better and better.
Which is weird because 3 is an Abrams movie.
Yeah, 3 is solid, but it's kind of just like the prototype for what comes next.
Yeah, and Abrams stays on as a producer. I don't know if you know that, Kat.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so like his sensibilities and his style kind of stays, but we get better filmmakers and writers to do it. Because I like 3 a lot, but like Brad Bird directs the 4th one, and like we just get better writers and directors to like do that tone that Abrams does with the 3rd movie.
Look, Doctor, you need to look for a man with a burlap sack on his head who's riding a horse.
This looks like an actor who's played a doctor in like 50 TV shows, right?
Well, yeah, but he's also recurring in the show. Like, he's been in several episodes already. And I think he was in the last one of these with this formula. Like, I think last season when we did the virus that's spreading episode, he's in that.
Yeah, I just feel like I recognize him, seeing him like in other stuff.
But I'm suggesting you might recognize him from this.
I won't say you're wrong.
I guarantee you he lives in Vancouver and he's probably a day player.
Austin probably knows him.
John, that was the best explosion we've seen in this show.
What's that?
And by best, I mean that was terrible. Did you see that explosion?
Yeah.
It was
looking
rough.
at it now.
It was rough. Somebody made that in After Effects. And I get that it's a hallucination, but still.
I think it looks better the second round here.
Okay, but not that.
No, that looks awful. It's also interesting that his nightmare is a second meteor shower.
Yep. I was just about to say that. His greatest fear will actually come true, but he's not going to be, like, cowering in a corner over it. So, like, I don't know if they remember that's his worst fear. I mean, I guess his actual fear is more, like, Lana finds out and blames him for the death of her parents. It's kind of more that.
Yeah.
We'll just forget that Henry Small is her actual father, and because that'll never come up again.
Who?
Who?
Now, John, have you watched any of My Adventures with Superman, the new cartoon?
The first 3-ish episodes.
Yeah, I like that show quite a bit. I think it gets better and better as it goes.
It's
But
not bad.
one thing that show does that I really like is when Clark like first accesses like the ship he came in to like talk to AI Jor-El. He's not speaking English, and he has no idea what he's saying. He has no idea what he's here, and they do some fun stuff with that. They explore some interesting stuff with that over the season with like Clark's like not being sure what his purpose is and why he's here. It's like it executes some of the themes in this show quite a bit better.
Yeah, for
with
sure.
that stuff.
I also think this is a pretty good reason for him not to come clean again. Like, experiencing that would just make him, like, not trust that he can tell her.
Yeah, I mean, that's also why it's there, to keep prolonging that.
Yeah, I also don't understand why he just woke up when no one else is.
But there's also the question, I don't mean to overthink this stuff, but there's also the question of, do you buy that somebody that he, like, really loves and trusts, or at least wants to trust, that he... I mean, fears can be irrational, but, like, would you really be worried that that would be her exact reaction? Like, I blame you for killing my parents because you came in a meteor shower as a baby that you couldn't possibly control. Like, I just...
Yeah.
That's not a thought process I can imagine having.
Yeah, if she did, she'd be as bad as Nero from Star Trek 09.
Yeah, and so why... Okay, Nero's still a little worse than that, but, like, why would you want to be with a girl that you're worried would respond that way? That's... You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But again, I get irrational fear. It's just, it all goes to... The bigger issue is, there's still a part of him that blames himself for a thing he didn't even do, and I've never understood that.
Yeah.
You know, it's a little bit different than, like, the guilt you fear if you have if your parents break up, and, like, you worry that you're the cause of it, but you were, like, I don't know, 9 or 10 when they broke up, and you're like, maybe they, you know, maybe I could have done something to fix that or whatever. You're a baby in a spaceship. It's a natural disaster before it's anything.
Again, that's a theme My Adventures with Superman does so much better. Without giving away like spoilers or getting into details, there's a point in that show where Clark's concerned that he's like the first part of an invading force, and that terrifies him. Without saying like how he gets there or where that goes.
Yeah, don't tell me too much because I'll watch that at some point.
Yeah, I think it gets better and better as it goes.
But that's cool. I mean, I do kind of like the typical Kryptonian thing that we do, where you could just like download them with the language. But
yeah,
I'm open to a different take, I guess.
Yeah, that show does a lot of things differently, like deliberately. It's got its own take on a lot of stuff.
For Clark's fears here, I buy that he is afraid of something like that happening. Maybe not exactly like that. The problem is that they just don't let him overcome that fear.
Yep.
Yeah, sure.
Lana has to trick him into telling her.
And Senior Stick says Cappy's also a teenager, which is an argument that folks make with me a lot. With that, but like he's 18 and about to graduate from high school.
Yeah, I think the teenager argument stops applying once you're past like 14.
I would fight that argument a little bit anyway, but like especially now. So we're back to this, and I actually brought this up again a couple shows ago, but it's interesting that like Lex is finally seeing this.
Yeah, this is all recycled footage, right? We've already seen this stuff.
We've seen some of it. They're recycling the shots of his face, but all these explosions, that's new.
So now it's the ending of Terminator 3.
Yeah, but this is out of that episode from first season.
Yeah.
Which is why he looks 5 years younger. But in the future, he'll age backwards when he's the president.
It's actually a clone. I'm surprised Smallville didn't do more with cloning.
Smallville does a lot with Lex cloning, though.
Yeah, get your fill of Lexes.
I don't know how I feel about Lex seeing exactly what the seer woman in the first season, the clairvoyant, saw as his fear.
Yeah.
Because, like, she was seeing a representation of the future. You know? Like, a representation. It wouldn't be exactly what's happening. I mean, like, maybe as the president... Like the fact that he is the president, like, that's literal. The idea that he basically destroys the planet as the president, that's probably literal. The idea that he's touching flowers and they're wilting and dying, that's a visual representation of his destroying everything. And it's kind of weird that you have both, right? It's like there's bombs destroying the world and also this image that represents the destruction of the world. Why do you need both? But beyond that, like, he's seeing the future because we saw what she saw and that was supposed to be the future. It's not just his fear. So I like the idea that he would see something similar, but he sees the exact same thing. It's a little cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it seems like it's just there so we can see that image again because it's a fan favorite image. And because he's getting a lot closer to the darkness now.
Yeah, I don't know how old Lex is supposed to be, like, by season 7, but should we have gotten him, like... I mean, I guess we do get him into politics in season 5, but I think we could have gotten more with that.
Yeah, absolutely. He has to be... I've done this math before, but he has to be, like, 22 when the show starts. So he'd be almost 30. So not old enough to run for president, but old enough to run for almost anything else by season 7. And the reason I know that is because we know he is 10 years old in the meteor shower, and that is 1989. So you can track his exact age.
Mm-hmm.
It's really nice that they gave us his age. I can't remember if it's in the pilot or if it's in, what is it, Lineage, the flashback episode in 2. But somewhere they give us his exact age in 89. I have to move back in with my mother.
Yes.
I really shouldn't have become a high school football coach at the school that you were attending.
Okay, Jason's talking about how his life has changed. You're not going to bring up how you were almost killed by footballers in a bathroom?
No, those things are very routine because it's a TV show, and as John and I have talked about a lot, nobody ever needs therapy after that. Nobody's traumatized. Lana should be the most screwed up person on the planet. And in some ways she is, but not in the way she should be. She deals with her PTSD in a very interesting way.
Yeah, well, she hasn't gone to the cemetery in a while, and that's a problem.
No, but Lois has.
Yeah, but that was a different set. That looked like a real location.
It did, and it wasn't in the middle of the night. And there was no fog machine.
With the fog machine. Have we even gotten Lana on a horse this season?
I don't think we have. Is that in your tome of counting? Do you have a page for that?
Oh, you will see.
Oh my god, I cannot wait to see your Smallville scrapbook. Like, that thing is going to be amazing. Oh my god, I'm hungry. I'm gonna friggin' eat something right after this.
He's gonna have some pizza rolls.
It's 7 a.m.
In his creepy basement.
I'm gonna eat pizza rolls in my creepy basement. Was that sucker? What? Huh?
Why is she playing this like
What?
she just finished doing drugs?
It's misplaced anxiety, see? She just explained it to you.
I mean, I have anxiety sometimes. I don't.
Okay.
I
Yeah, this is part of the retcon I was talking about earlier. I found my mom. You said you knew where she was.
If somebody told you she knew where her mom was, somebody lied.
I just thought that deadpan you said that too.
Thank you.
Do you see that back there? That's a literal torch.
Okay, so I'm confused. What's the retcon?
The retcon is when her mother first came up, and it was because of the Metropolis United Charities thing, when she was looking into Clark's adoption, and he says, if you want to find somebody's mother, go find your own. And she says, I know where she is, Clark, and the difference is she didn't want me.
Yep, that's right.
But now she has found her, and she's in a mental institution. None of that tracks. Unless she's lying for no reason. And,
I will find her.
And that's just an excuse for inconsistent writing. Because I guarantee you, when they wrote that, they didn't know what the actual answer to it was yet, but it was pretty clear it was supposed to be sincere. I think.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, you're 100% right.
She knows where her mother is. The situation I always assumed, based on that, is that her mom skipped town, like left her and her father, and that's why her father is raising her as a single parent. And that they even know what city she moved to.
Yeah. No, that's definitely a retcon, but I can also see that making sense with, like, that might have been just what her father told her, and she's just now been putting out feelers to find out for herself.
Then you want the confrontation with her and her dad, yeah?
Well, that would require them to bring that actor back.
There's some important crap we don't put on screen and some really boring things we could have left off the screen.
Yeah, like, I didn't need that whole Jason and Lana scene.
I don't need Jason.
Jason!
Please, nobody clip that out with no context, okay? Because I'm talking about Jason Teague, not my son. All right.
I always assumed you named your son after this guy.
Oh, I named him after Jason Teague. Did you know that? Little known fact: Jason's middle name is Teague. I don't know if you guys knew that.
It was very brave of you to name your son after a character in Smallville.
That nobody likes?
Yeah. You should have just named him Dean Winchester instead.
Yeah, we've decided the middle name for our next child, who's going to be born in December, is going to be Somebody Save Me. Just that's the whole middle name.
You should name them Clark Somebody Save Me.
AMC. Oh, I'm so glad he brought this up. This is the thing I wanted to talk about, too. Is there any reason for Lionel saying that he's guilty, but not for what he's in prison for when he's being otherwise truthful? No, and it drives me crazy, because when Chloe does the kind of living truth serum thing on him in the third season, she says, did you kill your parents in the tenement fire? And he says, of course I did. I needed that money, the insurance money, to start my company. But now, he is lying about it when he is otherwise being very honest and humble. And I think it's because they forgot what they wrote again.
Yeah, and
I mean, I think it's part of that, but what he's saying about being guilty is like, because he also confesses to other crimes in that speech. So he's talking about like just stuff that he's done that's hurt other people, like bribery.
Yeah, but what he was in prison for was killing his parents, and he's claiming there that he didn't do that. Why would he not own up to that also?
Because, yes.
Exactly.
When does he revert back to being a bad guy? Is that this season? Like, I don't remember how long this...
He doesn't really change back.
That's why I'm a little bit fuzzy. I thought he basically did by 7 before Lex throws him out the building and he dies, but John remembers this differently.
I remember him being more of a good guy in 7.
Well, yeah, and he's going to die in 7, which means that the reversion never really happens.
Yeah, it's not. He doesn't necessarily go back to being like Lionel from like season 1 or 2, but he's more like, I will protect Clark, but at any cost, even if Clark doesn't like it.
Senior 6 says maybe Lionel changed. Yeah, that's the idea, but that doesn't mean retroactively he didn't kill his parents.
Well, Cap, you didn't know changing who you are as a person retroactively erases your crimes?
Wow, well that's convenient. It's nice that it works that way.
You could burn down somebody's house and then 5 minutes later be like, I changed as a person. And then you're no longer guilty of burning that person's house down.
Oh, you would be shocked how many times that happens in the later seasons of The Flash. Like, so many murderers like turn good because Barry gives a speech and then he just lets them go.
And everybody's fine with it, and they don't go to prison, and yeah.
It happens more than once.
Oh my god. Yeah, but this is coming from a totally amoral person that we pretend like is the arbiter of morality because he has his own private prison that he throws bad guys in, and everybody's just fine with it.
But people also yell at Barry in like every other episode, and he has to learn a lesson constantly.
Yeah, yeah.
It's almost like that show sucks.
Yeah. Let's do 24-hour streams on that.
Anyway. I will not be here. You should make Austin do it.
Yeah, Cap will draft me for that one since I
love how John thinks he has a choice in things like this. Okay, so we're gonna take a break, guys, and never fear, you're gonna see the stream shut down, but a second part will come up momentarily, and we will be back in just a few minutes. In fact, I say momentarily. No, I'll put the stream up, but I won't actually start the stream until we come back. So you'll see the link for it. Anyway, Robert, are you gonna stick with us, or are you gonna call it a day?
I'll do at least one more episode.
Okay,
we'll see how I go.
Cool, man. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah, we're gonna get into. Oh, and I'm gonna flip my sign green on that.
Same here. I think it's an okay episode.
Yeah,
and I'm really excited for the 2-parter when we get back.
Especially relative. Oh, I'm not. Oh, is that where we're at?
We're at Alicia.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the description on Hulu, and it says featuring guest star Sarah Carter from Final Destination 2.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the big wonderful thing everybody knows her from. Okay, so we're gonna get going now, for just a few minutes anyway. We're gonna take I don't know, probably like 6 or 7 minute break. I'll probably get a little breakfast here, so it might be closer to 10 minutes, and we'll do the next episode, which is episode 11, and it's called Unsafe. So we are right around the halfway point. See you in a few minutes, folks. Thanks for being here.